Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Hank. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing all right. Caffeine levels up close to normal operating levels.
Well, that's good. I am not great. Chili the Castro went insane last night, and somewhere between writing the stories, getting pants to read them, and taking a nap, my over-ear headphones have decided not to work with my computer, so I have earbuds in, which are quite painful. I could have probably refreshed the over-the-ear headphones, but I got a bribe from Griffey to go live. So, Griffey, this one's for you. I'll be wearing these stupid earbuds all day in pain. There you go.
You YouTube whore, you.
I know. So, in front of us, let me zoom in a little bit. We have Chili's second attempt to dismiss his Blue Bacon lawsuit. He filed it on the 19th, I believe. Yeah, there's filed 19. And, of course, this being Chili, he forgot to fill it out completely. He asked for dismissal, with prejudice, but they did not dismiss the case because, frankly, he forgot to put in the names of the defendants.
Oops.
And fill out the rest of the form. As you can see here, you can examine this for yourself over on our Discord server from earlier this morning. There's a second document, basically. Let's flip to that one. Same thing. The request is missing the printed name of the filing. He even forgot to put his own name and attorney into the form. So, yeah. Other missing plaintiff and defendant names. Notice of rejection. So in his current mood, he probably is going to sue the clerk because last night he was on and he declared that he was suing anyone who has defamed him. He was now adding, let's go zoom this in. This is a copy I cut and pasted from his website last night. This is his actual lawsuit against Dan Zimmerman. And he has added people. He's added John Doe bailiff, and then John Does 1 through 10, which were other bailiffs in other courtrooms who all insulted him somehow. And he is asking for between $49 and $69 million in total damages.
Of course he is.
Because his Fifi's got hurt, and the horrible Ann Zimmerman, horrible. And let's see, just from his own story here, Judge Ann E. Zimmerman, whose connection to law enforcement was personal and visible, presided. Her bias was immediate. When plaintiff asked to avoid trial dates that interfered with his interstate travel, she snapped, "Too bad," with no inquiry or compromise. What do you think?
Wasn't the Ann Zimmerman married to a cop proven to be bullshit?
She was not. That was a story Chili had decided was true. Chili is
still
also
going with that.
Yes, and he's also decided that she's running for re-election despite the fact that she retired in January. So he has sworn that she will not be reelected. Well,
he's right.
Yeah. She's not going to be reelected. Let's go. This is not a story about isolated misconduct. It is about a local justice system that responded to public scrutiny, not with accountability, but with punishment. Plaintiff was not just a critic, he was a target. And
isn't punishment the normal result of crime?
Yeah, but he says he didn't do it. It was all illegal. Let's see.
And what charge lists arrested for filming?
None of it.
Oh.
But
at what time did Officer Bork tell him to stop filming?
He didn't. He is part of the reasoning why he wants so much money is plaintiff's cousin Joshua died while plaintiff was incarcerated. Plaintiff was not permitted to see him before death despite being housed within the same county. So he wanted out to go see the funeral. Or death or whatever.
Which okay, if that was true, he would have been whining about that nonstop when it occurred. So I'm calling complete bullshit on that.
Plaintiff's online education and media enterprise collapsed. He lost more than $700,000 in revenue, over 90% of product sales, and irreversible damage to his brand.
Delusions.
$700,000 from last year in the 4 months that he was incarcerated. And just to add,
and of course, you've got tax records to prove that, right?
Of course. Well, they're going to look into that. He doesn't realize he has to show the proof. When this goes to court, he will have all of his financial records, including the fact that he probably didn't pay taxes on all his donations, exposed. So, probably not wise to go there, Chili, but yeah. Last night he tried to crowdsource for the $5,000 he says he needs for this lawsuit. $1,000 in ongoing costs and $4,000 for a Westlaw subscription for the year. He's claiming that Westlaw is AI and he'll be using it to replace ChatGPT and the other things which are being banned across the country from being used with court cases. He still is using it, though, to write all of his pending lawsuits, and he will be suing, besides this Judge Zimmerman, he will be suing the, let's see, remember when he got pulled over in Nevada and it came up violent tendencies and he was briefly detained? He's suing those police officers. He's got a separate lawsuit where he's suing the police officers from last year when he was arrested on Valentine's Day. He's going to be suing a bunch of people for defamation. I don't know if we're on the list or not, but he is going after a newspaper in Las Vegas who reported on him last year. Where he says he'll be protesting that paper today outside of their facility. He says he's not going on their property, but he'll be showing up to protest in person. And last night, he was literally speaking so fast that when I had him on 2x speed, which normally you can understand him, he sounded at times like one of those old tape recorders that when you fast forwarded it would make the sound, the... So, whatever he may or may not have been on, allegedly, was making him very frantic last night. He was very excited about the possibility. Yes.
It is too early for you to be making that noise.
Well, you should have heard. You should have heard it
No,
when I was trying to.
No, I shouldn't have.
I could go get it and play Chili actually making the noise for you.
No, thank you.
Yes.
I'm quite relieved not to have to watch Chili on a regular fucking basis.
Oh, you mean for 5 hours at a time like we used to?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I still have to watch him for... It was only like 45 minutes last night, but today he'll be live all day apparently, because he's going to go file that lawsuit, even though he only made $160 on the GoFundMe last night, because he couldn't figure out how to post a link into his own chat. So, yeah. And he is insulting the Judge Zimmerman in the title of the GoFundMe, so that may get reported if people really want to report it, as you're supposed to play nice in GoFundMe. So we are not advocating one way or the other. We're just noting the title.
Probably don't even need to report it. GoFundMe used to be, I don't know currently, but used to be pretty good about taking that shit, action on that shit without having to have it reported.
They are not anymore.
Okay.
You actually have to report them. We got reported the other week by somebody and just had to reaffirm our goal with this service. Yeah. And P-Ducks. Sure. Anywho.
The person that made that report just needs to go park a car.
Probably. Let's see. He also, when he was pressed by his chat, names that were put out there that he said he was probably suing for defamation included Frauditor Troll and that lawyer guy. So that could be either Patrick Darcy or Merb. Not sure which one has gotten his ire. But they are not included in this website. Now, or in this lawsuit,
I can't think of any time either one of them has really spoke about Chili.
Darcy did a number of
videos. Yeah. I forgot.
Yeah, Darcy did a number of videos about him last year, and I think Merb may have done a video or two about him when he was incarcerated. Remember, this was all the stuff from last year.
But Merb, if Merb's reports on him were usually on Chili's side, wasn't it?
Yeah, but this is Chili. Let's take a look at damages here. He wants full compensation for extensive reputational harm amplified by press coverage and government silence.
Okay, I'll mail him an expired coupon to Arby's.
Psychological and emotional trauma due to unlawful incarceration, public targeting, and exclusion from the deathbed of his cousin. economic loss, including a documented 95% drop in plaintiff's YouTube viewership in the 1 year following his wrongful incarceration, directly impacting monetization and platform engagement. Estimated. Go ahead.
The viewership drop started after he got out.
Well, he was dead because he wasn't putting videos out for the 4 months.
You had the people doing the videos for him, and they were actually getting more viewers than he got.
Yeah, but he's not counting those. He's not counting those.
They were on his channel.
I know, but it's chilly. Let's see. Estimated $70,000 in lost earning from merchandise sales and advertising revenue due to the sudden and retaliatory incarceration, which is weird because he said he would never advertise on his channel. You would never see advertisements on his channel. But this says that he is using YouTube's advertising system.
Well, of course, because how else is he going to make ad revenue off of the channel?
Well, he says that he cannot be bought, and that he cannot, you cannot corrupt him because he's going to run as an independent.
Oh, he's still on that fucking kick.
Yes. The continued degradation of public trust in plaintiff's brand and ability to rebuild his advocacy platform. Irreparable time lost with loved ones, professional partnerships, and legal standing as a constitutional educator.
Okay. Gonna have to show proof that anybody considers you a legal educator.
Some of this we already went over. Compensatory damages in the amount of $29 million, including the $700,000 in direct lost income, $5 million for reputational harm, $8 million for emotional distress, $1 million for business disruption and customer abandonment, $530,000 for loss of future earning potential, $10 million for Fourth Amendment violations. Then Monell damages in the amount of $20,000 or $20 million, for Clark County's systematic failure to supervise, train, and correct constitutional violations committed by its judiciary, bailiffs, and prosecutors. So, heck, any chance in hell of him winning anything here?
He might win a gift certificate for the buffet at one of the casinos.
Well, I am looking through this, and there's no... He doesn't state what laws were broken. He doesn't cite anything.
Name me one lawsuit where he has without the system telling him he had to, or they were dropping the case. And then he doesn't even do it right.
Yeah, because I'm scrolling here, and there's nothing. There's no legal arguments here. Just
of course not.
Complaints.
It's chili we're talking about. Of course there's not. It's not done properly.
Yeah, because he has said in the past that his strategy is not to show them his arguments because that's showing his hand. So he doesn't put them in the first or the second amended complaint. But they'll come out in the discovery process.
Yeah.
Because it's all a game he's playing.
It's a game he's playing that he has no clue what the rules are.
Pretty much.
It's like when you're playing a game with one of your little nieces or nephews that too young to know the rules and they just make up their own rules.
Like with my niece, we used to play poker with I win rules. So I would show her 5-card stud, and we would play until she yelled I win, and then she would take all the coins. Thankfully, they were candy coins.
And how many tears did you shed over the loss of candy coins?
Not that much, even though the damn things were those pirate candy coins, which were damn expensive at the time. But thankfully, I had stolen them out of her stocking for Christmas. So, there we go. Lieutenant.
So you literally stole candy from a baby.
No, I just didn't put them in her stocking. I bought them.
Uh-huh.
I bought them. So, look, Lieutenant Fan is not spinning this morning.
He's getting too old for this shit.
I think we all are. For those joining us for the first time, yeah, we went early because an Australian bribed us to go early. And now we're just filling time until Karen Reed starts. So, good morning, everybody out there on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube.
And I've got a lovely bunch of coconuts. Deedly-dee.
Remember, today is the last day of the week that we're going till 4 o'clock this week. Tomorrow is a half day scheduled for court. And then Friday, the court is off due to the federal holiday. They may also be off on Monday. We don't know for sure. I'm sure there'll be an announcement at some time. Griffey, I don't think you get the Fifth Amendment. You're not in the United States, so
he gets an amended fifth. It's a fifth of his chosen drink with a little bit extra.
What's up, Mrs. Tom? Good morning, everyone.
Miss Surio, they're here yet?
I don't see. Yeah, I think she was. She was over in the newscast.
Moist.
And if you can see the screen, we've got the fancy thing now where you can see the chat. So if somebody types anything, it should show up there. There we go.
Alrighty then.
Yes, it's fancy with the upgraded or with StreamYard. We can now see the chat scroll while on the screen.
Not a big fan of that feature, but
some people like it. I guess if you're watching on like a television screen, it's good to see what's going on.
Well, it's a lot. This is going over the last eighth of the screen,
Right.
sometimes that's going to cover stuff you want to see. And I've watched channels that do it on OBC that do it even more of the picture gets covered.
Right. Yeah, in this we don't have control of the placement. It's just there.
Yeah.
So like last night I had to redo our layout because we had a full chat with Mark. It was Mark's birthday, so we had tons of people here, so I had to move over Mark's icon because it was getting killed by that. So there's advantages. I'll play around with the layout. We're going to leave it on for today. Let's see what people think of it. Because I literally saw it last night and turned it on for 20 minutes. And that's right, we forgot our banners today. Sidebar 0.
How do you know? They might have been busy off camera.
They could be. Get your sidebar counts in, folks. Get your predictions.
First prediction, are they going to start today's procedure with a sidebar?
They might.
Yesterday was one of the few days they haven't started the procedures with a sidebar.
How many do you think today, Hank?
I'm going to go with 10.
10. NCR says 11. Griffey says 7. Matt G says 12 again. Yesterday, it was slow in the morning, then they picked up in the afternoon. Gothic Sparrow says 11.
No, we had 3 or 4 before the morning break.
Sirio says 12. Parson says 8647.
Hey, Sirio, would that be a moist 12?
Okay. Becca says 13.
I found this on the web for would that be a moist 12. Check it out.
What the hell was that?
One of my AIs thought I was talking to it about moist.
Oh, Sirio.
Moist. 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 Moist.
Okay, Jim, that just sounds like you're doing unseemly things to your cats.
No. Oh, Hank.
Wah, wah,
oh,
wah, wah.
Look, we've had a wonderful person.
Huh?
Someone's asking, with profanity, why the fuss over a cop? So they've been banned. Comments will scroll off the screen in a minute. We got trolled. Yeah. So, what a way to start a day. Anywho, yeah, this should be going. This is the last day of full day testimony this week. Tomorrow, half day. Friday, day off. What are you gonna do with your whole maybe 4 days off, Hank?
Medical appointments.
Okay. Kova says 11 sidebars. I may actually sleep. I'll just sleep through the 4 days. Just go to bed and not wake up for 4 days. Though Helen, as you can hear, probably won't let me do that.
And whose fault is that for spoiling them with their cheese poofs and whatever else they desire?
Oh, well, she would do this anyway without being spoiled. Because Helen has always been very vocal. We didn't even raise Helen. Helen was, somebody abandoned Helen at a friend's neighborhood like a decade ago. And she couldn't take her in, so we got Helen. Same year we got a border collie from same person because her grandma died. Yeah, Buddy was a big part of the house for about years there. Yeah, I miss Buddy. Anywho, Matt G wants 4 days off. The other news we had, the angry vet decided to target another YouTuber yesterday who he said was racist. This is updating our earlier news story. He had played it off as it was a random person he saw in a Facebook group attacking people. But no, it apparently turned out to be a fellow auditor. So he went to the person's neighborhood with a buddy who was fully masked while the angry vet was dressed in gear that made him look like a police officer, though he had press written on his flak jacket. They wandered around outside the man's house, up and down the streets, and were interviewing neighbors to see if they thought that the man was a racist.
Alrighty then.
He promised he'd be returning because the man wasn't home, because he is now the protector of liberty in Maryland. What do you think?
I think he's like a fucking diaper bin and full of shit.
Yesterday, while we were on the air, Christopher, Denver Metro Audits, Cordova, in fact, had a visit from his probation officer, which he live streamed.
Uh-huh.
His mother was present for the visit.
And again, once again, I apologize to his mother for saying she was the same age as Sweet Tea when obviously she's younger.
Well, he said that his revenue is now 20% of what it was last year because of the shadow banning by YouTube. He was shadow banned because in Colorado, both men and women are allowed to be topless in public. And one day a year, Denver celebrates that fact as people have a topless march through the park. He filmed said people, and on his video, people are saying, please don't, I don't want to be on YouTube naked.
He
said,
did the same thing. Didn't he do the same thing last year?
This was last year.
Oh, okay.
Last year. He said, too bad, you're in public, I can film anything I can see. Then he put the unedited video up on YouTube. He got a content strike for it, and hence he was supposedly shadow banned. So he got air quoting here, even though you can't see it, shadow banned for his own stupidity. Yes.
Okay.
And his rudeness. He actually was trying to defend it to the female parole officer, probation agent, or whatever the hell she was, by saying, well, it wasn't against the rules. And she was like, well, would you do it again? I don't think I would.
Wait a minute. It's not against the rules of YouTube to show bare-chested women.
If it's done in a non-sexual manner, you can show nudity. But it has to pass their guidelines, and it has to be a lot of things, and it's not you zooming in on a pair of a woman's bosoms and recording her without her permission while she's screaming at you.
And I'm sure the heavy breathing heard on the camera didn't help things.
Probably not. So a discussion happened between Cordova and this woman about his future. And she's like, Chris, you're a trained electrician. You know how much money you can make as an electrician if you started your own business? And you know what he said?
Oh, hell. An electrician working for somebody else can still be cleaning up.
Yeah, she suggested he started his own business. He'd make a lot of money, and he wouldn't be relying on YouTube anymore and its policies that he keeps violating. She also said his YouTube activities put him in trouble with the law a lot of times, which is exactly what he's not supposed to be doing, as he has a trial coming up for an incident that happened before his probation came into effect. And you know what he said?
That's my constitutional right.
He said that he needed to be passionate about his work. And he's not passionate about being an electrician. He would rather make much less money as a YouTuber. Because this is what he wants to do with his life.
Because it's much harder to be an electrician than it is to fuck around on YouTube and go out and get arrested for money.
And there's no the power trip he gets. So you can see him get the power trip when he's screaming at the cops, demanding badge numbers and names. You know, it's like he's getting off on it, in my opinion.
Like 99.99% of the frauditors.
Yes. So Christopher Cordova basically, and yeah, they aren't starting here. So what's going on? Christopher Cordova basically, he also for some reason would not let her look in his refrigerator. He refused, and then he had a bunch of stuff because he refused to tell her that she was on a live stream till 15 minutes into it, and then started refusing to answer personal questions while he was on the live stream. So yeah, he used it as an excuse to get out of answering certain questions. Because, of course.
That's just as bad as the morons that accuse the cops of doxing them when they use their legal name when interacting with them. The cops aren't the ones putting the video online, so how can they be the ones?
Well, remember back in the day, if you said his name Chris, he would freak out. He said that was doxing, and he would demand the video get taken down.
Yep.
It was a different time 2 years ago.
They do the exact same shit today. Just less courts are letting them get away with it.
Yeah. With so many in jail right now. Good morning, Gothic Sparrow. Well, yeah, that Gothic Sparrow brings up a point. Basically, he has to be a sober lifestyle. So if she found anything in there, like beer or anything else, funny things, he could get in trouble with the violation of his probation. He's also in supposed such financial difficulties that he's in the process of selling the condominium he inherited a few years ago. So he's looking to move to Colorado Springs, Colorado Springs. But probation still has to, let's say he's renting, they still have to approve the place. If he has a roommate, they still have to do a background check on the roommate, and it must be a sober living style. Could you imagine having to share space with DMA?
No. He's complaining because he's having financial difficulties, but he's won't use. If he's actually an electrician, he can go in and start off probably $30 or $40 an hour easy.
And with all that overtime and everything?
Yeah, and then once he has enough experience as an electrician, he can start his own business as an electrician and really clean up. But that takes work.
And it keeps him away from his real friends. You know, his fans.
Yeah, it's his real friends that only a very small fraction of he's ever seen in real life.
Right. And I do again apologize to his mother for calling her sweet tea. I didn't see her face. That was during our live last night or yesterday. And Sweet Tea, of course, is his ex-girlfriend.
That is obviously older than his mother.
Yes.
Again, I apologize.
To his mother.
Yes, Mrs. Cardigan.
The other news. Regan Benson is suing Englewood, Colorado, for various First Amendment conspiracies against her. Strangely, you know what's not included in the lawsuit?
A verifiable loss of income or violation of any rights.
And the multiple times that they deprived her of using the Englewood City Council's third floor private bathroom.
Oh, didn't she already try and sue for that?
No, she hasn't actually sued about the bathroom.
She just threatened to, I guess.
Yes. because they have the Inglewood Civic Center is a converted shopping mall, and they have a private area on the 3rd floor with private bathrooms that are staff only. It is only a short walk down a ramp to get to the 2nd floor and the 2nd floor bathrooms, but it's much too much for Regan Benson. She needs a key card of her own to get into the bathrooms. And for the past 2 of the 3 years, that seemed like her only motivation for being in Inglewood was to get revenge.
Well, she does like to potty stream.
Yes. Yes. Well, Parson, we got bribed to go early, so this is what you get. He's saying the news is much better when Pants reads it.
I laughed my ass off during one of her live streams when somebody in chat told her to get back in there and wash her hands.
Oh, Lord. Kova, she also protested because the facility is open. The facility contains a lot of things for the city of Inglewood, including the public library on the lower floors. That part of the building was found to be contaminated by methamphetamine users, and the bathrooms in 2023 were temporarily shut down while they were professionally cleaned and remodeled.
And those temporary bathrooms were not your normal porta potties. They were freaking nice.
Yeah, they were better than my, my bathroom here.
Well, they were better than 90% of your public restrooms, or if not more.
And in fact, some of the units they could have ordered had showers in them.
Yeah.
Despite her protest, she said she looked into renting one to be used for the homeless that she was helping at a homeless camp. She, of course, did not follow through with that promise, but she looked into it.
Well, the expense on those are not. They're pricey.
Yeah, they are.
And you put those into a homeless camp, the maintenance upkeep on them is going to skyrocket.
Oh, yeah. And good morning, Facebook Karen, who's not made an appearance yet, but she did thumbs up us on Facebook.
Why, thank you.
Oh, good Lord. Well, you were right. They started late, but I took the bribe. It's my own fault.
If we wouldn't have taken the bribe, they would have started on time. I guarantee it.
Yeah, probably. So we can blame Griffey for this, can't we?
No. You didn't have to accept the bribe.
Well, I did accept it was super chat. So I can't unaccept the bribe.
Yes, you can.
Plus, it was in Australian dollars. You know that they're like gold.
Yeah. We'll get together on the definition of gold later offline.
All right, could I see counsel at sidebar, please?
Sidebar! And good morning, Shuggy. We have had our first sidebar of the day after a 27-minute delayed start. It's a full crowd today, in fact. Look at that.
Yes, and Helen's quite upset over it.
Yes. Poor Helen. Shuggy says 12 sidebars. Griffey. YouTube users, get your sidebar counts in. I know a few of you already did. Those who don't may as well take advantage of this pause. They're zooming in on Karen Reed's parents. I don't know why her father's still wearing a trench coat in the courtroom, but we can only guess.
Let's hope it's not for the exposure.
Abby says 18 sidebars. Parsons still says 8647, which will probably get the FBI to our house.
Why would that get the FBI to her house?
Because they're investigating James Comey for posting that on Twitter, saying that that was a threat to assassinate the current president.
Huh?
Yes, the FBI is investigating it. Many of Trump's supporters have come out and supported the investigation, despite them posting the same thing about Biden years ago, 8646. So, yeah.
Getting rid of does not mean killing. It also means the growing number of support for
impeachment or removal or whatever.
Yep.
Yeah, it's the FBI is currently investigating former FBI Director James Comey for making the simple 4 letters on his Twitter.
Now, if they said 187.48, that might qualify.
Right, but it, yeah. Anywho. Griffey, we have not heard if Turtle Boy has missed the lotto for next week's press pool. Though this is an extended sidebar to start the day. The jury isn't even in yet.
It's all Pope's fault for making the sidebars too tasty.
Where the hell is Pope anyway?
He's doing popely things.
Yeah, sleeping in.
I highly doubt that. I mean, he does have that thing, that little 3-letter word thing that kind of gets in the way of these things. One of those things that Denver Cardigan refuses to get.
He's got a job.
So
It's
which manager is
YouTube.
in, please.
YouTube is his job. He was gloating about it. He said even the parole officer agrees. YouTube is a job.
Panhandling on a street corner is a job.
Well, yeah. Whatever Shuggy does is a job.
Rubber, fuck you, Jim.
There you go. But does Shuggy pay taxes? The world will never know.
That's between Shuggy and the Crown. Doom buddy da dum buddy da dum buddy da dee.
Please be seated.
Good morning, jurors. So, an issue has come to my attention that is going to make it necessary that I talk to each one of you individually over at sidebar with counsel. So that process will take a little while. So I'm going to, don't speculate
Wow.
what I'm going to talk to you about. Please, when you go back to the deliberation room, talk about anything but this case, and I'll see each of you individually, and the process may take time. The cameras will be shut off, and I'm going to talk to the lawyers about whether no filming. All right, send you back, and we will get back to you.
Wow.
Very curious to what
Now I'll see
what's
counsel.
What's going on? Yeah. Now, we've had, in the past couple of weeks, they had to talk to John O'Keefe's brother, who was making faces at Karen Reed. They had to move his seat. They also had to talk to Karen Reed's father, who was apparently making faces at the jurors and attempting to communicate, allegedly. That's why Karen Reed's father has had a security guard sitting with him for the past week now, blocking his direct view of the jury. We don't know for sure what's going on here, and I'm going to go through the rounds and make sure that no one's talking about it, but let's see if we have any leaks on this matter. But yeah, Griffey, if you want to go to bed, this might be the time. I'm sure we'll still be with you today. Just taking a look. Nothing much on Twitter so far, so no one's speaking yet. Virgo Wraith, basically, the judge, we had a late start today. The judge came in and said, jurors, I'm going to have to talk to each one of you individually outside of the presence of the camera. And that's what's going to happen. They're going to do individual interviews with the jurors to start the day.
probably won't be done until somewhere close to lunch, since they've got 18 jurors to go through.
Yeah. They had to do this last year, and it resulted in the dismissal of at least one juror. So, you know what? Let's see what we have on tap.
Tippity tap, 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 tip, tip, tap.
Okay, there's that. There is Drunk Girl. And yes, it's not too early to have a drunk girl to start the day. Yeah, Virgo, we're going to fill the space. We're not going anywhere. This is, as we've said before, the last full day of court for the week, or at least it was. Don't know how far back they'll be pushed because of this new Mrs. Tom. I believe there are 4 or 6 alternatives. alternate juries or jurors. Sorry.
Well, I got up early enough this morning. I had a very tasty breakfast.
What'd you have for breakfast?
Chicken fried steak and eggs.
Ooh. That sounds good.
Yeah, when I made chicken fried steak for dinner last night, had another steak ready to fry and just left it in the fridge overnight, and then fried it this morning.
Phil shows up just in time for this big dramatic pause.
Ooh, nice.
Phil, did you hear what happened?
No.
Okay, we started 26 minutes late. The judge comes in, lets the jury in, then immediately says,
"Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Before she let the jury in, sidebarred.
Yeah,
Sidebar!
Sidebarred for 10 minutes. And then it has come to my attention that I need to speak with each member of the jury off camera. So that's what we're going to do.
With the lawyers.
Yeah.
Wow. Uh-oh.
So.
Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh.
Yeah. I'm thinking 18, doing this 18 times. It's going to be close to lunch by the time they're done.
Yeah.
I wonder if this is what they were talking about, maybe a late start this morning.
Well, they did start late. They started about 25 minutes late.
I found the perfect match for NCR.
You did, because we were about to go to the perfect match for NCR as we're filling time here.
I just sent it to you.
Do we need to give the headphone warning in advance?
Believe it or not, we've already watched this one and married that woman off to NCR.
We did?
Yes, we've already married this woman off to NCR.
Oh, then no wonder why I thought it was the perfect match for.
Which one are we talking about?
She was. It's one of the body cams from Wisconsin. The girl's from Illinois. She's got a white BMW. She takes off twice from the cops and then is laughing when they're arresting her. And she's making fun of them. She's saying they're too fat. She's all skinny. Then she's a bipolar.
And didn't her dad show up at the end?
I didn't get that far. Could have. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. This is the one we've seen before on the show.
Yeah.
So let us go to
nuts. It was funny. She goes, "You could have asked me if I was diabetic. Yeah, I was lost. You could have just asked me if I was lost."
Figured we'd ask if you're sober first.
Yeah. She's driving 60 in a 30.
Instead, we're going to go to how a simple traffic stop ended in total disaster.
Ooh.
I'm hearing "Dearly Beloved" over Helen yelling at me.
Wait, before you start, that face, if you throw that face in Alexis, who do you think that looks like?
Karen Reed Jr. She looks a little younger than Karen Reed.
Let's see if she backed into someone.
A routine traffic stop quickly goes haywire when the driver messes up her own story.
Hey, how you doing?
How you doing, sir?
Mind turning your car off for me for a second?
Turn off?
Mind turning your car off? Yeah, turn your car off.
Yeah.
You have a driver's license registration on you?
Of course.
There's multiple reasons why I'm stopping you today.
Can you please explain for me, officer?
Yeah, because one, there was a green light back there and you sat there for almost 10 seconds or so and the lady had to beat the horn at you and you wouldn't move. I sat there and watched you, you wouldn't move. And then you finally decided to go up, then you started speeding, you started doing 60 in a It's like
You told me to
35
go
right there.
when the green light because,
Yeah, but then you sped up way past the speed limit.
officer.
You have an
So-
ID on you? Driver's
Of course
license?
I do. So I stopped at the green light. That's great. So,
What's your first name?
yes.
How much did
So-
you have to drink tonight?
Nothing. I
had no
haven't-
drinks today?
No, absolutely not. I
Okay.
drink water. I've been
Okay.
working. I work for a lawyer.
Oh, I didn't ask you who you work for. I just asked you if you had anything to drink tonight.
I had water the whole evening.
Okay.
So somebody's complaining because I'm not going the green light. That's a shame.
They were behind you, beeping at you. I was sitting right next to you, wondering why you're not going in the green light.
It's a crime to beep at the green light.
No, you can't be stopped at a green light. Green light means go.
No, a green light means go, of course, but he told me go. But
Yeah, you sat at the light for like 10 seconds when it's green. You didn't want to go anywhere. People were behind you. You're blocking traffic. You have your ID on you or no? You have your ID on you or no?
of course I do.
That's what I asked you for. You're supposed to stop at the red light.
I'm so sorry.
And then on top of it, you're speeding.
Thank you for telling me that because when somebody's beeping at me for a green light, so
Yeah, because you're stopped there. You're
I'm
blocking
so,
the intersection.
I'm so sorry.
You're blocking. You
Officer.
can't find your ID or no?
Of course I have my ID.
Well, I asked you 3 times now. You can't find it yet.
I'm looking for it.
Okay.
So
Well, you keep
if
stopping,
I,
though.
If I'm looking for it, doesn't mean I cannot find it. I'm still looking. Officer, when is it a crime to looking for your license?
I didn't say it was a crime looking for your license.
You know, without the accent, this could be a Karen Reed traffic stop. I'm looking in my purse and yeah,
Yeah.
no excuses. Or all excuses. All
Abby, no, the jury was not dismissed. They are being questioned.
well, she's
it could-
asking, was a
it could be
juror
PayPal.
dismissed last year?
No, last year, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be PayPal Patty if it says that's my purse. I don't know you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. You know that.
How you doing, sir? How you related to her?
She's like my friend.
Was that your friend?
It's great.
I'll be back with you in a second, all right? Hey, boss man, can I talk to you for a second back here? Hey, Maria, if you don't mind finding your registration for me. What's your first name?
Raymond.
Raymond?
Yes, sir.
All right. Listen, I'm going to ask you a couple times to be honest with me, all right? How much did she have to drink tonight?
I have no idea.
She drank a lot, though, right?
I have no idea.
Where's you guys coming from?
No, I'm not sure.
You guys have no idea where you're coming from?
Well,
You have no idea where you're coming from.
I mean that's her. I'm not sure where she was coming from.
So how did you get in contact with her?
A brass
Okay.
ring.
So you just now got a ride with her?
Hmm?
How long have you known her?
I've known her for a little while.
So she wasn't drinking with you?
No.
All right, hang out right there for me. Maria, do you have a registration for this car?
It's my son's car. It's a dealer's car. He's a dealer.
Okay, well, that's another problem. One is you have to make sure that anytime you drive a car, you have to be able to find the paperwork on it.
Well,
Yeah, if you have a Route 94 reference, possible single one. Here's
My
the other
son's
problem is
always-
technically you can't drive a car for private use on a dealer car.
it's not private use.
It is private use. Are you selling the car?
And my son is.
Are
it's a test.
you selling the car?
No, my son is a
Okay,
dealer.
are you
I'm doing-
transporting this car for sale?
Absolutely not. I'm
Then
doing,
you can't use it for private use. If you're driving from the bar, right?
no, absolutely not. I'm doing a test drive.
You're doing a test drive.
He's
How you
doing a test drive,
My
folks.
son is a dealer.
Test drive.
Okay.
Yep.
Can you call my son Matt?
No, you're driving the car. Are you driving it to a point of sale?
No, because my son is a dealer.
11:43
Drive it to and from on
p.m.
private
She's
use.
doing a test
Are you just
drive.
not coming from Brass Ring?
Well,
bringing your
you
friend
know,
home, correct?
I
We're
have
doing a test
had
drive. I
dealers
had
who would
this car
let
for
me
like 2 days.
take a
You're not doing
car
a test drive.
overnight.
Absolutely, I
You're
am.
using it for
Okay.
private use to bring your friend home. You can only use a dealer tag to drive to and from a dealership for sale.
I'm
You're
not.
not making a purchase right now.
My son is a dealership.
I understand that, so he's doing it illegally.
No, he has. a
Yes, he is. I'm
dealership.
telling you what he's doing. You're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm telling you.
My son has a dealership license.
I understand that. That's only to sell a car. You're not selling a car now. You're using it for private use.
I
You're
bought
not.
the car.
Maria, stop arguing with me.
You use your right to remain silent and stop trying to get your son's license revoked.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
His dealer license taken away.
That might upset her son a little bit for some strange reason.
Just a little. Just a little.
And listen what I'm telling you.
Sir.
You're driving your friend home. You cannot do that on a private use. You can only do it from from a sale. That's the only time you're allowed to use a dealer tag for. It's not to drive all over town and figure out what you're going to do with your car. You're not on a test drive. Your son's not in the car. You don't have a salesperson in the car doing a test drive. You're using it for private use to bring a friend home from the brass ring. I'm going to ask you one more time to see how good your credibility is. How much did you have to drink tonight? Because I can smell it all over you.
What are you smelling all over?
How much alcohol beverage have you drank tonight?
Absolutely not.
So I'm going to go to brass ring and ask them how much did Maria drink. They're going to say a lot, right?
No, please do.
All right, go ahead and step out of the car for me, Maria.
Absolutely not. I don't have to. It's my car.
It's not your car, it's your son's car. I'm going to ask you to step out of the car before I take you to jail because you're going to get hurt if you don't step out of the car.
Excuse me?
I'm asking you to step out of the car, and I really don't want to get you hurt. Please step out of the car. You are being recorded right now. Go ahead and step out of the car before I take you to jail.
Call my son. This is dealership. Call my son, please.
I don't need to call your son. Get out of the car before I get you hurt. Because I'm going to hurt you blowing you out of the car if you don't get out of the car.
You're going to hurt me? For what?
I'm going to take you to jail if you don't get out of the car. That's why I asked you to get out of the car. Because I'm a law enforcement officer asking you to get out of the car. Please
I
follow
think
my
he
orders
needs
if you
to
don't get hurt.
choose his
Okay,
words
so-
better, though.
Yeah.
Basically telling he will hurt her, taking her out of the car.
Right.
Not that smart of a thing to say. I don't, in my opinion.
I agree with you.
For those joining us, I see a bunch of new folks over on Twitter and on YouTube. Right now, the Karen Reed trial is in a temporary delay as the judge called proceedings to a halt at the start, and she is interviewing each and every juror with the lawyers in the courtroom. Everyone else has been cleared from the courtroom. According to Grant Smith, Ellis is reporting Karen Reed and her legal team look deeply concerned. Something is happening.
They found their plant.
Maybe, because, I mean, I'm not kidding about that. Turtle Boy was openly saying things like they'd have a plant on the jury, or they'd attempt to have one. So, allegedly, that is. Allegedly saying it. So, we'll see.
Can you please call my son?
I don't need to call your son. You're a grown woman. I don't need to call your son. Take your seatbelt off before I rip you out of the car, and you're going to get hurt. You may want to follow my orders before you get hurt.
What do you want from me, sir?
I want you to undo your seatbelt and step out of the car.
For what?
Because I think you've been drinking tonight, and also you're driving around with an unregistered motor vehicle, which is a criminal offense.
Okay, so
I'm buttoning your seatbelt before I take you out of the car.
Why would
get
you
out of the
hurt
car?
me?
Because I want to have to rip you out of the car because you're not going to exiting the car.
can I please have my phone back?
Absolutely not. You can get out of the
You're
car.
going to rip me out of my car?
I'm about ready to, yeah, if you don't start listening to my directions.
For what?
I'm asking you to simply just get out of the car so I can speak with
No,
you.
please give me a ticket for whatever I'm doing.
No, I'm not getting you a ticket. Right now, you're being suspected of DUI. I'm doing my investigation. I have asked you to get out of the car 3 times now. I'm going to tell you right now again, before I rip you out of this car and take that seatbelt off you, you're going to get hurt.
You're going to
It's
rip
in
me
your
out of my
best
car?
interest to step out of the car.
For what?
He's asking you to step out of the
Your
car.
vehicle is
He
unregistered.
said-
You're using a dealer tag
rip me out of my car.
illegally. And on top of that, you're suspected
This is
DUI.
my son's car.
Okay. Take off your seatbelt and step out of the car.
For what reason?
He's already explained to you.
No, he hasn't.
He just told you 3 times in the
For
30
what,
seconds
sir?
I've been sitting here. Take off your seatbelt and step out of the car.
Absolutely not.
Now you're going to get hurt
You're going to hurt me for what?
because you're not exiting the car like we asked you to.
Is this the son? Do you have
No, that's just her
No.
friend, supposedly from
call my
Brass Ring.
son.
She's using a dealer tag. Car's unregistered.
No, it's not my son. It's a dealer.
I've already explained it to you 5 times now that you can't use a
this is
dealer
your
tag.
last chance to step out of the car on your own or you will be taken out of the car.
No, absolutely not.
Okay, then you can get out of the car. We'll take you out by
My
force.
son is a dealership.
Okay, doesn't matter.
Okay, where's my car?
Step up, please. Thank you very much. Don't fight. Don't
I'm not trying
fight.
to.
You are fighting her. Stop fighting her.
I'm not. Like, what is happening? Please call my son.
Well, we were trying to do a basic DUI investigation because you've been drinking a lot.
No, I have not.
I can smell it all over you.
I can tell.
No, I haven't. No, I haven't.
Stop fighting her.
Hey, seriously?
Yeah, we asked you to get out of the car 3 times. You won't get out of the car. More than that.
That's not my
I
breath
can
you're
smell the
smelling.
alcohol in you, and I have severe allergies to the point when if I can smell it, You've been drinking.
I've been drinking water all day.
I don't think so.
All day.
You just hit my head on the freaking concrete.
And water means vodka in her planet, apparently.
Right.
Well, she might have a water back on her drinks.
Yeah.
It's distilled water.
Yes. Or
I've never understood the people who like to just add water to their drink. I mean,
right.
I can understand putting like rum and Coke and whatnot, but water?
Yeah. Well, like after my dad died last month, my sister was visiting and went to get a shot of vodka out of our cabinet. And it turns out that years ago, when my nephew had visited, he was apparently underage and helping himself to the vodka and replacing it with water.
Well, it looked the same.
So,
looks the same.
when my sister went to get herself a shot of vodka, well, she got a surprise. Very, very watered down. Apparently, yeah, he admitted to me when I talked to him about it. He is now an adult. Oh yeah, I forgot I did that. It was a tough summer.
Yeah.
And now so much about that summer makes sense. Because literally, my dad was an alcoholic, so he stopped drinking in the 80s. My mom only drinks beer. I don't drink, and my sister moved out in the early 2000s. So no one touched anything in that liquor cabinet for, at least 2 decades now. In fact, that's where we keep our cooking sauces. So the
cooking sauce, huh?
Well, like Worcestershire sauce and vinegar and all that are in the bottom.
Keep Jim from drinking them straight from the bottle.
So yeah, so much is explained.
What's your sister?
What?
there's a company that makes what's your sister?
Oh, there you go. What's your sister sauce?
Yeah, because you can't pronounce it.
Yeah, I can't pronounce it, and I'm all stuffed up today. So yeah.
Well, this past weekend, we were coming home from flower shopping and the grocery store, and there was a car parked in the middle of the road, and the guy was passed out.
Okay.
So I pulled over, I called 911, and because he's blocking traffic, it's one of our main roads, so he's blocking traffic, and the guy is just like out cold.
Right.
And so 911 operator is like, does he need medical attention? I'm like, I don't know. And I knocked on the window. The guy wakes up, and when he rolls down the window, just all the alcohol goes right into my face. And I go, yeah, he's drunk.
Yeah.
And he actually drove off. So
right.
But the cops are like looking for him. So just
did you need a field sobriety test for anything like that with alcohol?
Yes. Yeah. Just like, oh my God.
Yeah, you came back to the car and you're like, honey, you better drive. I think I'm drunk.
I got a contact high from breathing in the liquor. Oh.
Well, they did have those bars that vaporized alcohol. That you would get drunk by inhaling the alcohol instead of drinking it.
Okay. Never heard of that.
Yeah, I saw a demonstration of that on some YouTube video.
I don't know if they ever made it to the States, but they were a trend in, I think, UK.
Right.
Of course. Of course.
Yeah. It was fancy. It was the same time. It was around the same time they were making everything into foam. So you would eat the foam of what you really wanted to eat.
Okay.
Oh, that shit went on here in the United States, too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, man. I do remember that. Yeah, we had a grocery store that would fry croissants. Ooh. Yeah, it was good.
You mean Cronuts?
Sure.
In your,
I just
in your,
had one
go ahead.
last week. They fry a croissant and then dip it in the glaze.
Yeah. I didn't
Still
know that's
no
what they call
updates from the courtroom, and in your unnecessarily snarky update, Chili de Castro's time to sue the corrupt, unprincipled Judge Ann Zimmerman GoFundMe campaign is still at $160 out of the $5,000 he says he needs. We'll be updating it throughout the day. Today he said he'd be up early to go file suit in Las Vegas against the unprincipled and corrupt Judge Ann Zimmerman, and he would be protesting at a local newspaper which he planned on suing for defamation as part of his extended live stream today.
The newspaper defamed him by reporting on it.
Yes, the Las Vegas Review-Journal, I believe, he's saying, defamed his character, and he will be suing anyone who defamed him. Anyone.
Yes, the newspaper reported the truth and not Chili's fantasy of what happened.
Yes. Right. And speaking of Chili's fantasy, good morning, Gia.
Good morning.
Good morning. We are on a break as the judge started the trial, had a 10-minute sidebar, came back, brought the jury in, told the jury that she would now have to do individual interviews with each jury member in the presence of the lawyers. According to Grant, Karen Reed looked very concerned.
What'd she do now?
I don't know. But we are waiting for that to happen while we are playing some Drunk Girl.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna go get another cup of coffee. You continue.
There you go. We're gonna play the last 3 or 5 minutes of this one.
No, you didn't hit the cock.
Yeah, you did. Come here, give me phone. Sit down.
We asked you to get out of the car numerous times. We're conducting an investigation. You don't want to listen to us. It's called resisting
Get
arrest.
In the car. Sir, why
Get
did
in
you
the
take
car.
my phone and then put my...
Have a seat, please.
Hey.
Listen to what she has to tell you.
Get in the car.
So what is this? I'm going to be detained for what?
You're being arrested.
You're being arrested now.
For what?
Resisting arrest.
Because I didn't stop at the green light. I didn't commit any crime.
Oh, we already went on over this. I'm not arguing with you.
No, I just want to please give me like
I didn't commit no crime.
Maria was taken to the hospital for medical clearance after being pulled from the vehicle.
Maria, I want to read you something real quick. Make sure you understand it, okay?
the Miranda rights.
Yeah. You ready?
No, absolutely not.
No. Ready?
I don't know.
I'm going to read them to you, all right? You have the right to the presence of a lawyer of your choice before you make any statement and during...
Are they laughing at her in the background?
First of all, I have to know what the charges are.
I already told you what the charges are 5 times. You're being arrested for resisting without and unregistered motor vehicle so far. You understand your rights, yes or no?
Yes and no. Oh.
Okay, what
yes
do you
and
understand?
no.
Resisting arrest for what I did wrong?
That has nothing to do with understanding your rights, though. You can question your charge all day long, but it has nothing to do with understanding your rights.
I'm not quite certain about the situation.
Maria, it's a yes or no answer. Do you understand what he read to you?
I'm not requesting you submit to lawful test of your blood for the purpose of detecting its alcohol content and the presence of chemical controlled substances. Do you want to give a blood test, yes or no?
No.
No? Okay. If you refuse to take the test I request of you, your driving privilege will be suspended for a period of 1 year. You understand what I just read to you, yes or no? Yes or no?
I'm going to say no to that.
You're going to say no to the blood test?
To both.
Okay. You're not going to get a breath test either, all that good stuff?
There's no reason for you to stop me for that.
Okay. So you're refusing to give a breath test, blood test, or any type of test?
Of course, because
All
I haven't been drinking, so yes.
All right, that's been documented at 1:41 a.m. on, was it 4/13/2024. You're not going to sign anything?
Which, if you haven't been drinking, the answer should be, sure, take my sample and
What would you like me to sign?
let me go.
Paperwork that says that you agree to understanding your constitutional warnings and agree to your refusing
What do
blood
you
test.
want me to agree to? What law
I
do
just want to agree
agree?
that you understand your rights. That's all I'm asking you to.
I know my rights. I already know my
All
rights.
right, well, it's already caught on camera then.
What rights? What are you trying to tell me? Convey.
My
rights,
Please explain
my
this to me.
rights.
Well, your rights?
I know my
Okay.
rights.
Oh, you know your rights. And okay, that's good.
So what are you trying to convey to me?
I'm just asking you if you want to get a blood test, yes or no.
Does she know her
Why
left?
would you ask me to do that?
All right.
I don't think so.
You're being arrested for DUI,
Again?
resisting, and also
Again?
an motor vehicle. All right?
Again.
It amazes me how we may see hundreds of cars on the road in one day. But out of those cars, ask yourself this. Of those people on the road, who's driving legally and who decided to drive whether they're supposed to be driving or not? And I've probably stopped hundreds of cars while on patrol, some simple and some aggravating. And then I had those that seriously made me think, why me? Because beyond the belligerent behavior, bad breath, and slurred speech, many times it becomes a showdown of the cop versus the DUI, who thinks they're perfectly fine to drive off when they're so drunk they can't even find the car door handle. Like today, we have a familiar scene, a car stop on a stretch of road with a driver who was doing her best to look as if she didn't know why she got stopped. And here's a tip, police can stop you if you linger at a green light a bit too long. And honestly, if they haven't fallen asleep at the wheel, this is how drunk people consistently drive, because most times they push the limits driving way over the speed limit. And then she made the statement that she only had water, but it's funny how water smells a lot like liquor these days. But maybe that's just me. And I hope everybody noticed how this woman struggled to understand a simple question, can I have your ID? And please explain to me how the guy in the passenger seat felt safe riding with this woman. And remember, she's operating this car with no paperwork, and whether her son's a dealer or not, she's on the road illegally. And the laws on dealer plates do vary from state to state, but in general, most states only allow dealer license plates to be used by an owner.
What's that, Hank?
I got an answer why the passenger felt safe. Because he was shit-faced.
Yes.
Because he had to lean on the car to walk to the rear of the car.
Of course.
Officer, employee of the dealership, or by a customer that is test driving the car, and that's according to the Automobile Dealer Training Association. Now, I did think that this couldn't get worse than that water statement, but Maria refusing to get out of the car with that confused look on her face just made this worse for her, because no officer wants to drag somebody out of the car, because it does count as a use of force, and it just makes the scene much, much worse. Now, to end this one, I have stood where these officers stood, at the end of a hospital bed, and tried speaking to impaired people who had no clue of the trouble they were in. And then when I see them in court, the attitude and the defiance is gone, and it is replaced with regret and sometimes tears.
So
and it's
cute.
amazing how standing in front of a judge has a way of turning
cute
loud
he is.
defiance into somber regret. And I'm thinking that's exactly what's going to happen with Maria.
Maria was charged with driving
Come home
under
now,
the
baby.
influence,
After
resisting
you're down
without
on this,
violence, operating an unregistered motor vehicle, and refusal to sign her citations, totaling a bond of $2,500. In addition to her citation for operating an unregistered motor vehicle, she was also cited for careless driving due to her speed and stopping at the green light, as well as driving with no insurance. She is innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law.
So, folks, that's our first drunk girl of the day.
Do they not let you do the extended test run drives anymore?
Yeah, they do.
Okay. Yeah, my wife and I were looking at cars one weekend, just before a weekend, and they said to take the car for the weekend for an extended test drive. Yeah. And I said, well, that's not a good idea because we're going to see family this weekend. And oh, that's no problem. You'll love the car, and we'll do the paperwork on it so you can purchase it Monday. I'm like, well, if I decide I want it at that point, sure.
Right.
But I'm not guaranteeing you a sale by going on this test run.
Right.
Yeah. I came back, drove to Houston to see a couple of my relatives, then up to Dallas to see some of her relatives, and then back home.
Wow.
Did you buy the car?
No.
Okay.
Because I was leaning towards buying the car. Thank God we went on an extended test run, and I found I after about an hour in the seat, it was uncomfortable.
Right.
And
well, folks, go ahead.
back then I took a lot of road trips, so comfort in the car for an extended period of time was important to me.
Yeah.
Right. Folks, for those just joining us, we're in an extended break in the Karen Reed murder trial as the court started late, went into an immediate sidebar, then the judge brought the jury in and said that they had to do individual interviews in the presence of lawyers with each member of the jury. The courtroom was cleared, and they are currently interviewing the jury. We'll have news when we have news, but for right now, they're scheduled to go a full day, so we'll be right with you. We're going to do some filler. We already did one drunk girl. We're going to do a drunk gentleman this time.
For Gia.
Possible Gia match.
Helicopter.
That's right. Possible match for Gia. And good night, Griffey.
I'll be back. It's something to do.
Okay. So good night, Griffey, as we're finding a possible mate for Gia this time.
Excuse me?
Yes.
No.
Yes. Hold on, I have to move you over, so.
No.
There you go. You're on the other side of the screen.
No.
So it's either a possible mate for Gia or let's see who's in the room. Let's see. I see Cereal. It is either a possible mate for Gia or Cereal.
Well, wasn't Pants looking for a matchup?
Yeah, but Pants isn't here. He went back to bed.
Damn it, Pants.
He went back to bed.
Is Pants's bed actually just a hanger in a closet?
I think so. He had said it was a hammock, but this is Pants. It's probably just a hanger.
I've wanted it since 11 years old! The last time I was here, one of you decided to call me Kurt Cobain and laugh so much. That? All of it! All of you! All of you disgust me!
On December 14th, 2022, in Racine County, Wisconsin, Officer Stino and Jennifer were dispatched to the scene of a vehicle crash.
That was a dude.
Okay, the voice sounded less male-like to me than I thought it would.
I'll pass. Thank you.
So you're saying Cereal, this is a pick for Cereal.
Does this one make you moist?
Yes. He will want this.
Yes.
Yes, he will.
Yes, though she's saying she's going to go wake Pants up. But I think Pants is already awake.
Moist. 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 Moist.
No, that was just a recording. Sorry, Cereal.
Crash after the driver, Gage, managed to crash into two unoccupied vehicles in a state of intoxication, leading to the following events.
Hello.
Howdy.
You were driving this car?
Yeah.
What happened?
I was just driving along and the rain was too much for me and I didn't see it until the airbag hit me in the face, and after that I got right out of the car and made sure everyone was okay.
Where are you coming from?
I was just coming from my ex-girlfriend's house, heading back out to Burlington.
Okay. Do you have a DL on you? A driver's license?
Everything in the car.
I just need your driver's license.
So nobody's complaining. This is everything, I think.
Were you the one with injuries?
I mean, I guess from the airbag.
Do you want to get checked out by rescue?
No, I'm alright. Rescue, they charge me a lot every time.
They're good. He wasn't in the car. He's claiming
it's like $150 for what? A bloody nose? I'm fine. I'll be okay. I don't know what.
So you just couldn't see?
No, yeah. My windshield work isn't the best. I was trying to fix them the day before. I guess just didn't fix them fast.
How do you run into a parked car though?
Well, because I'm driving and the rain's coming down. I got my windows up full speed.
Yeah.
but that doesn't mean I can see fast.
Have you been drinking today?
You want the third one?
So you're driving faster than the road
Yeah,
conditions
just give me a
allow.
second. I have
Okay.
to go with her. Is the car under your name? Yes. Okay. Do you have insurance on the vehicle? No. No? I haven't gotten it on there yet. Okay.
I just ran out my fourth car.
Oh, you hit my car?
Yeah.
You got insurance?
I'm sorry, I couldn't see through my windshield.
You have insurance?
I have insurance.
Okay.
I could not see through my windshield wipers.
Seem a little intoxicated, huh? Do you have?
I'm alright.
Do you have a? I got all my stuff I need. I just need a something. I have all their info. I'm just gonna give them complaint cards. So honestly, that's just the citation.
Citation?
Yeah.
He's got his driver's license now?
Yep.
Okay.
It's on the form. Everything's on the form.
Okay.
It sucks because I replaced all 4 tires on my
Here,
old Toyota.
here's where you're gonna get the. No, I don't. This is where you're gonna get the crash report. He's gonna give you a citation, and then you're gonna be free to go. Okay?
Alright.
40-minute flashers on appears unoccupied. Hold on, something.
Who?
This is the one that hit my car.
What boy one? What's he doing?
41, you wanted to show you a
Come on, me, just go ahead and beat me, and I'm like,
Let's come over here because I expressed how much guilt I felt. I'm like, go ahead, me if that's the way you feel.
I came out, looked at
Now
my
she
car,
wants to
and I'm
come
like,
in
doing it myself.
explain to you how much of a meaning that meant. So I'm gonna walk away now.
That's a good idea.
Oh, God.
Ma'am, I understand you're upset. I understand there's a lot going on. But this would be a lot easier, a lot faster if you...
I just came up to get this.
I know.
He was like,
I know.
I'm like, shoot for what? And
Right.
get out my face.
I understand.
My son, if he would have been in that car.
I understand that. Luckily, nobody's really hurt.
Yeah, she wants to, like, I told her how guilty I felt, and she
Okay,
wants
you don't
to,
need to talk to her anymore, okay?
I
You
know,
go
I'm
stand
not
by your
talking
car.
to her. I'm just, I could have feel worse than I do now.
Okay, well, why don't we go stand over there, because I'm sick of standing in the middle of the road. Here, hold on.
Excuse me. I just wanted to ask. I ain't gonna touch you.
No, I know.
Is there can I speak to you real quick?
Yeah.
Is there a supervisor that could be called? Because I'm just trying to figure out why he, like a supervisor, something that could be called. Because I'm just trying to figure out how is he just getting away scot-free and he totaled 2 cars. And
I just gave him a ticket like 2 seconds ago.
he under the influence, sir.
Hey, have you had anything to drink tonight?
Nope.
All right, well, I smell
Why did it
intoxicating
take
and slur in
a
your
civilian
words.
telling him that?
Yeah, I was
I mean,
about to say.
the signs were there, were well enough to at least ask questions.
Right. And the lady was she had mentioned it before that he was drunk. So why aren't they acting on it until she came out and said?
So you want to try that again? If you had anything
I mean,
to
if
drink
he asks a
tonight?
question and he actually is sober, then
All right,
no
well, my
harm, no
supervisor-
foul.
Right.
He's on his way, and we'll see what we're gonna do. Okay. All right. What's up, man? You're gonna stand right here. No.
I was just thinking, yeah.
No, you're gonna go stand right over there.
Alright.
Why would I take you to jail if you didn't do nothing wrong?
And then I'll just be truthful and say that I've had a
Hey, back up.
Come on, let's go.
No, back up.
I gotta take a piss.
What'd you have to drink?
I had some whiskey earlier, but not too much.
What kind of whiskey?
It was definitely the windshield wipers that I couldn't see.
Okay. How long ago?
Like a few hours ago, I'd say.
Hours ago, and how many?
Just the one.
Just the one.
But yeah, I gotta take a piss, man.
Yeah, I do too.
I'm gonna go take a piss over here then, I guess.
No, you gotta stay right here, man.
Well, then arrest me, because I gotta go take a piss in public.
No, I'm not doing that. You're not gonna piss in public.
Come on, dude. Come on. I don't have all day. Just me if anything.
Why would I do
Dude,
that?
I don't
Because,
have
like,
all
that's where I'm
day.
at right now.
What do you mean that's what you're at?
Shoot me.
No.
You want me to back you?
No.
Is that what it takes?
I don't think that's what you want either.
I don't really give a no more, no, man. I don't know. I could just start walking away.
No, you're gonna put your hands behind your back.
Are you gonna give me wanting to rest?
Hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back, please.
All right, finally, put me in the car car. I got to take a piss.
Put your hands behind your back.
Thank you, dude. Let me take a piss first.
No.
Cold,
yeah, I'm gonna put you in there. So just give me a second.
Thank you. Oh, at the very least, that's what Let's say. Get me in the right side.
Gage, come on, man. Oh, excuse me. That's cool. All right.
Boy.
So it's his second.
Yep.
He's going to the hospital.
Yep.
I've never done blood before.
Okay. Well, we'll get there. Come on.
All right.
Lucky bastard! I've wanted to die since 11 years old! I've never gotten over the fact I hate myself for my bunk bed at 11 years old!
What the hell?
I'm so lonely and abused! You! Man, I don't want to be alive no more! I never have
Okay, we're gonna take it down.
I never motherfucking call me Kurt Cobain, so f***ing cop!
All right, Gage. Let's get up here.
Why do people think it's a good idea when they're in trouble to talk about self-harm? It never gets you out of trouble.
No, it gets you a psych eval. That's what it gets you. It gets you a psych eval, but you're still going to end up in jail.
Yes, and your time in a hospital for the psych eval doesn't count as your time served. Like if you just went straight to jail.
Oh, it's like the other night when Harvey Freebird got arrested. He had a panic attack, had to be hospitalized for 7 hours, but then was bragging about the panic attack so he didn't have to sit in a cell all night. And I'm like, well, okay, this could have been a serious issue, dude. Plus your insurance is being charged for all that, you know.
You're assuming he has insurance.
He does have insurance because this is the second time something like that's happened where he's bragged that he has the best insurance in Texas.
It wouldn't be like a frauditor to lie about anything like that.
Yeah, it's I don't know, but anyway, but all that cost is gonna catch up with him at some point.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like he got off scot-free. Yeah, he didn't have to sit in a cell for 7 hours, but still, he still has serious charges. Well, not really. He was walking the wrong way on a highway, so $500 charge probably get dismissed, but still, it counts.
Yep.
All right. Come on. Bring it, dude.
Stay in the car.
Nah, shoot me.
What?
Tase me, shoot me out.
All right, you know what? If you're coming out, you're coming out.
Because I am sick of everything and anything.
What are you sick of?
Life.
Here's the deal.
I'm sick of life. I've been sick of life for the longest time that I can remember, dude.
Easy. Easy.
Stop. You gotta say correct. Nah. As much. The last time I was here, one of you decided to call me Kurt Cobain and laugh. So. That? Police. Ever since that moment. I don't trust none of you for shit. You are arrested. None of you care. All you want to make is jokes. You want to look at me and you want to laugh at me. That's fine too. I don't give a shit. Shoot me!
Are you believed to be intoxicated and driving your vehicle? Are you willing to go through?
I don't give a f. I want to be dead. You mother stupid.
Stop it.
I don't give a f. I don't give a f.
Okay, then another jump.
Okay, I can barely breathe while I'm get off my back.
I'll let you breathe. You can breathe. You're talking right now.
Nah, cause like I'm breathing.
Barely putting pressure on you.
You stupid d. Oh, f***ing call you out like that motherfucker choked out. Or I'll hold my breath and die.
Who'd you choke
and
out?
then I'll blame it on you, stupid. Okay. I smoke like I want to die. Get off my back, you stupid.
I don't think it's possible to hold your breath so long you die.
Barely putting any pressure on.
I mean, it takes discipline to be able to hold your breath long enough to pass out.
Right.
No one's gonna shoot you, and no one's suffocating you. You're yelling, you're screaming, you're able to talk to us. His knee is braced across your entire spine. It's not going to actually impede your ability to breathe. You yelling and screaming is gonna hurt you breathing more so. Do you want to get a wheelchair? Can you get a wheelchair for us? That way we can.
My legs work, ain't no cripple.
No one called you a cripple. But you're fighting every single thing we tried to talk to you about.
Because you ain't shot me yet, you stupid.
No one's gonna shoot you.
You're gonna shoot me, yeah, you are. Come on, bring it, you. Oh, come on. I went to buy a gun today.
Did you?
What might work?
What'd you buy?
I didn't. I was thinking about it,
You
though.
were thinking about it? We're gonna hobble his legs real quick first so he can't kick, and then we'll throw him up there.
But it wasn't to hurt nobody because I care too much.
You care
It was
too
more
much?
because I hate myself.
Ready?
There's so many more economical ways to do that.
I'm no use to anyone anyways. I've been wanting to die. The first time I hung myself was 11 years old from my bunk bed. I've been locked up in solitary confinement throughout my life as a child. Me. I'm done dealing with this that I've been dealing with.
Here, I'll help you settle this patient. You're welcome.
I don't know if you guys remember what fucking facilities used to do that, but they used to lock kids in a room for hours at a time.
Alright.
You want to do this behind the knees?
Yeah, do whatever. Motherfucker.
Shut up.
Yeah, okay.
Oh boy, it's like The Exorcist.
Do you have a name and date of birth so we can register him?
Gauge, and
You
then
get the woman in the this way. You come on, mom.
Down. I know that the doctor won't medically care him without that.
Hey, I'm not reaching for that. Come on.
Gage, what are you doing?
Hey, you stupid!
No.
Okay, we got it.
I don't want to be here anymore.
Okay then.
I have never wanted to be here.
Gage, we have to do a couple tests with you. Okay. Before we go
That's
anywhere.
good.
Okay.
As long as one requires me to die at the end.
That's not going to happen right now.
Jeez, how
The
dramatic
power of
can
Christ
you be?
compels you. The power of Christ compels you.
Will you do a blood draw, Gage?
I don't give a. Bring it on. As long as me, if I get enough effort towards one of you.
So if we're able to take blood from your arm, are you going to fight with us or are you going to allow it to happen?
No, I'm gonna fight you to the very end of everything and anything.
Okay.
Until I'm dead.
Gage was promptly sedated by hospital staff to calm him down, and his blood was successfully drawn, after which he was transported to the Racine County Jail, where booking went as smoothly as you'd expect.
Let me out!
We're getting you out in a second.
Gage was later found guilty in court for resisting obstructing an officer and disorderly conduct and was sentenced to 35 days in the local jail. Please consider showing your support by liking this video if you want to see more of these cases with a proper legal analysis. Make sure to subscribe to stay informed about future cases like this.
Okay, then. Again, we're on a break from the Karen Reed murder trial, as the judge is personally interviewing each and every juror in the presence of the attorneys for both sides. We don't have an official update. We do have a lot of speculation from various parties as to what's going on. Until we get something official, we're not going to comment on it.
Yeah, I doubt we'll get an official reason why they're doing this. They might announce they've excused a juror or two.
Or if it's to the point where it's several jurors, it could be a mistrial. We don't know yet. We don't know anything, so we're going to just keep with it.
I hope not. Starting over at this point.
Yeah, it'd be another year. It'd be next year. Oh, God, this isn't supposed to be a yearly event, Hank. It's not supposed to be every year. It's... I mean, it was supposed to be over.
Maybe since it's looking like it's an annual event, we can get it kicked off with the new band Boob Smack.
There you go. Yeah, this weekend is the 3rd anniversary of the boob heard around the world, as Chili DeCastro encountered Kate Peter on a street in Massachusetts during a Memorial Day parade. Oh, fun times were had by all. Good Lord. But seriously, if this is a mistrial...
That's my brother. He's off his meds.
Oh, good Lord. Good Lord. Now I'm going to look and I'm going to see in our Karen, we do have a Karen Reed area on our Discord server, which pulls in the tweets from most of the people involved in the case, including Karen Reed, though she doesn't post that often.
I wonder if her lawyers have figured out how damning her talking to every press. So now they're controlling what leaks out from her lips.
Right. Well, and this trial, she's been more in control than last trial. She is now participating in every sidebar instead of sitting on her own making faces at people. And she seems to be ordering people around. But there's the fact that this is costing millions of dollars in her followers' money, because everything she is doing is being funded by her fans.
She doesn't care.
Yeah, she sold her house, sure, but how much that money is actually going to her defense? She has lucrative sources of income from her fans in this case.
Well, did she sell her house because she had to, or she's moving to a better house now that she's got this extra income coming in?
I do not know. And hold on, it looks like our feed has been frozen for some time. So let's try this again. There we go. Our feed is restarted on the side there.
If our feed is frozen, is that like a TV dinner?
Oh boy. So we're going to take a bathroom break instead of our usual, our usual morning break, because apparently we're going to go straight through that with the juror interviews. So let me pull it up here.
Potty patrol, woo, 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 potty patrol.
Woo, woo. So we'll be back after a song or two.
Poop, there it is. Poop, there it is.
So we'll be back in a few minutes, folks. We'll be again. Get your break in now, because who knows how long this is going to last today. And we are back. For those just joining us, Judge Beverly Canoni is interviewing each juror. Not sure why, but they're in the presence of the lawyers in the case, and the courtroom has been cleared. They've been going on for about 40 minutes now. We're going to stick with this case until some sort of announcement is made or they return to taking testimony today. So we're in it with you, folks, and we thank you for sticking with us. Tonight we'll be back with you at 8 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock where it counts, 6 o'clock Mountain Time, and 5 o'clock on the West Coast for our debate tonight. Which animal is more dangerous? A corgi or a rottie? That will be one of the many topics we talk about tonight on our Chit Chat show at 8 o'clock Eastern. Tomorrow we'll be back with you, as long as nothing happens to stop this case, and we're not speculating, but we'll be back with you at 8:55 a.m. Eastern Time tomorrow morning with our continuing coverage. Tomorrow was set to be a half day, so we'll see if that's impacted by this. And they were set to be off on Friday. So, yeah, who knows how the court is going to proceed from here. Friday was an observation of Memorial Day, I believe. They may also have been scheduled to be off for Monday. We have no information as to what is exactly why the judge is questioning each and every juror, but we'll have that when we have that, as there's a lot of speculation out there. Hank, how you doing today?
I'm doing good.
We've got another wonderful drunk person video coming up. This has doggies. This has doggies in it, so that could be a good one. As we go to...
Could be a very upsetting one also.
Well, it says, gotcha, road rage suspect arrested at home. Suspect dogs try to escape. So we shall see.
Hi, are you Adrian? I am, yes. Do you mind if I speak with you, Adrian? Yeah. Can I help you with something? Yeah. I'm so sorry. I'm in my robe. How can I help you? No worries. So, before I ask any further questions, Adrian, is your last name Martinez? Yes. Okay. Do you drive a red Lexus? I do, yes. Okay. So I'm just going to read you your rights real quick, okay? Before I ask you any further questions about the incident of why I'm here, okay? Okay. So you have the right to remain silent. You understand that anything you say during this interview can be used against you as evidence in a court of law. You understand that you have a right to an attorney before and during questioning and at all times. Yes. You understand that if you cannot afford it, an attorney will be provided to you without any cost to you or your family. Yes. You understand that if you decide to answer any questions or make any statements, you still have the right to stop answering at any time. Yes. Okay.
Welcome back, Phil. Just in time for a doggo video.
Oh, did we marry off Gia? Did she find her?
We did not, because you weren't here to perform the marriage ceremony.
But the bigger question is, was she moist?
I'm not going there.
My current question is, are we going to marry off Zoe?
Oh.
We might. Now, tonight at 8 o'clock, we are having a debate, Phil, and this one you can participate in. Which animal is most dangerous? A corgi or a rottie?
Okay.
Rottie.
Is the corgi behind the wheel of a golf cart?
Maybe. We may be comparing Zoe the corgi to the papal rottie tonight at 8 o'clock tonight.
No comparison. No comparison.
Now,
don't.
Far
and above. Far and above.
Don't spoil it, Phil. Don't spoil it. We've got the world's dangerous animal, the corgi, on our icon for the show tonight. But
The world's most dangerous animal.
Yes,
if
the
you,
corgi.
if you have ankles, that is true.
Yes. The conspiracy for the corgis to take over the world. That's right, folks. One ankle at a time.
Yes. Yes. One ankle at a time.
Yes.
I understand each of these rights I have explained to you, sir.
I do.
Having these rights in mind, do you wish to speak with me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, the reason why I'm here, Adrian, is there was an incident that was called out. Okay. The incident was regarding a red Lexus that was following a white Ford Ranger.
Okay.
Okay. Do you recall anything that happened today?
Ford Ranger.
What time did that happen today?
It was approximately 1:45-ish.
1:45? Okay. What was going on with that situation, or incident, I should say?
I had a roommate that was living here. He failed to pay rent, so I was trying to get the key back. He ran off. I was trying to gather more information about the vehicle, and that's what I have.
What's the roommate's name?
Kevin.
Kevin, do you know his last name?
I
Kevin's a girl?
Living here for?
Approximately 2 weeks.
Well, the last
Kevin
one was a
ever have
drunk
an
dude
agreement
too.
about paying the rent?
Wait, he doesn't have the last name of his roommate, who is theoretically on the lease of the place?
Uh-huh.
Or at least he should know the guy's name?
Uh-huh.
Okay, then.
Uh-huh.
There was an agreement about the rent.
What was the agreement?
It was a verbal one, just $500, and he would be able to live here for a month-to-month basis. And he had moved in prior to the 1st. It was like 2 or 3 days before. I was expecting to get rent this last Friday from him, and he went to Albuquerque, and I haven't seen him until this morning.
Okay. What time did he get here this morning?
He was at my house at 5:45 this morning. He had a motorcycle. It wasn't registered as my motorcycle, but it was like a motorized vehicle.
Okay.
And it just...
Was that his or?
Yeah, it was his,
okay.
But it was just... Like I said, we had an agreement. He needed to pay rent. He had already moved in, and then he disappeared. So I was trying to... He had shown up in a vehicle that I hadn't seen. He was in a white Ford Ranger.
Okay.
And he just kind of picked it up in the middle of the morning and...
Driving a white Ford Ranger.
I was gone.
OJ?
And then he...
Thought OJ was dead.
That wasn't a Ranger, that was a Bronco.
Oh, okay.
Saying that he wanted his stuff, and I was asking for the key, and he wouldn't hand over the key to my...
Where did that happen when you were asking for stuff?
Gee, folks, I just got a call from the Gaming Association of America to let me know that they're attempting to give me a check for my winnings of $5.5 million.
Oh,
wow.
Wow.
So what do you have to do?
I don't know what they wanted me to do, but I gave them the number of a Nigerian prince.
Oh, man. Well, good for you. Nigeria needs the money.
Did you tell them that if they just send them $15,000 to get them out of Nigeria, they can?
Yeah.
Well, Shuggy is selling off square yards of his backyard.
Yeah, you get title of nobility. Yeah,
nobility title. So you can be the last Scottish noble. Well, one of 18,000, but still.
That's less of a scam than these. At least there's something slightly tangible in that.
Right.
I mean, it's the same deal as the you can buy a star.
Yes.
What? Yeah, have a star named after you. Yeah.
Yes, you can name a star, even though it's not scientifically recognized.
It's only recognized on that list.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think I'm going to sell stars that you can rename, starting with Mickey Rourke.
Okay.
Yes. So for $1 million going towards our foundation, you can rename Mickey Rourke to whatever you want to call him.
Okay.
And it will be official on our chart.
Okay.
It'll be fishy on your charts.
Yes.
Cool.
And our second one is the late, great B. Arthur. For $3 million, you can rename her to whatever you like.
Is there a package deal for all the Golden Girls?
We could put together a $10 million renaming package for the Golden Girls. And Tracy Morgan. Tracy Morgan, the unofficial fifth Golden Girl.
I think we should go $25 million, so it'd be $5 million a Golden Girl.
Ooh, well, that includes Tracy Morgan, the unofficial Golden Girl. So, let's get back to this wonderful video. And this gentleman in the bathrobe is going to be married off to Serial.
Or the escaping puppies might be married off to Zoe.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yes. Something's happening.
A little.
I'm surprised Gia isn't up protesting already.
He rolled it on me when I was chilling at home. Okay. So I don't know. It was just weird. Like, this guy works for Goodwill. He had like a pretty rough past. I was trying to have a.
So let's kind of talk back on about the whole giving the key thing.
So he worked. You know that he works for Goodwill, but you don't know his last name.
And then, what did you ask for?
The keys to the security
And then tell me what happened after that was being said between you two.
I went and got dressed, and he was gone, and I got in my vehicle, and just, this is a round, like a circle, so I kind of just went in a circle, and he was right there at the corner, and I'm like, hey man.
Would that qualify as a circle jerk?
He jetted off, and I followed him for a little bit, but I didn't, like, I wasn't gonna escalate the whole situation for a key. I just figured I'd follow him, maybe he would like be off, or I don't know, like I was in the laws of like driving in traffic and stuff. I just followed him when there's so much traffic on Albertia.
Why follow him?
Just hoping that I could talk to him to get the key. I mean, that's compromising my security in my house.
And during all this incident, was there ever a firearm presented?
No, sir.
Do you own any firearms?
I do.
You do?
Sir, I'm a concealed weapon.
Would it not be less frustrating just to call a locksmith and get the keys
I
changed?
wouldn't brandish a firearm for
Rather than going out and hunting the guy
out
down
of the
ninja style.
You know, escalation of force to get a key back. So,
How long did you follow them for?
Just Henry Lynch. Is that one road? Okay. Yeah, Henry Lynch. And then that's when traffic was getting too crazy and I returned home.
Do you remember the route that you guys drove there?
Yeah, it was Agua Fria. Okay. I mean, traffic was so heavy at the time. It just, yeah, it was. There was no flow. I mean, I was right behind him. It was kind of stupid because it was like going less than 25 miles an hour. I mean, like.
Air frying some egg rolls for a late morning snack.
Ooh.
You have his phone number.
I do not. That's like what kind of is weird about the situation is when he left for Albuquerque.
Did up extra chicken fried steak when I was doing my dinner last night and had chicken fried steak and eggs for breakfast.
No cell phone number. He hasn't returned back to work. Like,
But that was around 5:30 this morning, so getting hungry again.
He's going through a relapse and is seeking money for drugs. But like he came to my house very, I wouldn't say confrontational, but he was like trying to be assertive that he wasn't going to pay rent for a couple of days or the 2 weeks that he's been here. A little over 2 weeks. It was a little over 2 weeks.
Was there anybody else with Kevin?
There was some lady with him.
Okay. Where was the lady at?
She was here. They both came to the door originally, and then when he was driving, she was the passenger. So it was like I want to say like a 94, 97 Ford Ranger, white. The back had half of it painted red. I think the plates were Romeo, November, Hotel.
He knows the plates when he doesn't know the guy's last name or telephone number.
Right.
He has it. Going to change the locks, but it's just like
I'll be back.
It's a big expense for.
Okay.
Somebody.
Thanks for warning us.
Ran for a couple of days, kind of broke the sanctity of my house. I don't know what other information to.
Was there ever a phone call between you and Kevin last night?
Me? No.
Yes.
No. I have another roommate. He is the manager at Goodwill.
Okay.
He was the one that was vouching for him, so I was going on a limb that he was gonna like monitor him and make sure he was in good standing. I mean, that was my go in between guy,
back.
I guess you could say. David.
Dum bum bum.
Into this case. And we've discussed the other two questions, but I do need to stress for you that it's very, very important that no one discuss this case, don't let anyone talk to you about the case, no comments about the case. You've seen how hard the lawyers have worked to pull this case together for you, and everybody's given it so much time. So please, let's make sure that we follow that. That means each other. So with that, I know we're late getting started. We're going to take an abbreviated lunch today, only 30 minutes, and abbreviated breaks. So no morning break. We're going to start now and go till 1. All right, Mr. Brennan, and we're taking a witness out of order. I apologize. We've got a witness here. Sometimes we take witnesses out of order. Ms. Hanley will be back later for the rest of her testimony, but we've got a witness here that we'll call out of order. Thank you. Mr. Brennan, thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Dr. Wolf.
Dun dun dun.
Raise your right hand, please.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do. Thank you.
I thought they weren't finished with the last witness yet.
Good morning,
Just
Doctor.
said they're taking him out of order, and the witness will return later.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spell your first name and last name for the court reporter?
Sure. My first name is Isaac, A-I-Z-I-K. It's phonetic. Last name is Wolf, W-O-L-F, like the real thing.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a brain surgeon.
Is there a special part of medicine that you study?
Well, my main interest in brain surgery is brain tumors and trigeminal neuralgia. But I also specialize in movement disorders. I do pediatrics and adults.
Are you an active working neurosurgeon?
I am very active working neurosurgeon. I get up every day at 4:30 in the morning to go to work, 5 days a week. I take call 300 days out of 365 days a year.
Did you work yesterday?
Yes, I did.
What type of work did you do yesterday?
I did 2 brain surgeries yesterday.
Are you working tomorrow?
I have 4 surgeries scheduled for tomorrow, which is why this is a little bit delayed for me, and I have 4 on Friday.
And what type of surgeries do you have tomorrow and Friday?
I have 3 brain tumors, 1 trigeminal neuralgia, and on Friday I have 4 patients with movement disorders.
You're here today as a witness. How much of your practice, how much % of your income is from being a consultant or a witness for a case?
Probably less than 1%. I don't do this for a living.
I want you to take us through some of your education and background. Could you share with us where you went to medical school and where you graduated from?
I went to Yale Medical School. I graduated summa cum laude.
Was that in 1981 that you graduated?
Correct.
After medical school, did you begin internships in medical residency?
I did an internship at Hennepin County Medical Center, which is a trauma center in Minneapolis. I then did 5 years of neurosurgical residency at the University of Minnesota.
And was that in Minnesota?
Correct, in Minneapolis.
Is there something about that hospital that has some specialty?
It was one of the #1 training centers for chairmen in neurosurgery at the time.
Did you, in your residency and in your fellowships, do any work or study in pathology?
During your residency as a neurosurgical resident, you do 6 months in neurology, you do 3 months of neuroradiology, you do 3 months in pathology, which includes autopsies on brains. And then you do rotations through a trauma center as a chief resident, through a VA hospital, and then ultimately at the university hospital for elective cases. We also do 6 months of pediatric neurosurgical residency.
Did you do a fellowship at New York University?
Yeah, at NYU, I did a fellowship before I went to the University of Maryland as a professor in brain transplantation. The interest was in using cells to create dopamine centers in rat brains with the concept of Parkinson's being curable with transplantation.
I'd like you to take us through some of your faculty positions, and so you can share with us some of the progression of
I can
your
think of
training
a
and
few people that
experience.
could profit
Did you
from
begin at
a
the
brain
University of
transplant.
Maryland Hospital?
Yes. In 1987, the University of Maryland recruited me to start their epilepsy surgical program and skull-based program. And then part of our responsibilities as assistant professors was to cover shock trauma.
Could you explain for us what shock trauma means and whether the University of Maryland Hospital was a shock trauma hospital?
So the University of Maryland and shock trauma were actually 2 separate entities when I started. A man named Cowley had basically developed the concept of the golden hour. So prior to Dr. Cowley, most trauma was just taken locally. That meant as a community hospital, if a patient had been in a motor vehicle accident, they needed an orthopedic surgeon, they had to call the orthopedic surgeon in, could take 15 minutes, could take 3 hours. The same thing for a vascular surgeon, the same thing for a neurosurgeon. Dr. Cowley came up with the concept that you needed a center that was strictly for trauma, and every attending had to be in the hospital 24/7. So that was the concept of shock trauma back in the 80s. When I got there, we were transitioning from a very small center to a 125-bed hospital that was completely committed to trauma.
In that experience, in the years you worked there, did you have an opportunity to treat a number of people with brain injuries?
We treated well over 100 patients a year, a month basically, with brain injuries at shock trauma, along with spinal cord injuries.
Did you perform surgeries in different types of brain trauma and brain injuries?
Yes.
After Maryland in 1993, did you move to Miami Neuroscience Center?
Yes. In 1993, I left academics. I went into private practice in Miami, and I started the Miami Neuroscience Center. We were the first private community hospital to have what's called the gamma knife. So we were the 13th in the country, but the only one that was non-university based. And gamma knife radiosurgery is using radiation to operate on the brain.
Are you presently the director of the Miami Neuroscience Center at Larkin Hospital?
Yes, I am.
Do you conduct a number of surgeries a year there?
Correct. So I spent 19 years at Doctors Hospital, and then we moved to Larkin Hospital 13 years ago, developing the new radiosurgical unit called ZAP, and also another fancy machine called high-frequency ultrasound to treat the movement disorders.
You've noted that you have a number of professional memberships. I don't want to go through all of them. I'd like to point out a few. Are you a professional member of the American Association
Can we just
of
stick with what's
Neurological
relevant to
Surgeons?
the case?
Yes.
Are you a member, a fellow American of the College of Surgeons?
Yes.
Are you a member of North American Skull-Based Society?
Yes,
And is that brain-related?
it is.
Are you a member of the Society for Neuro-Oncology?
Yes.
Are you a member of over, or at least 34 different professional memberships?
Yes.
In your career, have you engaged in research?
Yes.
Has that research focused or centered on brain injury?
Yes, it has.
Is some of your research as a principal investigator for THAM treatment of brain tissue, acidosis in severely head-injured patients?
Yes.
Did that research and as a principal investigator help you in your diagnosis and treatment of brain injuries?
It actually was in the treatment of severe head injuries, patients who were unconscious, the concept of trying to relieve the increased intracranial pressure that occurs from the injury and to increase blood flow, thereby increasing oxygen to the brain.
Did you also serve as principal investigator for research for the PEG SOD in severe head injury?
Yes.
Could you describe that very briefly?
Basically the same, one of the biggest problems in brain injury is the fact that blood flow ceases to exist as the brain swells up. And so one of the things we try to do is preserve the neurons by making sure that they have enough oxygen and blood flow to them. All these are agents that try to assist that.
I won't go through all of your research and principal investigator roles, but I want to ask you about one more. And that is, did you serve as principal investigator relative to the IRB protocol for brain pathology?
Yes.
And what did that do? What was that about?
It was about looking at what happens after brain injury to blood vessels and tissue as the intracranial pressure increases in the brain.
Have you been part of publications of a number of different books?
Yes.
I won't list parts of all 16 books, but can I point out a few?
Sure.
Were you the author of a book chapter regarding head injury, difficult medical management?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter on pediatric neurosurgical emergencies?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter on complications of head injuries in adults?
Yes.
Were you author of a book chapter, Imaging of Craniocerebral Trauma?
Yes.
Were you an author of a book chapter in Emergency Room Assessment of the Head Injury Patient?
Yes.
Were you the author of a book chapter, Intracranial Injuries?
Yes.
I won't list or ask you about the other book chapters that you've been the author of. Have you been involved in journal articles?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you just about a few of the 70 journal articles that you have published.
Your Honor, objection.
So go ahead and ask the question without a comment, please.
Were you an author of a journal article, Intracranial Pressure in Non-Traumatic Ischemia and Hypoxic Cerebral Insults?
Yes.
Were you the author of a journal article, Post-Traumatic Cerebral Infarction?
Yes.
Were you the author of the journal Fractures of the Clivus?
Yes.
Could you tell me a little bit about that paper?
We used thin cut CT scans to identify fractures of the skull base. Prior to this, prior to CT scans, it was very difficult to actually identify radiologically a skull fracture with plain x-rays. The idea was to see if we could identify them more clearly, and so we classified them and delineate them in the paper and discuss the outcomes that were relative to those type of injuries.
In the last journal article I'll ask you about, were you the author of a journal article regarding acute traumatic midbrain hemorrhage?
Yes.
Were you the presenter in a number of presentations regarding head injury and brain injury?
Yes.
You've listed 93. I'll ask you just about a few. Were you a presenter in fractures of the clivus, clinical and radiographic features?
Yes.
Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Clivus.
Thank you. Were you the presenter in acute head injury?
Yes.
And a separate presentation, fractures of the clivus, classifications and clinical features?
Yes.
Do you lecture?
Yes.
Do you have peer-reviewed publications?
Yes. That was one of them.
Thank you. And are you heavily involved in clinical research?
Right now, my research is more based on radiosurgical techniques and outcomes.
Over your career and your study and your clinical experience, have you treated different types of brain injuries?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a number of different types of brain injuries?
Yes, we still treat them.
Were you asked to review materials relative to this case?
Yes.
And do you recall the materials that you reviewed?
Yes.
Could you share with us some of the materials that you reviewed?
I reviewed the chief medical examiner's assessment of the case. I reviewed pictures that I'm assuming the medical examiner took of the autopsy. And I reviewed the report from the forensic pathologist.
And before I ask you about your review of specific materials and your opinions in this case, is there a benefit to your clinical experience in studying brain injuries as opposed to the experience you had as a fellow simply with pathology?
Well, I think that for the jury to understand is a clinician understands the process from the time the injury occurs till the patient either leaves the hospital or dies. And it's a process. And as a neurosurgeon, I have a tremendous amount of experience with that, if that's what you're asking me.
Yes. And so, doctor, you reviewed a number of items of information in this case. Did you have an opportunity to review photographs of a laceration to Mr. John O'Keefe's head?
Yes, I did.
With the court's permission, I'm going to ask to display Exhibit 160.
Okay.
Dr. Wolf, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this photograph. Have you seen this photograph before?
Yes.
I want you to explain to us what you're seeing here and take us through the process of your observations.
Well, what we're seeing is an approximate 1.5 inch laceration with bridging tissue and contusions and abrasions. To us, that's just a classic blunt trauma injury. There's nothing other than just vanilla about it. This is what happens when soft tissue hits a solid ground. The skin tears apart a bit, but not through and through. As you can see, there's the bridging. You can see all the bruising or contusions and just the tear, a little bit serrated along the edges.
Thank you. If you could take that down. Dr. Wolf, as a result of that wound, did you have a chance to further look at information provided to you about the actual inside the skull of Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes, it was the pictures that I was reviewing showed a non-depressed skull fracture extending linearly through the clivus and into the frontal fossa of Mr. O'Keefe over the orbital roofs. He had fractures along the temporal fossa as well. So it was a classic linear basilar skull fracture.
Is basal skull fracture a characterization?
It's basically the base of your skull is what it encompasses. So the opening at the very bottom is what we call the foramen magnum. That connects your brainstem to your spinal cord. And then as your brainstem goes up, it goes into the different skull areas that, talk about what we call the cerebral cortexes, your occipital lobe, your temporal lobes over here, and then your frontal lobes.
So can you walk us through what happens when someone incurs this type of injury to the back of the head, how it happens, and what are the next steps for a person?
So what happens is, you fall backwards, and the linear acceleration starts to take you back down with gravity. The skull hits the ground. It gets, in layman's terms, smashed a little bit. And then the brain moves forward as a response to that. And it moves forward because you have cerebral spinal fluid and because you have the deceleration, acceleration again. As it does, your skull, if you were to look inside your skull, it's like mini mountains along your temporal bones and your frontal bones. So the brain is being thrust forward at a fairly good speed, and it's getting bruised. You can think of it as if you took a hammer to your thumb. It's really turning black and blue. Those are the contusions. And so the temporal poles and the frontal poles are getting contusions because of that. At the same time, you have a space called the subarachnoid space. And I'm sure they're going to hear about the subarachnoid hemorrhage. And that space is it's very clear, thin membrane that covers all of your brain and all of your spinal cord. And normally, you really don't see it unless you open up the brain and you're operating. But when you either have a traumatic event like this, where little vessels are pulling apart underneath that membrane, or, for example, the classic, when you have an aneurysm burst, the space that the aneurysm bleeds to is the subarachnoid space. The other thing that occurs in trauma like this is you can get a subdural. So the dura is the membrane that covers the whole brain and also right down your spinal canal. And it's a very thin membrane that looks like very thin leather. And in that space between the brain and the dura can be a lot of veins that go towards a central vein called the sagittal sinus. And if those tear, you have a venous hemorrhage from, which is not arterial, so it's not quick, but that can develop into a subdural as well. If you tear a portion of your brain as well, and you get a little arterial bleeds, that could create a much faster subdural hematoma. And so when you look at the pathology, the autopsy of his brain, you're looking at a subarachnoid hemorrhage, you're looking at a subdural hemorrhage, neither one of them which was huge or would have required surgery, as well as the contusions that I described in his frontal poles, in his temporal poles, and then the original bang, which was in the occipital area. These are all findings that you would see on a CT scan and an MRI scan without requiring an autopsy if he had made it to the emergency room.
I want to take a step back at the beginning. You said that this laceration on the back of his head was caused by a fall. Could this be caused by a fall landing on hard ground?
Yes, I mean, like I said, it's a classic blunt trauma laceration.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether this injury, the laceration and the basal fracture, was caused by Mr. O'Keefe falling backwards on the ground?
My opinion is that that's what caused his whole injury.
The pattern of the laceration, do you have an opinion whether that is consistent with hitting the cold, hard ground?
Objection, Your Honor. Could we have sidebar on that, please?
So I'm sustaining the objection, so no sidebar.
Your Honor.
That's the first in this
about
trial.
Whether that laceration on the back of his head was caused by a particular movement.
Well, the only way
Apparently
he
she doesn't
could
like
get
the
this
flavor
kind
of
of an
today's
injury was to
Tide
fall
Pods.
backwards,
That's right.
hit the back of his head, and then the resulting, energy forces going into his brain, into his base of his skull.
Would that type of laceration require Mr. O'Keefe to have hit a line type or ridge type object?
A ridge type of object?
Yes.
No, I mean, like I said, the tearing of the skin in that fashion, you could look it up, would be just a classic blunt trauma injury.
Is there anything about that injury that would suggest to you it had to have been something sharp or ridge-like to cause?
Objection, Your Honor. Again, request kindly a sidebar on this.
All right, we'll come to sidebar.
Sidebar.
She sounds
Sidebar.
awful disappointed they had to do sidebar.
Yeah, she was pissed about this morning. No reports other than there was a seating change. One of the jurors' seats was moved, apparently. So that's all that came out of this whole delay this morning. They're reporting a seated change. We are also awaiting news on, there was a decision on Turtle Boy's motion to dismiss one of his sets of witness intimidation charges. The one stemming from the Karen Reed trial. It is a 37-page long decision, and I'm betting that it was not dismissed. I'm dreading looking over at Turtle Boy's Twitter feed to see what it was. Let's see, 6 charges were dropped against him, but it's still, the remainder, something like 7 still remain. Turtle Boy says, one of the jurors has reportedly moved seats. He sat in the seat closest to the witness box.
Well, maybe that's because they had a hard time hearing the witnesses.
Remember, we're back with you tonight for the great debate. Which is the more dangerous animal, a corgi or a Rottie? We'll also have reactions to today's news.
I'm going to say well-trained raccoon is much more dangerous than either.
Well-trained raccoon. Interesting take. I hope you're with us tonight, Hank. We might need that take.
Yes. The trained raccoons have inspired such great movies as Kung Fu Panda.
Well, there you go.
Disney tried the original title of Kung Fu Trash Panda, but it just didn't market well.
So as we were discussing, Dr. Wolf, you said this is a classic fall backwards. Is there anything about the pattern of that laceration that would suggest that there was a ridge or a line-type edge that caused that wound?
Not necessarily.
And have you seen, in your experience, similar types of lacerations and breaks caused by falling on hard ground?
Yes, you can see that both in the occipital region. You can see it if patients fall on the, forehead. The skin tears, they're still bridging, and then they get bruises.
Some of your work was in Minnesota?
Correct.
Was it a colder part of Minnesota?
Very cold part of Minnesota. It's Minneapolis.
I'm sorry. Did you often see these type of injuries there?
Yes, I mean, we took care of a trauma center, Hennepin County. Very frequently, patients that are drunk fall down on ice sidewalks and could develop, lacerations in their head, epidurals, which are blood clots above the dura because they fracture a bone in the temporal area and they can get a bleed from a fractured artery. And it happens when people are shoveling snow and have a heart attack and fall backwards. So there are various ways that people fall, resulting in head injuries and lacerations to their forehead or to different areas of their head.
Can somebody suffer this type of injury simply by falling backwards?
Absolutely.
You had taken us through the process of falling backwards and then talked
back,
about what
Phil.
happens to the brain. Can I ask you a couple of detailed
We
questions
actually
about
have
that?
a trial going
You
on.
explained that
Yes,
the
nothing
brain
has
upon
changed.
impact then shifts forward
Okay.
and hits the front of the skull. Is there a medical term for that process?
Well, the medical term is a coup contre coup injury. So
Is
the
an
coup
oopsie
is when
doodle.
you first hit. In this case, it was the back of the head, as summarized by the laceration in the back of the head, and the contusions that the pathologist and the ME found in the back of the brain. And then the brain shifts forward, and as it's traveling at a certain velocity, because it's thrust forward on the floor of the base of the skull, it's getting bumped, and it's getting, again, you can think of it as a hammer hitting a thumb. It's getting black and blue in the areas that are sharpest.
Are there symptoms that result of the process coup contre coup?
This is clinically, it varies. I mean, you can go from anywhere from a simple concussion where you sort of are unaware of what happened, but you're still awake, you're confused, all the way to, ultimately being in a coma.
Can this type of injury, the coup contre coup, and what you see in the review of your files, could this type of injury
Cuckoo-cuckoo.
happen from an attack by a weapon, like a bat or a hammer?
Well,
But he's not the walrus.
he did not have a depressed skull fracture. So any focal hit like that would more likely than not have caused a depressed skull fracture. Blunt trauma, the way he had, the assumption, would cause the coup contre coup without a depressed skull fracture.
When the coup contre coup process happens with the skull fracture, does anything happen to the front of the skull?
Well, you're asking me, does the rest, I mean, the forces, depending on how hard they are, can generate fracture lines all the way to the anterior fossa. So you can have fractures along
What
the
about fossa?
lateral temporal area. You can have fractures along the orbital roof. The orbital roof is very thin. And so those forces can go all the way to that area.
Did you see any sign of orbital fractures in Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, he had both the ME and the pictures taken, and the neuropathologist mentioned fractures of the orbital roof.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty how those fractures occurred?
From the trauma.
Could you just explain a little bit how that would happen?
Well, as he fell backwards and he struck his head, it was clearly at a very high speed generated by the gravity. The bone, depending on the quality of his bone, the density, then generated forces. There's a certain amount of lateral give, and then you get a linear force going forward. It drives all the way up the clivus and forward into the anterior fossa where his orbital roofs lay. And this is why people like this get what they call raccoon's eyes.
Do you have an opinion whether the brain itself could have caused the orbital fractures?
No. The brain is a soft substance. You could literally put your finger through the brain. We often operate on people fully awake. The brain couldn't possibly cause a fracture. The fracture was caused by the forces generated through that clivus, that middle bone in the middle of his base of the skull.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not the brain in any way could have caused these orbital fractures?
The answer is absolutely not.
In your study of the records and photographs, and in your experience treating these types of injuries, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether or not a person would remain conscious or would be immediately unconscious after the impact of the ground?
Well, it's impossible to know whether he became immediately unconscious, but his injuries were very substantial, and it's more probable than not that at some point he quickly became unconscious and was unable to do functional activities.
What does functional activities mean?
The ability to, get himself up and about would be one of the functional activities. The ability to call for help would be a very significant cortical function. And that's why I was talking about, that there's a variation on the theme from a simple concussion to a severe concussion like this.
If a person does not have functional abilities because they are rendered unconscious, does their body, could it still move?
Yes, this is the interesting thing about our brain. So the cortex, which is the top portion of your brain, can get separated from your brainstem functionally. And what happens then is that your body is not acting autonomically, meaning vegetative. So why does that happen? We think it's because as we were a caveman, and if a caveman became unconscious, as an animal came up to eat it, the animal would touch it. Well, you have these automatic movements. One of them is called decorticating, which is where you draw your arms like this and you throw your feet out. And then a worse neurological situation is when you decerebrate. Now you push your arms out along with your legs. And that would scare off an animal. So we think that over time, genetically, this is what happened to our brains in order to create these. But those kind of movements are not thought processes. In other words, your brain is not telling you, oh, you have pain, go ahead and decorticate or decerebrate. It's an automatic movement in response to pain.
I want you to take us back now to after the fall. Would Mr. O'Keefe, in your study and opinion, have died immediately?
No.
Can you share? I'm sorry.
Yes, I'll tell you. There is very few things that you head injury where you would die, quote, immediately. So if I took a knife and stabbed you in the back of your neck right below your skull and I drove it through your brainstem, you would probably die immediately.
Couldn't you have used Jackson for that example?
Below your ear and went through and through below your ear and shot through your brainstem, you would die immediately. But traumatic head injuries, you would not die immediately. It's a process. And it's a process of a combination of things. Brain swelling, which takes a while to develop. Decreased blood flow to your brain because you're getting swelling. And ultimately, death of the brainstem that controls your heart and your breathing. And so this is why there is a whole big issue about brain death. You know, when is someone brain dead? Because it's not instant and it can take a long time to be conceived. In these injuries that are very severe that we took care of, there was a high mortality rate. In the linear skull fractures, it was about 67%. But it took time for them to die. It could take days to weeks to months. And also, these people got to shock trauma, so it was a while, whether it was hours, before they were even starting to be taken care of, and yet they weren't dead yet. That's why I don't think it was immediate.
Was there any other observations you made about Mr. O'Keefe or his body that support your opinion that he didn't die immediately?
Well, the medical examiner took pictures of his periorbital area and diagnosed raccoon's eyes. So raccoon's eyes occur because there's leakage through the orbital fractures into the periorbital space. Normally, it takes about 24 to 48 hours to develop. It has been noted as early as 1 to 3 hours, which would make it not immediate.
Could we please have Exhibit 14? Dr. Wolf, could you share with us what you see here in this picture?
So right here, you can see the black and blue that sort of configures, if he had his eyes open, like what we describe as raccoon's eyes, right? And that's not caused by direct trauma to his eyelids. It's caused by what I described as the basilar skull fracture, which went to the anterior fossa, which is right over the orbit here, inside with leakage of blood products into that periorbital area.
You mentioned that starts or takes at least 1 to 3 hours to begin?
Minimally, yes.
You take that down, please. If Mr. O'Keefe had been brought to a trauma center or emergency room, what would the process be in your experience?
Well, he would have been intubated if he wasn't intubated in the field. One of the first things you need to do in a head injury is control the airway. Why? 2 reasons. One, you want to have enough oxygen going to the brain to feed it. And 2, you want to keep your carbon dioxide down because that causes increased intracranial pressure if it elevates. So you want to constrict the blood vessels a little bit. Then he would have had a CT scan immediately in order to assess whether he has a surgical head injury, meaning he needs to go to the operating room to evacuate something, or not. During that process, he's obviously going to be getting medication to decrease the brain swelling. And from there, you make decisions based on his neurological function and what you're, capable of doing to, spare the brain from the rest of the injuries that will result. One of the things that occurs with contusions is, a great medical term is they can blossom, which means they can get bigger. And if they get bigger, they might require surgical intervention to decrease the pressure as well as the volume of the blood that's destroying brain. And so you do serial CT scans in these patients over time, anywhere from every 6 to 12 hours to on a daily basis, depending on what the case-by-case, production of blossoming is occurring.
You mentioned that about 2/3 of your patients who suffer this injury pass.
Correct. What we saw is that in the patients that suffered linear clavicle fractures, 2/3 of them ultimately went on to die, and 1/3 lived.
Is there commonality on how they pass?
One of the common reasons they passed is if they trapped a major vessel in one of the fractures, they would get a significant brainstem infarct, meaning a stroke, meaning lack of blood flow to a very significant portion of their brainstem. And so that was one of the causes of death that ultimately we understood. And then the others died from the increased intracranial pressure that drove the brainstem down through the foramen magnum.
Did you review any materials that talked about or identified Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature when he was treated?
As I recall, his core temperature was 80 when he was found.
Is that significant in the process and development of his injury from the moment he fell and hit his head until his ultimate passing?
Well, hypothermia, if you define hypothermia, it starts at 95 degrees. Your core temperature is usually about 98, 98.6. 95 is very mild hypothermia. When you get to 82 degrees, you're in severe hypothermia. What happens when you're hypothermic, and I'm a neurosurgeon, but I can tell you that you get into multiple organ failure. Your heart starts to have problems. It can have arrhythmias. You're not breathing. And ultimately, at hypothermia, you also become unconscious and go into a coma-like state. Below 80 degrees, you're probably going to die. So all I can tell you, it wasn't helpful that he had a significant head injury and that he was then found hypothermic.
Is it uncommon in your experience for people that suffer this injury to pass within 5 hours?
Well, none of the patients we treated died within 5 hours, but it also didn't mean that we didn't realize that they were going to be in a potentially vegetative state. When someone's hypothermic, you have to warm them up in order to establish a clinical status, meaning you can't declare someone dead with a temperature of 80. You have to warm them up slowly, appropriately, and then reevaluate where they are clinically.
I've asked you questions about whether you had an opinion about Mr. O'Keefe and when he died. I want to ask it in the form of a formal opinion. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty whether Mr. O'Keefe died immediately or within 15 minutes?
No, I don't think he died immediately. Neither the hypothermia nor this kind of head injury would kill you immediately in any clinical experience I have.
Dr. Wolf, thank you.
All right.
Let me have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Thank you.
I'm going to tear him to pieces.
I'm Alessi's gonna be here for the next 3 days. Ha 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 ha!
I've got to prove I'm smarter than this guy. What does he think he is, a brain surgeon?
There's always one of my favorite lines from Roxanne. It's not like she's a rocket scientist. No, actually.
But is he a rocket surgeon?
I don't know, but he did get his mortgage from Rocket Mortgage.
Oh God, he's prepared.
Oh,
Your Honor. Morning, Doctor. I don't think we've had the pleasure of meeting. Welcome.
Thank you.
From what I understand from the other
Sir, can you
witnesses,
just
it's not much
describe,
of a pleasure.
you started to do it a little bit on direct, a typical day for you?
I wake up at 4:15 in the morning. I go to my center. I set up patients with frames for their either radiosurgical procedures or stereotactic craniotomies. I go home. I make cappuccino for my wife at 6 o'clock in the morning. And then I get back to work at 6:30 and move on. I have patients that I'm operating on, and I have patients that I'm seeing through the day.
And what type of patients and what type of work? Just in a typical day. What are you doing? What type of patients and what do you do?
It varies. I mean, I see patients with brain tumors. I see patients with hydrocephalus, which is water in their brain. I see pediatric brain tumors. I see subacute and chronic subdural hematomas, post-traumatic. I see patients with strokes that are being misdiagnosed. I see patients with cancer, metastatic disease. I used to see patients with cervical problems. I stopped doing that 2 years ago. I mean, I don't know what else you want me to tell you.
No, that's great. And is that typical day, typical of the type of days you've had for the past month, past few years? Is it generally, without specifics, is it generally?
Correct.
So none of your typical days, none of the past typical months have involved forensic pathology, have they? You haven't acted as a forensic pathologist in...
I am, if you could have asked that question, very straightforward. I am not a forensic pathologist. I'm a brain surgeon.
Right. And you don't perform autopsies, correct, sir? You're a brain surgeon.
Correct. In other words, I see more brains than the forensic pathologist.
Right. And is it correct to say that the brains that you see are of living people?
Correct.
Okay. So what I'd like to do is to go to a different part of the head than was discussed, but sticking with the decedent.
Excuse me, I didn't hear the last word.
I'm sorry, the topic is going to be Mr. O'Keefe, the decedent in this matter, sir. You testified about raccoon eyes. The medical term for that, sir, is ecchymosis, right?
Correct.
And ecchymosis, raccoon eyes, does not cause a laceration to form on an eyelid, does it?
No.
Are you aware that Mr. O'Keefe had a laceration to the outside area of his right upper eyelid?
I am aware that the ME described that. Yes, sir.
Now, could, Your Honor, I'm going to, with Your Honor's permission, ask to publish what is already in evidence in a moment.
Okay.
Mr. Wolk,
What exhibit number, Mr. Alessi?
we're going to, 165, Your Honor?
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you. Dr. Wolf, have you seen this photo depiction before today?
I believe I have.
Is it correct that that injury on the upper right eyelid
is caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of the head, again, namely the upper eyelid?
That's possible, yes.
Is it more than possible? Is it probable that that injury was caused by the application of force directly to that area of the front of his head?
Well, an easy answer to that would be is that that's not part of the periorbital ecchymosis.
Thank you, sir. That was exactly going to be my next question. This injury
I'm sure it was
unrelated to any of what you've been describing, the fall backwards, the force transfer inside the skull, the, as you described it, the dura, the cerebral spinal fluid, all of that dynamic that you so ably described on your direct examination. This injury has nothing to do with that, correct?
Correct.
Thank you for answering my questions, Dr. Wolf. A pleasure again. No more questions at this time, Your Honor.
Any
Wow.
follow-up on that?
No, thank you.
All right, Dr. Wolf, you're all set, so we can get out of here.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, he was scared of Dr. Wolf. He knew the way Dr. Wolf got on the stand and crushed the water bottle as he was drinking from it.
Want to see counsel and sidebar jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Sidebar. I mean, this guy doesn't screw around. He literally crushed as he put the water into his mouth.
old man strength. Old man strength.
It was.
By the way, you haven't asked. We have a nice roasted sidebar, topped with some shavings of brisket and cheddar cheese.
Cheddar cheese. Sounds good today. Sounds good. Oh, good Lord. It's been a long morning. So, earlier this morning, we started late, and then we went to an immediate sidebar, and then each of the jurors had a talking to by the judge and the attorneys. It resulted in...
Jurors, you may realize that that went quicker than we thought, so we are ahead of schedule, so why don't we take that morning break that we can take? So we'll take a 15 or 20 minute break.
All right.
So,
yes, because the defense didn't fuck around this time and dilly-daddle, you can take your break.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're getting your...
Yeah, my favorite part of his testimony was when they're trying to get to the gotcha, you're not a pathologist.
Yep.
Right.
No, I see more brains than a pathologist.
Yeah. Folks, so the result of this morning was apparently a juror his chair was switched with another juror. That was
Oh my God.
Yes, that was it.
Oh my
Who knows if that's actually related to why?
Yeah, all we know is we've had 2 reports now that the juror has been switched seats, and that was it. So, yeah. In other news, Chile de Castro's lawsuit is available over on our website. We cut and pasted it from his website. This was the proposed one. Not sure if he's going to actually use this one today when he files it this afternoon against Judge Ann Zimmerman, Judge Michelle Levitt, the bailiff, the prosecutor, the arresting officer, 10 John Doe bailiffs, and Clark County. He also says
in a pear tree.
Yes. He also says he will be staging a protest in front of, I believe it's the Las Vegas Review-Journal newspaper. And he says that sometime he may sue them for defamation. He said he's going after several people for defamation, and names may include Frauditor Troll, as he said in the affirmative when someone asked him if he was going after Frauditor Troll. Which, good luck if he really is Canadian. That's all I'm saying.
And does Chili know Frauditor Troll's real name, or is he going to sue Frauditor Troll?
I don't know, but I'm sure Audit Them can give them his real name, because Audit Them is the I almost said attorney. No, he is the one who asked you to audit them.
Yes.
You know, I haven't seen him do a late night music session in a while. Audit Them usually goes live about 4 a.m. Eastern, where he's playing his own music for like an hour, and then he deletes it.
If you call it that, yeah. I mean, if you want to be,
hip-hop.
you want to be generous to him. Yes, it's
Right.
music.
It's better than Turtle Boy's late night jam sessions with a skin flute.
Yeah.
Ew. Ew. Also, yes, Chili said he was going after various YouTubers, or he implied various people who made videos about him. So we'll see who he goes after. He'll see.
We don't make videos about you, Chili. We just mock you on air.
Actually, no, we do make videos about him with the newspaper.
Oh, well, you do a newscast, but it's not really a video. I mean, we don't include, videos.
Oh, he's suing a newspaper already. That ran a story on him.
Yeah, he said he was going to sue the Las Vegas Journal Review. So, yeah, so who knows what's going to happen, but Chili said that he would be there bright and early to file that lawsuit today. It is almost 9 a.m. on the West Coast, and no Chili live stream. Go figure.
Would that be kind of like the time he tried to file a lawsuit, and he went down, made a big showing of going down to the Justice Center, only to find out it was closed for a holiday?
Oh, well, yeah. Also remember that Chili has a new GoFundMe where he is trying to raise $5,000. And in this GoFundMe, he's only raised $160 so far. He said that today he was going hard to
brutal.
get his donations.
I heard a rumor that he was dropping the donation total to $350, but that may just be a rumor.
That was somebody else. Welcome back, Gia. That was brutal.
That was brutal.
I knew they weren't going to F with him as soon as he squeezed that water bottle so hard he crushed it.
I know, and he's smashing his notes into the microphone. He was very nervous. Yep.
No, he wasn't nervous. That's old man energy.
That's old man strength. Old man strength.
Alessi, okay. Okay.
Not that doctor.
Because this doctor would have just gotten up and slapped him. Yeah.
He tried by, well, you're not a pathologist, are you?
Well, just ask me if I'm, up for
I like that.
Just ask me.
Just ask directly. I like that. That was great.
Yeah, and I've seen
more brain
pathologists. Yeah.
Yeah, doctors like this are no shit. Ask the question.
Yeah.
Don't pussyfoot around. Just ask it.
Yeah, because this guy has 5 brain surgeries to return to.
Yes.
And another 5 on Friday.
Yes.
So fuck you.
He's
Get out of
That
personality
man's time literally is money.
Yeah, personality A.
Yeah.
Yep. Get it done. Yeah. Ask it. I got work to do. I got lives to save.
That's right.
You got a golf cart to drive around and harass people with.
You gotta go flex on the stairs with somebody.
Now, since we do have Gia back, we should finish her future
her
husband.
love of her life. The love of her life.
Yes, her future
and
husband.
possibly Zoe's loves of her life.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
Her
Yeah,
future
yeah.
husband in his
Icky.
bathrobe
Men are
and his
icky.
mullet.
Yeah.
So do we need to look for a drunk girl for you?
Men are icky. All
Well,
icky.
we have a drunk girl. Ciro's in chat. Well, she's in a meeting now, but she's in chat. So
If she's listening, is she moist?
Moist.
she's at
gonna
a
be
meeting,
mad.
thankfully.
Moist.
Folks, now to
Moist
recap, this
daddy.
man was apparently
Moist
in
daddy.
a road rage incident, and
With
police
his
are
roommate
questioning
that he
about
doesn't
him.
know his last name.
Yes, and the
But,
roommate
but he
was not-
does know the license. He does know the license plate number.
Yes, he knew the license plate number of the roommate, but not the
Well,
roommate's
that's
last
after
name.
that's after chasing him down and getting the information.
Yes.
And he did know how much he paid him in rent. So
Yes.
that was, but it was only going to be for a few months.
Yes. So that's your update.
Why is
Gia.
there a
He's-
ceiling fan in an outdoor causeway?
I don't know.
To keep air moving.
I thought it was to keep the bugs away.
Well, that's one benefit of keeping the air moving.
I've never seen a ceiling fan like that.
I've got one on my porch.
Yeah, so
but
why are
this
you
is a
making fun of
hallway.
Hank? So why are you making fun of Hank?
Yeah.
It makes a
Yeah.
huge
Okay.
difference when there's no wind and the heat.
No.
Especially when you're parading around in just your jockey shorts like this guy is.
Don't be mocking
Well,
things
it's a
you
challenge for
don't
me
know
to get the
about.
helicopter going at the same speed as a ceiling fan.
Vouch for Kevin too.
Oh.
That this was
Helicopter.
situation. I don't know what else.
Lemon Tart says the fan is so cute.
Let's go back to you driving around the neighborhood. So, like, which side was the white Ford at?
Just right up here.
Or Ranger.
Look, there's another ceiling fan in the chair. What the hell?
See if I was.
Yeah, you're right.
What the hell?
Maybe he goes around, finds ceiling fans on the side of the road, and he takes them home and picks them up and
ceiling
sells
fan
them
in
on
the chair
eBay.
is an indoor ceiling fan. It's not
How
an
did you
out.
station your vehicle when you saw him over there?
Any Audi,
Any Audi.
To the south side and went.
Is he not even looking at them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is he talking to the wall?
Once you were in front of him.
Looks like it.
Exit the vehicle and ask.
Or is there another cop over there?
I think there's another cop up there.
Oh, okay.
Else on that point?
No, he backed up and sped off. So I just proceeded to follow him, and it was, like I said, it was dumb. I followed him doing 20 miles an hour, and it was like so much traffic. There's nowhere to
Yeah,
go.
I see his feet.
Like I'm like, okay, this is stupid, and I just went home. Was maybe a 15-minute ordeal because the way
Yeah,
traffic
Fan
was.
Emporium.
Like even
Why are
Get
you
your
looking
ceiling
at
fans.
his feet? His eyes are up here.
Followed him.
Yeah, eyes are up here.
Because
Gia.
his eyes aren't on the camera, all you can see is his
Four
one of
cops
his
to one
feet.
place?
Yeah, there was nowhere to go. There was nowhere to pull off.
Yummy.
I wasn't gonna escalate the situation. I don't know. I followed them to get the license.
Dearly departed, or dearly,
Dearly departed.
Do a square back over here to get him.
Make me a cop sandwich.
That was the only
Yeah.
way to go.
So you followed him all the way.
You're gonna have to watch the donut operator video if you want to dearly.
Oh,
departed.
yeah.
I was
Yeah.
trying to see where he was going, but at the same time, I wasn't gonna escalate
Donut.
the situation any further. I mean, if somebody's not gonna give you a key,
Got engaged. He's getting
you
married.
guys pay for locking and stuff like that.
A donut?
Yeah.
Yeah, sir.
Oh, I thought he was already married.
No. He just showed the proposal video a few weeks ago.
So there's gonna be some officers that are gonna stay with you, so we're gonna see if we can pull the footage on that incident.
Just assume since he's been with her for a while and
When you parked your vehicle in front of their.
the son, I just put.
Yeah. Making it
That's why I'm
official.
gonna go- We're gonna check the cameras on that end.
I don't know.
Make
This
it an
might
honest
be her.
one.
That's why I asked about if there was a firearm ever brandished at this point.
There's no point in doing that.
Now's your time to tell us before we see it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this was hit and run?
Who else is home right
No,
now?
he road rage and he brandished a firearm.
Are your dogs friendly?
Oh.
Is there anybody to care for your dogs until at least tomorrow?
Can we call David?
Until you can bail yourself out.
2271, male detained.
Where is the firearm?
Bedroom. What part of the bedroom? Next down. Next time. So open the door. I think we'll be alright.
How stupid do you have to be to do this? Jesus Christ.
Dog out there.
Not really all that stupid, actually.
At this point, it's evidence though. Oh, hi, puppies.
Where's your bedroom? Yeah, where's your bedroom? Up here to the left? Yes.
So
like a
we are going to be
corgi.
collecting that firearm as evidence. Okay. You give us permission to go
Well,
into
the only
your
thing I've
bedroom
seen
to
of a
collect
dog
that?
is one that. Yep.
106 Bay 227.
I'm seeing larger dogs, but I'm hearing a smaller dog.
Yep.
No.
Because that's how smaller dogs are.
One 106 on 5. Can I get your light? Stay put.
Jocko, Jocko, go back inside. Come on. Jocko, come on.
Oh, nice
Go back
dog.
in.
Good puppy. Go.
What a free puppy. What a free puppy.
There you go.
Good puppy.
The only things that set up are those.
Oh, there's some flip-flops here.
There might be some black shoes, but what kind of those are?
What about this?
What about yeah, sure, that's fine. Pika, come up here, come on.
Oh, there's a little guy.
Come on, no, please stop. Ain't there? You have a headache. Please go inside.
Come on.
Come on.
Is that a wiener dog?
Come on.
I didn't see.
Thank you. Go on. Go, puppy. Go on.
Okay,
go on.
Good. There we go.
Good puppy.
How do we secure it?
He has the keys, so he's just locking it.
I left that other bag in the house. Kevin's coming to pick up the stuff. What? You guys make sure you guys get the keys from Kevin. Yeah. Thank you.
5 cops, no waiting, Gia.
I'm gonna leave mine.
Yeah, that looks like
I'm
Arizona.
gonna leave mine on just 'cause
Or New
I'm
Mexico.
not still.
Okay.
So we could try.
Cool.
Well,
Or Nevada.
I'll have him submit this into evidence so he gets that practice.
Or parts of California.
And then I see your neighbors.
Or
have
West
that.
Texas.
That's he was like he seemed like you give him a little bit of a lesson. Okay.
I'll just follow up on that.
No, NCR, I did not see the new advertisement. Why don't you come up on panel and tell us about it, NCR?
New ad for what?
Law firm or something.
Castro Meyer Blandino.
There you go. There you go.
Well, they got Lieutenant Fanner going.
Yeah, he was he was asleep at the start today. That was the first time we ever saw him stopped.
Well, he's right now being punished with his calisthenics because he was asleep.
Rumor about 6 Turtle Boy charges dropped, Jim? Any news?
Yeah, we already... No, the Turtle Boy says it happened, so we assume it's true, but... yeah, he still has another 7, so... Yeah. He has enough to keep him in jail for at least, 140 years, if convicted.
Ooh.
Because there are 20 years a charge, because it's related to a murder case.
Don't bring him up.
Yes, NCR, what is this great thing you wanted to tell us about?
Chili, Lane, and Ken Blandino started their own law firm. It's taking the streets by storm. Have you not seen their ad? It's amazing.
We have not seen their ad.
Is it similar to the ad for Dewey, Screw 'em and How?
Kinda.
Why don't you share their ad if you have it?
I have it. Just 1 second. And then I'm going to have to drop. We got thunderstorms here.
Is that an ad in your pocket, or are you just happy to be on panel?
I'll be back. I'm taking the Z to camp so she can go play in water.
Alrighty.
I have it presented.
Okay. Oh, I have to remove this and add this. Go ahead.
What's the situation?
It would probably help if you guys could hear it.
Someone you love? Need to protect your First Amendment rights.
I can't hear it.
Want to make yourself infamous in court? Make sure you give a call to DeCastro, Myers, and Blandino. DeCastro, Myers, and Blandino are the very best in self-sabotaging cases, ensuring that they can get you the maximum punishment for whatever crime you may have committed. They are also the perfect legal team to ensure that you can flood the legal system with unnecessary documentation. The ability to practice nationwide, there is no need to risk dealing with land pirates. They come to you. The best part is, it is 100% guarantee money down. So give DeCastro, Myers, and Blandino a call on 1-800-VEX-LIT and ensure that you are always making a record.
Okay, then.
Sue me, Chili, you freaking coward.
They're still at morning break here because the last witness went too fast, I guess. The next witness wasn't even here yet. So as they're waiting for her, we're at the short break, which we were supposed to be skipping today. Now, are you skipping your short break today, Mr. NCR?
I've been working all morning. What you talking about?
Well, did you see that Chili is suing for between, what is it, 49 and 69,000, depending on how you do the math.
I thought it was million.
Or million, sorry, million. He is suing for 49 to 69 million, even though when you break down the costs or his figures for the 29 million part, it actually adds up to 30 million. So Chili can't math.
Well, that's math. That's that math.
Well, you know, he's got to give some of that money to his partners.
Well, and remember, Chili has promised that when he wins one of these lawsuits...
When you say partners, do you mean dealers?
Probably.
Them too.
He has promised that he is buying out an entire block of hotel rooms for all of his fans. And they're going to party in Las Vegas.
You know, he could do the same thing with just reserving a room.
Well, yeah. A room for he and Gloria, because Gloria will damn well show up to Las Vegas to have her night with Chili.
I'd buy
Gloria Cielo, all right.
Yes, Gloria and Chili.
I was watching some of this earlier where you were talking about the Chili lawsuit and his claims for $27 million.
Yes. 29.
29. My apologies. What's he going to do? Sue me?
Probably.
Exactly.
He's suing us all, apparently.
Yes, it would be defamation for you not to get it right.
Well, here's the thing. I have a trump card to his lawsuit.
What's that?
Okay.
He would have to come and have it filed in the state of Ohio at the Capitol, which isn't within driving distance of Ironton for his warrant.
Okay.
Come on, Chili. Come back.
No, he'll just sue you out of California.
Yeah. Or Vegas.
Or Nevada.
Then I'll start a war chest and I'll go and kick his ass in Nevada or California.
Well, he did admit that the Ohio in Nevada is going to be moved back to Ohio. He did say that last night.
He thinks it's going to be moved back.
Yes, but
it might be moved back for the purpose of the judge saying, nope, this one's already closed with prejudice, so fuck off.
Well, he
since you're down here, we're going to arrest you anyways. But
he already has admitted that it will be moved back, but he missed a deadline last week. He did not respond to the Lawrence County defendants on time. So we'll see if this is held against him. Also, last night, he tried to dismiss the Blue Bacon lawsuit again. And again, it was denied because he forgot to put his own name in it and the name of the defendants. So how can you forget to put your own name on the form where it says name?
How else is he supposed to stall? Come on.
Well, he's got 10 days, or wait, he's got, let's see, it's on the 29th, so he has 8 days until he's supposed to, well, 7 days, so next week at this time, if he keeps up what he's been doing every month so far this year, he will file something so egregious that they have to delay another month. So, as he did last time when he pulled this first attempt to get the case dismissed. And remember, this dismissal would not cause any problems. It would not hurt Blue Bacon, who has spent so much money on the case, because they need a reset and a rethink. And he needs time to refile it somewhere else, is what he's saying.
Well, he will stop trying to get it to reset as soon as he finds out it's not going to take away the sanctions he already owes.
Well, remember, he is penniless because today he is supposed to be going hard at donations and your donors, and he's going to go hard at your donor.
Is he wearing his golden short shorts again?
We'll have to see what he does on live video today, because he's supposed to be live streaming all day to file this lawsuit and to go hard at his donors.
Okay, but that's, why it isn't working, because he has nothing down his pants. He's already admitted that. So he can't really go hard.
Well, and when he thought he was going to get smart and fool people by putting a sock in his drawers, he put them in the wrong side.
Maybe that's what happened to Snowman's $9,000. Chili took it from his sock drawer.
Oh, dear Lord. Remember, Chili is the inventor of the jock sock. So is that a sock to enhance your jock, or is that just a container for your sock?
It's a penile protector.
Yes. A penile protector.
Antibacterial.
Yes.
So my question is, it sold on the same shelf with condoms?
sold on the same shelf with the footies for babies. Yes.
And if you need a jock sock,
Why would you need a jock sock?
because you're tanning while naked. That's the whole point of it, is to cover your jock area while you're naked in the tanning bed.
Oh, okay. Got it.
So you don't get the radiation to your boys.
Yeah, because that's okay. Okay.
And they came in sizes up to 6 inches long. Because who needs more than that?
Well, it's 12 times more than what Chili needs.
Up to 6 inches. He said that too. So that is not defamation. Chili actually said that somewhere. We'll find the quote someday.
Okay. The same guy who willingly admitted it on camera in public to a bunch of women he had nothing down his pants cannot sue for defamation because your character is already you have nothing down your pants.
Any Audi.
Yeah, just show that.
Maybe his Audi is an innie today. You don't know, Pope Phil.
That's true. I don't. That's true. I don't.
I mean, maybe Chili's just implying that everybody's supposed to do their tan booths in Arctic conditions.
Okay. But it shrunk.
It's really cold outside.
Really
I
cold
was
in here.
swimming.
I was in the pool. That's right, folks. That's right. Lemon Tart says, my mother-in-law said that the jock sock is a willy warmer. I don't know. And she also wants to know, does anyone want to build a snowman?
No.
The other question is, do you want some Blowman?
Well, if your snowman is made out of Blowman, you might be from Colombia.
Or somewhere in Canada.
I thought Canada was fentanyl.
No, Coke Dog is somewhere in Canada.
Oh, no, he was on the show last night. He called in at the very end. You missed it.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
You missed it. He was on the show. He called in to laugh. We heard his voice. He said something about being back, bitches. So he's technically somewhere. I don't know. I haven't heard from him.
Okay. Well,
but
shows up here. I know where their little red button is to leave.
That's all I know is he said he was back during the closing credits last night. So wherever he is, he's out there, and he can show up until June 5th. How long is he banned from the show for as of June 5th?
Oh, Jesus. I gotta open that. Oh, man.
Well,
oh, man.
I guess if he comes back, I won't be around until June 6th.
There you go. I think he wished Mark a happy birthday.
557 days.
No.
Yes.
I don't know that. Coke Dog.
For Coke Dog, yes.
Okay. We're at 28 days left until Burger King goes bye-bye.
Correct. We're at 28 days till Burger King goes bye-bye. And
no donations last night?
And
no donations last night?
Not during the show, I don't think. Well, we had one, I think.
And we only have 173 days to go for 2 years for COPA.
All right, may we have Ms. Hanley, please?
And we're back here, folks. And there's no way we're making 4 years or 5 years.
Yes, we are. We have 28 days. We have 28 days to go for 4 years. So yeah, that's happening.
Yeah, but we only have 10 days plus 15 days left in the promotion.
And I'll remind you, you're still under oath and to keep your voice up. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Okay, Phil, take over the sidebar. I got to go unload the car of groceries.
Oh,
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Ma'am, if you could just please introduce yourself to the jury again, spelling your last name for the record.
Sure. I'm Christina Hanley. Hanley is spelled Hanley.
And Ms. Hanley, given the break, if I could just ask you a few questions just to reorient as far as the items that we were speaking about yesterday in your testimony. First, starting with the items of glass that you analyzed in this case. The first of those items was an item 3-2, is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you could, please describe for the jury, or please provide the jury with the description for that item that you received.
Sure. So item 3-2 was a clear glass cup with broken irregular edges.
Dewberry, you might be
onto
onto
some
something.
dirt debris material that was noted on the exterior and interior surfaces.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes. Did you show content? All right, thank you.
I gave Mr. Jackson my copy, yes, thank you. Showing you a photograph, Ms. Hanley, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
So this is a photograph that I took. It's item 3-2, but it's also, I would have to double check on my notes, but I believe it has item 7-12, one of the pieces that I'm holding that's showing a physical match between those two items.
Your Honor, call will seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
No objection.
Okay.
Exhibit 195.
And Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9490. Ms. Hanley, what's up on the screen? Is that the photograph that I just presented to you?
Yes, it is.
And if you could, please describe for the jury what we're looking at here.
So that is a photograph that I took upon examination. It is the clear glass cup item 3-2. And I'm holding another piece, which again, I believe it's one of the pieces from item 7-12. I would need to confirm in my file, but I'm showing that one of the pieces physically fits with item 3-2.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you two other photographs. If you could just look at those, look up when you're finished. And do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
So these are photographs that I took of item 7-12.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit A and B.
Is there any objection?
No objection.
Thank you.
Exhibits 196A and 196B.
And Ms. Hanley, if you could, just remind the jury as far as the physical description that you received in regard to item 7-12.
Sure. So item 7-12 consisted of some clear plastic pieces, as well as 9 pieces of glass with broken irregular edges.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have first photograph 9476. And if you can enlarge that just a bit, Ms. Gilman. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So this is the photo that I took of item 7-12 as I received it. So there's the several pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9477. And if you can enlarge that just a bit. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
So those are the same pieces of glass
No, I
as in
didn't
the
see
previous
it.
photo, just a little
So,
bit
no.
We got 5
more up
gifted
close
memberships. We have to announce them.
of the clear glass that was recovered and is item 7-12.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman. you can
Okay,
take
they
that.
went to Karen Atkiss, Gardner T, Bartimaus, Sammy
Ms.
Lee,
Hanley,
Jose
as far
America.
as a
That's
comparative
fine.
analysis between items in 3-2, the glass cup, and
23 days and
7-12,
counting.
regarding the glass pieces. What, if any, conclusions did you make
Thank
in
you,
reference
Hank.
to your comparison between those two items?
Sure. So
Very good.
upon comparing those items, I did note that 6 of the 9 pieces of clear apparent glass had a physical match to item 3-2, the clear glass cup.
And if you could just remind the jury, as far as a physical match, what does that mean?
So a physical match is basically if an item breaks and those items have broken irregular edges, if those pieces come back together like a jigsaw fit, then it's a physical match and they were at one time together as one larger unit.
Now, as far as each of those items within 7-12 had a letter associated with them, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall which of the 6 were a physical match for item 3-2, the glass?
I would just need to refer to my notes for the exact letters.
Sure, you can take your report out.
The 6 pieces of glass from item 7-12 that physically fit to item 3-2 were A, B, C, D, F, and K.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Well, let me ask you this first, I'm sorry. So, Ms. Hanley, during the course of this physical match analysis that you're conducting, are you memorializing that process with photographs as well?
Yes, I am.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm presenting you with 4 photographs. If you could review those and look up when you finish. And do you recognize those, ma'am?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those?
Those are photographs that I took upon my examination of items 7-12 and item 3-2.
Marilyn Combo, seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibits, A through D.
No objection.
Thank you.
Exhibits 197A through D.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9502, please. And Ms. Hanley, what's up on the screen? Can you please describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph?
So this is one of the photos that I took of one of the breaks that physically fit together between item 3-2 and item 7-12.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9514. And again, Ms. Hanley, can you please describe for the jury what we're looking at in this photograph?
Sure. So this is a photo that I took when I was doing my comparison of item 3-2 and several pieces from item 7-12.
Now, as far as the individual pieces had sort of little white stickers or labels affixed to them, is that correct?
Yes.
Is that something that you did, or is that something that when the items were provided to you was already done?
So item 7-12, I received those pieces with the labels already on them.
And again, those items, especially 7-12, had been with mixed veneer in your unit prior to coming to your table or your station, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9518. Again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
So this is another photograph that I took of the physical match. It's just another view of the items together of item 3-2 and several pieces from item 7-12.
And lastly, for this batch, Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9520. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
So this is another picture that I took of the items just slightly rotated of item 3-2 with a physical fit to several items or several pieces from item 7-12.
Ms. Hanley, is there a laser pointer on the desk in front of you?
Yes.
If you could, preferably using this screen just so it's visible for the jury, could you delineate where you see in this photograph item 3-2 and where you see the items associated with item 7-12?
So this right here is item 3-2, and these pieces up here are several pieces from 7-12.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, the other two items that you analyzed or examined in this part of your physical match analysis were items 3-3 and 7-14, correct?
That's correct.
And turning your attention specifically to item 3-3, if you could just remind the jury as far as the physical description of that item that was provided to you.
Sure. So item 3-3 was 5 pieces of clear glass with broken irregular edges that were recovered from the bumper of the vehicle.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Single photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
That is a photo that I took of item 3-3.
Your Honor, Commonwealth will seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
No objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right.
Exhibit 198.
And may I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9446, please. And Ms. Hanley, in addition to the 5 pieces of glass associated with item 3-3, what else is depicted in this photograph?
This is a photo of the 5 total pieces that are from item 3-3.
And in addition to that, is there a ruler depicted in this photograph as well?
Yes, there is.
And what is the purpose of that ruler in the photograph?
It's there just as a scale.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that one down. And Ms. Hanley, the last of those items, 7-14, if you could just remind the jury as far as what was the physical description that was provided to you in reference to item 7-14.
Sure. So item 7-14 was a clear piece of glass with broken irregular edges that was recovered from the road.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Again, Ms. Hanley, just showing you a single photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it?
This is a photo that I took of item 7-14.
Your Honor, I'll seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No objection.
All right.
Exhibit 199.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9471, please.
So
And again,
the two screens don't match.
oh,
Thank you.
thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hanley, again, if you could just describe for the jury what it is depicted in the photograph up on the screen.
This is the photo that I took of item 7-14.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. So, Ms. Hanley, in addition to the physical match analysis that you did between item 3-2, the cup, and 6 of the pieces that you found to be a physical match from item 7-12, did you also compare pieces from item 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude in your physical match analysis of those items together?
So upon examining and comparing item 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14, I had concluded that 6 of the 9 pieces of glass from 7-12 physically fit with item 3-2, and the remaining 3 of the 9 from 7-12 did not have a physical fit to item 3-2. I also compared item 3-2 and 7-12 to 7-14, but there was no physical match to item 7-14.
Now, in addition to that, did you also do a physical match analysis between item 3-2, the drinking glass, 7-12, pieces found from the roadway, and certain pieces from 3-3 from the bumper of the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude based on that physical match analysis between those items?
So upon examining and comparing those items, so there were 5 total pieces of glass from item 3-3. I used 2 of those pieces for physical match comparison to the items recovered from the road. Upon my examination, I did not, there was no physical match between those 2 pieces from item 3-3 to any of the pieces recovered from the road. So that included items 3-2, 7-12, and 7-14.
Now, as far as the 2 pieces that you had selected from item 3-3, do you recall which of those 2 lettered pieces you chose for your comparative analysis?
Yes.
And which were they?
They were pieces A and B.
And if I could ask why pieces A and B versus other pieces?
So A and B were used for physical match. The remaining 3 of the 5 were not used for physical match comparison due to their size and condition.
Now, those same two pieces from item 3-3, pieces A and B, did you then do a physical match analysis between that and 7-14?
I did.
And what did you conclude from that analysis?
I concluded that there was no physical match between the two pieces from item 3-3 to item 7-14.
Now, did you also do a physical match analysis between piece E from item 3-3 from the bumper?
I did not. No, not a physical match examination.
Did you do any comparative analysis between a piece of glass E from 3-3 from the bumper and item 7-14?
Yes, I did.
And what did you conclude from that analysis?
So I selected piece E for further examination. I did microscopic examination as well as instrumental analysis, and I did the same microscopic and instrumental analysis to 7-14, and I compared the data, and I came to the conclusion that the piece that I sampled from item 3-3, piece E, was found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties to the sample that I took from item 7-14.
If you could, Ms. Hanley, could you please explain to the jury when you say instrumental analysis, what is that? What does that consist of?
So the instrumental analysis that I conducted was on the GRIM instrument, which measures the refractive index of the samples. So after I had ran my samples for both item 3-3 and 7-14, I compared the data to determine whether they were consistent or not consistent.
And so when you say that something is consistent with instrumental properties, what does that mean?
So in this instance, they had consistent refractive indices.
Now, in addition to that comparative analysis for the glass items, what other additional examinations did you perform in this case?
Sorry, could you say that again?
In addition to items 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, and 7-14, what other items did you look at in this case?
So I also examined item 3-1 and item 7-18.18.
And what was the description provided to you in reference to item 3-1?
3-1 was a taillight, and there were also some other plastic pieces as well.
And taillight from the same vehicle as the glass from the bumper, correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
We have another single photograph. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that?
This is the photo that I took of item 3-1.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and administer.
No objection.
Thank you.
200.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9394. And Ms. Hanley, do you recognize what's up on the screen as Exhibit 200?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
This is the photo that I took of item 3-1.
And what's contained in here, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what the item 3-1, the taillight housing, looked like when you received it?
Yes.
Now, as far as, and we'll get to this more a bit in a moment, but as far as any sort of comparative analysis that you did with any other item, what part of this taillight housing were you comparing to that other item?
So there were clear and red plastic portions of the taillight that appeared to be broken. So I sampled portions of the clear plastic as well as the red plastic on the taillight.
And just for clarity purposes, if you could with the pointer, as far as which of these pieces up on the screen were you sampling the clear and or the red plastic from?
So the red plastic that I sampled was from this area. It's a little hard to tell from here. I think I'd have to refer to my photo in my notes, but I think there were a couple of different areas that had clear broken plastic. I think this might have been one of the areas that was broken that I sampled.
And just for my purposes, really what I'm asking, Ms. Hanley, is the clear plastic that you used from item 3-1 was from the housing unit itself, the large piece, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, the other item that you were comparing this to was item 7-18.18. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was provided to you as the description of that item, 7-18.18?
7-18.18 was debris that was collected from two pieces of clothing from the victim.
And specifically, that would be 7-17, an orange T-shirt. Is that correct?
I believe that is correct, yeah.
Okay, as well as 7-18, a gray long sleeve shirt. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you say that item 7-18.18 contained debris, what did that debris consist of?
So the debris consisted of one clear piece of plastic, as well as several pieces of red plastic, among some other trace material.
Now, were there measurements taken of those items within the debris, specifically the clear plastic and the red plastic?
Yes.
And what were those measured to be?
I would just need to refer to my report for that.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so the clear piece of plastic in 7-18.18, it measured approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. And then I measured the largest and the smallest of the red plastic pieces. And the largest piece of red plastic measured approximately 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch. And the smallest piece among those measured approximately less than 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch.
And so those particular pieces that you measured, about how small are we talking about?
So the largest for the red plastic, the largest piece measured, just for visual purposes, it's roughly like the size of a grain of rice. The rest of the pieces were smaller than that.
And who within the lab provided that debris in that taillight housing to your unit, to the trace unit?
So the debris from the clothing was transferred to my unit by Maureen Hartnett, and the taillight was submitted to the lab by Trooper Christopher Moore.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you a series of 5 photographs. You could review those and look up when you're finished. Generally speaking, Ms. Hamden, do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are the photographs that I took of 7-18.18.
I'm going to call both the seat to introduce and admit as the next exhibit, A through E.
No objection. Thank you. It's 201 A through E.
Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 9352. And Ms. Hanley, what is depicted in this photograph on the screen?
So this is one of the photos that I took of 7-18.18. This is how I received the clear piece of plastic.
And is that a tin that it's encased in at the time that you receive it?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9355. And what is this, Ms. Hanley?
So this is a photo of the clear piece of plastic that was within that tin.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9364. And Ms. Gilman, if you could enlarge this just a bit. Maybe just a little more, please. Thank you. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at in this photograph?
This is the photo that I took of the debris that was collected from the clothing items.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 9366. And again, Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
This is a photo that I took under a microscope of the red plastic pieces that I noted within the debris.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, if we could have photograph 9369. And Ms. Hanley, what are we looking at here?
This is a picture that I took of the red plastic pieces that I removed from the debris.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Ms. Hanley, in reference to your comparative analysis from item 3-1, the taillight housing plastic, to the clear and red plastic pieces of debris from plastic debris from item 7-18.18, the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, what types of instruments did you utilize in this comparative analysis?
Sure. So after completing my examination, I utilized a comparison microscope as well as a polarized microscope, a FTIR, which is Fourier transform infrared spectrometer, and I also used a microspectrophotometer, also known as a microspec.
And what is a microspec?
So a microspec is an analytical tool that we can use to examine samples that have color. So it provides information on the sample's dyes and pigments.
And how is that utilized in your comparative analysis?
So I ran samples from both items that I was comparing, and I compared the data from those two items as a part of my comparative analysis.
And when you run that sort of data, can you describe for the jury sort of what that data looks like? Like what are you physically seeing when you're examining the data from a microspec?
So what we refer to it as a spectrum or just a graph, and when we do the comparison, we can overlay those spectra or graph to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
And I know you spoke a little bit about it in your testimony yesterday, but if you could remind the jury as far as an FTIR, what is that and how is that used in your analysis?
So an FTIR is another analytical tool that we can use. A sample is exposed to infrared light, and it reacts in a certain way with that light. And what's produced is a spectrum of peaks and valleys that are representative and unique to your sample. And so that instrument was used to run samples from both items, and then the data was compared from both items.
Now, from your comparison of starting with the clear plastic from the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, from your comparative analysis of that clear plastic to the clear plastic from item 3-1, the tail light, what did you conclude?
So the clear plastic from the debris was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties to the clear plastic from the tail light. So accordingly, the clear plastic from the debris could have originated from the clear plastic from the tail light or from another source with the same characteristics.
And with reference to the red plastic from item 7-18.18 from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, in your comparison of that red plastic with the red plastic from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle, item 3-1, what did you conclude from that analysis?
So the red plastic that I sampled from item from the debris from the clothing from 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, and instrumental properties with the portions that I sampled from the red plastic from the taillight. So accordingly, the red plastic from item 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic that I sampled from the taillight or from another source with the same characteristics.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, if I could just hold on 1 minute while the sirens pass. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes. Actually, is this a good time to take a break, Mr. Lally? Luncheon break?
Entirely up to the court. I probably have another 3-4 minutes left.
I'm going to see counsel for 2 minutes, folks.
Sidebar. Get your sidebar here.
Yeah, and when they were saying, describing what microspec is, and I was thinking it could be another term to describe Turtleboyd's junk.
There you go.
Oh my goodness.
Like I told you earlier, we're ahead of schedule, so we will take a luncheon break.
Thank God you didn't say it was Chili's junk, because that might be defamation.
Please. Please, please.
All rise for the court, please.
Microspec would be too large for chili.
Please. Breakfast is in my belly.
Chili's junk. Chili's junk. Chili's junk.
Moist chili's
Crotch
junk.
fruit.
On that note, we are going to take a 4-minute break and save Gia from Chili's drunk, the crotch rot.
Chili's moist junk.
Moist junk and crotch rot.
Junk. Moist.
So
junk.
we'll be back with you in about 4 minutes.
You think you understand me. You think you have an inside point of view. You think that you command me. You think I'm gonna hate to break it to you. I don't care what you say. I'll do it anyway. Anyway, I'll do it anyway. Walking on a high line, eyes on me, I'm automatic. I'm tripping on the light wires. Sound the alarm just to be dramatic. I don't care what you say. I'll do it anyway. Anyway, I'll do it anyway. I'll take this way too far. I break the stars. I'm kicking down the door. Take the floor. I don't care what you say. I'll do it anyway. I don't care what you say. Watch me do it anyway.
Okay, folks, we are back. I'm assuming we're back. Oh, that's there. That's. It was the Karen Reed music I was hearing from Court TV. Since we're back, remember we're back here tonight, 8 o'clock, with the grand debate. Which is the world's deadliest animal? The corgi or the papalrotti or papalrotti?
Or trained raccoons.
Or, well, if Hank is there, we will add the trained raccoons. Yeah. So who is more dangerous, Zoe or the papalrotti? Folks, it's going to be a great debate tonight.
Ankles and below, it's an easy choice.
Maybe, I don't know. But we're going to pull up some Drunk Girl for the rest of the... They're taking a 1 hour break because they're well ahead of schedule. And to whoever sent me that, Eline is not live. He is actually, it's a premiere. So he's already called Lane in jail. So Lane will be featured on whatever this rebroadcast is.
Yay.
So we are going to go to a longer Drunk Girl today. And let's see, this one is for either Pants, Parson, or Touche. Pants, Parson, or Touche will get this wonderful woman. Wonderful woman.
Stop.
No, you're done.
Chill.
You are
No,
under arrest
I'm not
right now.
gonna-
Get out of the car. Hannah, get out. Roll towards me, okay? Okay, then we're gonna sit you up.
Ran my arms out. I'm not going in this.
The officers' shift became more strenuous than ever as they struggled to subdue the heavyset woman. On March 15, 2023, officers from the Crystal Lake Police Department investigated a vehicle in the 500 block of Darlington Lane. A complaint had been made about the driver's loud music.
It was at
and
Crystal
upon
Lake,
approaching
it
the
must
vehicle,
be,
officers believed the driver
Jason
to be under the
Voorhees.
influence of alcohol.
Over here.
10-4. Do you live over here?
Yeah,
Okay. Did you got an ID on you, ma'am?
I do.
Okay, can I see that real quick?
What'd they say over the radio?
Oh, they were just giving me your information. I gave them your license was coming back to you. How much have you had to drink tonight? A lot?
Yeah, I just drive around.
Where were you planning on going?
No, just here.
Just here?
Yeah.
You were just gonna drive around a little bit?
No, I wasn't even driving.
Okay. Why are you, because you're kind of parked in the middle of the entrance.
I know, yeah, and I work here too in Darlington.
Okay, you work here?
Yeah.
Okay. Like I know you already said you had a lot to drink, but can you give me an estimate how much you've had?
Oh no, 1,000.
I don't know, this-
1,000.
No.
The suspect admitted to being intoxicated, but she failed to grasp the gravity of the situation and made light of it. However, the officers had no time for games, and final attempts to resolve the situation peacefully were made.
I'm just kidding.
Hannah, this is your
No, I'm not getting out the car. No, I'm not. Because I can back up the car. I can make it fine. No, what now?
We told you, this is your chance. Either you step out of the car,
No,
or we're going to drag you out of the car.
No,
Those are your
not
two
gonna
options. You understand that?
No, let's
No,
just let
no,
me
no,
go.
no. It's either you step out of the car,
I know,
or we're going to
it's
drag
annoying.
you out of the car.
It's
Those are
annoying,
your two
but
options.
I know it's my options now.
Okay,
I
which
don't have
option
options.
are you going to take? Okay, you're not going to step out of the car?
I don't know what to do.
Step out of the car.
No,
Yeah,
my
no,
lawyer,
no,
stop,
no,
stop,
no.
stop, stop.
This last chance. Either step out of the car, or we're going to pull you out. You're not going to step out? Okay.
Wait, stop.
No, you're done.
Chill.
You are
No,
under
I'm
arrest
not
right now.
gonna-
Get out of the car. Hannah, get out of the car.
No. Oh, I am so strong. Oh, let's see
Hannah,
you
stop
guys struggle. Oh, I'm so struggle. Go ahead.
The woman was still not ready to cooperate with the police, even challenging them verbally. But she shouldn't have said that, because the officers were about to show her exactly what they were capable of.
You're under arrest. Get on your stomach. Get on your stomach.
No. Put your hands behind your back. Stop resisting. Put your hand behind your back. Yes.
No.
We have updates on who will make the media list, or who made the media list for next week. Grant Smith Ellis made the media list for the Karen Reed case. Jessica Machado, who has a restraining order against Grant, did not make the list, and apparently Turtle Boy did not make the list.
Oh,
so, darn,
baby.
Yeah, we'll have confirmation on Turtle Boy in a bit.
Not a good week for him.
Yes, not a good week for Turtle Boy. Since you're with us, Gia, this one might be a Gia. We might give this one to Gia.
No, and no.
Might give this one to Gia.
And no.
Gia and Pants can marry this woman at the same time. So
Ooh.
There's a lot to go around.
I take that back.
You have co-parenting. Co-parenting.
You got time?
Sí, come on, son, sí. What do you guys need?
Okay. See, come ready. All right, Hannah, we're gonna roll the tide, okay?
No, sit me up now.
We tried to sit you up. So roll towards me, okay? Okay, then we're gonna sit you up.
Despite her best efforts, the suspect was no match for the strength of the two police officers. Even though she was handcuffed, she still refused to accept the situation and continued to resist the officers.
No,
if you kick us,
so
hit us, do anything like
what
that,
do we do?
just like I said before, you're getting more charges.
I will fight to the end.
Then you'll get more charges.
Then tree up.
Then you'll go to county for a night.
County in Crystal Lake County?
No, McHenry County. So the easiest way, Bree, right now is just to sit in the back of the vehicle.
No, just give me my phone. No, I'm not going in that.
Hey, what's going on? So
This is Oh, it's a big boy.
What's going on?
Yeah, I think this is time for some dearly beloved Pope. This one's definitely a match for Gia and Pants.
One boob each.
One boob each, yeah. Pope, if you're with us. If not, Hank can perform the ceremony, as Hank's been empowered by Hank again.
Well, if Hank wants to, he can.
Yes, but do you want to?
I'll defer to Hank.
Okay. Well,
I'm good.
God. Yeah. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. There was no minister available. Let's move on.
No, there is a minister available, and that is Pope Phil. Go ahead and dearly
beloved, we are gathered here today at this wonderful occasion of marrying our beloved Pants and Gia to this wonderful example of womanhood. Wonderful example of womanhood. You take both wonderful Pants and Gia to be your lovely wedded YouTube spouses to honor, cherish, and to share your beautiful bounty with.
Ooh.
No? And wonderful Pants and Gia, you take this beautiful, bountiful woman to honor, cherish, and to share the succulentness of her beautiful bounty and to possibly fix her?
Why, I do. And so do I.
By the power invested in me by Karen Reed's broken Lexus taillight, WFYC and WFYT and YouTube University, I now pronounce you YouTube husbands and wives. You may kiss the bride.
Oh, kiss me, baby, kiss me.
Moist. Moist.
Oh, good Lord.
Moist. 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 Moist.
Okay, then.
And the voice you're using,
No, not DUI.
the voice you're using sounded like you're about to ask us about Jello pudding pops.
Jello pudding pops. That's right, babies. Jello pudding pops. Put the pudding in.
And that would not be the voice.
Arrest.
Okay, so there's an arrest. Okay, so what else?
Then we pull her out of the car. She resists getting out of the car.
Okay.
Now she says she won't get back to our squad.
Are you hurt? Are you hurt?
No.
No? Okay. No,
Not yet. I want to do it now.
It's not going to happen right now.
Okay. Well, then I will live to death till I do that.
Okay. You understand what that means?
Yeah.
You understand that we'll end up putting you in a wrap?
I'm ready. I'm so pumped. Give me the phone now. Just let me the phone. I get where I'm going.
Give me the phone.
Look, Raw.
Why am I
you up?
Well, for what I understand,
I know.
You know why you're arrested?
I don't know why.
Because you were DUI. Okay.
No way.
Well, you had that option of fighting that in court, but right now this is not that time to do that.
They then made an agreement with the suspect that she would cooperate after making a phone call. But perhaps the officers put too much trust in the words of a drunk person. She went back on her word as soon as the call ended.
Suggest.
I don't know. What do you guys suggest?
We're gonna
just let me walk.
Put her inside the car.
Nope.
Come on, Hannah. Don't fight.
If you got a whip, you got a nay-nay. You got a whip, you got a nay-nay.
Lord, we're gonna need some flower pants.
I'm not going in
God.
here. I won't rip my arms out. I'm not going in this car. You can't make me.
Can't make me.
Can't make me.
Nobody can make me do
Oh,
nothing.
I'm good. I'm strong.
They might need some Crisco, but they can get you in the
I
car.
work out so hard. You have no idea. I work out every day of my life. I might be fat as
It looks like it.
Yes,
The officers realized that gentle measures were ineffective with the suspect. Therefore, they resorted to using a specialized tool to completely subdue her.
I'm gonna wrap you.
the wrap. Yeah, little thing's gonna help. Might take bigger than this.
This is the first time I've seen him try and use it on a plus-size individual.
This lady? Is their burrito big enough?
That's what I'm saying. I've never seen him try on someone this size.
They're gonna need two of them.
We
Two tortillas.
saw the one with the California guy who was completely naked. He was bigger than this girl was.
I didn't see that one.
Yeah,
Don't
we saw it. Yeah,
We'll have to
would
show it
not
to you.
have forgotten that one.
Yeah, send it to Hank so we
We'll
can
have
watch
to,
it
we'll have to
privately.
show you that one. Yeah.
Yeah, he was naked
Yeah.
and talking to God and breaking into houses.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
He wasn't naked.
Yes, he was in that one. He took his clothes off.
Okay, that's not the one I was thinking about. The one I was thinking about was in a UPS uniform.
No, this guy was going from house to house, breaking in while naked, and you didn't want to see it. The rap actually put some modesty into it. We'll say modesty.
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 Well, if Chili goes around naked, they can save money by only needing 1 or 2 pixels.
Yeah. Everybody say hello to Rose, who is eating her lunch while she's out there, man. She's out there waiting for Dexter or Taco Bell to get off of
Hey, Rose.
release today.
Yesterday, Jim live confused 6 inches with 3.5 inches. Just a warning. Just a warning, Rose.
Did, but
yes, you did.
Okay.
Isn't that right, Phil?
Well,
Yes.
there's a difference. Star Wars figures were 3 3/4 inches, while modern Star Wars figures in the Black Series are 6 inches. So that's how you know the difference. Silence. I love it when I silence them.
No, I'm trying not to picture you comparing your junk to Star Wars figures.
Yeah, go, no, do this.
Look, it's bigger than Chewbacca.
What about scoop it up? Okay.
Put the harness over her head.
Oh, the spit harness? I'm not spitting now.
This is for the ankles. So
And now you guys are supposed to lift me up?
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Matt G says he bent his
on this side. You want to open the squad car?
You throw me in there? Oh, there's no way.
Ready?
There's no.
1, 2, 3. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Oh,
Stop.
there's no way. There's no way. Oh, shit. Shit.
Lean forward.
No, wait. No, my shoulders out. Shit, Jesus, out. No. No, this is not the way you do it. Oh, shit.
Loosen that one up a little bit so it leans back.
It's pulling my shoulders out. Okay, wait. Fall, you. Oh, my God. Okay, I get it.
The arrogant shoplifter faces bitter consequences after resisting arrest.
He wasn't even there. He wasn't even there. Harder than it used to be, okay? You're not real. My dad owns a...
Okay, since we've already done one wedding on this video, let's go to an actual longer one. Share screen. Extremely entitled.
So what are you doing for lunch?
I'm not doing anything.
I'm not sure. I just ate breakfast like 8:30. I'm not hungry yet.
Yeah, I had 2, what do you call it? Blueberry muffins a little bit ago.
I had chicken sausage egg white burrito with Tabasco. It was delicious.
And I'm trying to see if this Michael E line is an actual live or if it's a premiere. Had a countdown like a premiere. I don't think I've ever seen a countdown for a live. Know what I mean?
I'm gonna have some rotisserie chicken.
Rotisserie chicken.
I'm doing buffalo chicken nachos.
Ooh. That would be nice. That would be nice.
Apparently, I'm doing a no-carb diet.
Chili is inside chat of the Michael E line premiere or live or whatever the hell this is. I'll be live in 2 hours filing the lawsuit. So he'll be live in 4 hours probably. This is Chili. He never is on time. And if you notice in the corner of the screen, especially if you're on a big screen, you don't have to have chat up if you're not participating. You can still read the chat right on our screen thanks to StreamYard. StreamYard is a wonderful tool to host your live streams on. And we hope it sponsors us one day. Right, Pope Phil?
Yes, sponsor us.
Give us a free membership. We do so many live streams on you. Give us a free membership.
Yes.
Yes. StreamYard helps keep you up, or keep it up, or keep things up, or whatever Pants is saying inside chat. Yeah. As we go to...
Yes, Pants. Jim helps you by finding you true love.
Extremely entitled customer demands a refund at Starbucks. Demands. Thank you to Hank for 5 more gifted memberships. They went to Wire Mother, Lori, JLM, Sandy Beach, and Barrel Cost. That's it.
And 18 to go.
Yeah, but we're never going to hit that. Who's got that kind
of...
It's the 5 years you want, because 5 years after we hit 5 years, I have a special announcement.
That pizza's going bye-bye.
You're retiring?
No, it's not. It's not. I have to agree to these things, and I'm not agreeing to that. So, we have a special announcement at 5 years.
Jim thinks he's in control of that.
5
Jim's getting married, moving to Florida, and telling us all to fuck off.
No, that's not going to happen either, and at least not right now, because I'm allergic to Florida. So
what?
You know, everything in Florida could kill me, including Rose.
Well, Rose is coming to Pennsylvania then to live the Amish life.
Yep.
To live the Amish life. We'll have to
Gonna plant vegetables and raise bees, wasps.
Make your own bread.
Make your own bread.
The Amish paradise that you heard of.
Yeah. Taco Bells running everywhere.
You're lying, and so are they.
I'm not lying, it's all on body
That is
camera.
not her name.
The person who is in charge.
Let's go.
Nope, you're staying here.
On May 26, 2024, officers were dispatched to a Starbucks in response to reports of an unruly customer.
Are they in the back of the store or in the store? What's going on?
Probably from the south side of Chicago.
Where's she at?
Yeah.
Last I saw, she was up near the bar.
Rotten people come from
Why are you
there.
guys out here?
Yep.
Oh, I was just letting the customers know what was going on. Yeah, they sent me back here. Can we go through
Like
here?
wild animals.
What's you just wanted to leave? What's wrong with her? So yeah, we just what's her? Alright. What's she look like? Where at? Is this the way? What? The one with the wait, the one with the cell phone? Where? Is she still here? Did she leave? Should I leave?
And yes, it sounds like Michael Eline is making contact with Lane Meyer.
Oh yes, they can. They already told me.
You're gonna have to leave. They want you to leave.
Give me my refund because I never had a problem.
I understand. Like that sucks when you have the issues with them. Like just like hotels and they kick people out and stuff, but we can't force people.
I paid my money and I would like my refund, and I'm asking you nicely. Can you tell me to give me my refund?
I'm telling you right now.
But I'm on the phone with corporate.
You can be, but they want you to leave. So
I'm not leaving until they give me my money.
This is what can happen.
Okay.
All I gotta do is I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna put in a citation, and then when you don't leave, then you're gonna get arrested.
You're not going to arrest me.
Yes.
You're going to give me a refund nicely because I asked for one and your people right there. Oh, I don't have it. Don't have it.
I'm telling you right now, so now if you're not leaving and you refuse to leave and they're telling you trespass, that's a second charge you get.
If I don't have enough restraining order, sweetheart?
Look, I'm not. You have to go. All right? Don't make this bad to where you have to get 2 different tickets and arrested. If they want you to leave, call corporate.
I'm on the phone with corporate.
I got you, but you gotta go.
After they give me my refund.
Listen,
I'm sitting right here and you're sitting right here. Why can't you just get my refund?
Because this is a civil matter.
I need my refund.
You're not getting your refund from us. We can't do that. You have to get it from corporate.
No, I can get it from them. I never had a problem here. I've been coming for 3 years.
See, she doesn't want to identify. She doesn't want to leave. See if they got a name like on a card she used or something.
Yes, sir.
You still have to go out here.
You can get your hand on my face.
I'm telling you.
Yes.
Okay, so she's pissed off, it's a female. She's pissed off because she wants her refund back, but they won't give it to her. I told her it's a civil matter. She's absolutely refusing to leave, and she won't give her identification to it. So I told her they want you trespass, so you gotta go. But she doesn't want to identify, and she's refusing to leave.
Quick question for you. Sure. Would you be able to pull up her order history and see if she had a name with her order?
Sure, I can definitely try. All right, so she's either gonna leave, tell us her name, or we're gonna arrest her. Okay. All right. Just make sure 100% they want her gone.
$5 and kick her out.
So here's the deal. When the manager comes out and says you gotta go, I'd really like you to leave. If you don't want to leave, we're gonna arrest you.
Can you please get out of my face?
Well, I'm just telling you what your options are.
And I asked for a refund.
Okay, I hear you. I heard you. You've heard me all 3 times I told you.
And I heard you every time you told me.
As soon as the manager comes, then we're gonna arrest you if you don't leave. You
Go
got
right
about a minute. Say she wants her gone?
They're gonna try to pull up to see if she scanned her app, and they do 100% want her off the property.
Well, she's gotta leave. All right. let me confirm them real quick. Alright. Hey, where's the manager at? Go get the manager real quick. Yeah, tell her to come here.
Oh, you can stand right here. You're not gonna do anything.
What's going on today?
I already explained it to him. He got rude with me, and that's all that's gonna happen.
I just got here. I don't know what's going on.
Because the lady I asked for a refund, they said that I'm trespassing. How in the world am I trespassing if I already talked to corporate and they clearly said that's not called trespassing? I don't have a restraining order.
Look, I know you guys are busy and you got stuff going on, but we got the situation out here, and you guys gotta make choices. So she's
I'm sorry.
You guys want her?
I
got you. You guys want her to go? She's refusing to leave. We're gonna arrest her. I have to hear you tell me. I want her arrested, and I want her off the property, and I want her trespassed.
Okay, that is exactly what we want.
All right. So what is it? What is her issue?
We don't really know. She
Okay.
had,
Well, I can't.
Started was she had ordered.
Okay.
And if you're out there, do a, if it's not already posted, please do a new court thingy over in Chili Watch, or whatever the hell we're calling it. New Chile de Castro document just released in his Ironton. He already did. They already did it over on Chile de Castro Fan Club 2. His reply to the last reply in the case, but he still hasn't even replied to the Lawrence County defendants in that case. That is Ironton in Nevada. So, yeah. Okay, Chile. Okay. So we'll return you to this one, and I am doing names for documents.
Okay, do you have your ID?
Alright, so have you ever been trespassed up here before? Alright.
I've been here coming in for almost 3 years, and I ain't never had a problem until y'all got the
Okay, so why were you asking for a refund?
Because they didn't give me my order, but then she got rude with me in the driveway.
Okay.
And I couldn't just say, can I get a refund? She would not give me a refund. Okay. So I came inside and asked for a refund, and she still wouldn't give me a refund. Then she walked to the back and walked out.
Alright, so what did you order?
This drink, clearly haven't touched it.
Okay.
And I don't know about you, but this would not be my time.
Did you get the cookies?
Where's my
They're
time?
in the truck.
They're in the truck.
Yeah.
So you
I
got
would
everything you
just
paid for?
freaking walk
I just want to tell you, 100% do not want to do this for the last
and wouldn't go back.
I got you. You're gonna leave, or you're getting arrested.
So here's the deal. They don't want you on the property anymore.
Where's the lady that said she don't want me on the property?
The manager
Yeah,
said
because they
that.
told me to get her name too.
Okay, so
When you give
so
me her
hold on
name-
a second. Let me explain it.
That's fine.
With management not wanting you on the property, they have the right to ask you to leave,
And I also have the right to
at that point in time.
Corporate told me to get the name.
She's going to jail for
I
this.
know who it was. They sat there and had it. Called you guys.
So let's slow down a little bit.
Okay.
Whenever management asks someone to leave, it does become trespassing
She's
at that
not a
point.
manager though.
Anyone who is an employee here has the right to ask you to
Just
leave.
that manager, and she's not a manager. So what is her name? And then I will leave. I already talked to corporate. They said get her name.
Is that her daughter?
I think so, yes.
Oh my God.
I'm not going to do that. I asked you guys, can you please give me her
Teaching the
name?
next
So I can
generation to be a
I will
jerk.
leave after I get her name so I can
Yeah.
let corporate know. You can stop looking. I'm talking to him. He's been more calm than you have. You've been rude. Please leave me alone. Anyways, can you please give her name?
I can try to get her name, however, I cannot force her to give me her name.
So that's crazy because you can force me to leave, but you can't
Because
force her
at
to
this
give me
point
her
you
name.
are trespassing because we warned you to leave the property.
Anyways, can you please go give me her name?
Let me see if I can grab her name real quick.
Thank you. Now you can step away from me.
I'm not going anywhere.
You can step away
Look,
from
I don't know why you think you can tell me what to do. Like
And
this,
I don't care.
You're the one who's
You're
not.
You think I'm not gonna
Look,
say
I
nothing?
tried to nicely get you
No,
to
you
leave.
did not.
You don't want to listen. I'm
Please
telling you what.
step out of my
I'm not
face.
going anywhere. In fact, if you don't get the name, you don't leave. You are getting arrested and you're going to jail. That's what's going to happen to you.
We'll see.
Okay, we'll see if you don't leave. You got till he gets back.
And you can get out of my face.
It's not happening.
It is.
I've got a real quick question.
Yeah.
Do you guys have a manager here?
Okay, so technically I'm the shift supervisor on
So
duty.
you're in charge?
Our manager is going to be here in like 2 minutes.
Okay.
If
So she agreed, I guess she either called corporate, did something with corporate, and they're saying that they need a manager's name or someone who's in charge of their name.
okay,
If I can get just something to get her to leave, either that or we're gonna arrest her. So
yeah, no, I can totally do that.
And it looks like Turtle Boy did get on the list for next week for press credentials. he and Grant Smith Ellis looks like they'll be at the same place at the same time. So we'll have to see Turtle Boy again on our screens next week.
Well, you can let her know that is a charge.
That's all I need.
We tried pretty much everything to dig to escalate the situation, and it's just kind of seemed like no matter what was
Can
said
Grant
or
bring a
done,
towel to cover the unwanted bulge?
infuriated, more
Ew.
verbally aggressive towards us, cussing, screaming, things like that, and then even went as far as to back up the drive-through for however many minutes, and then came inside and was still trying to cause problems with Teresa. So
It's been the same thing with us. So.
okay, yeah. I don't know if I did the right thing here.
You did.
I didn't want to escalate it to this point.
We'll tell her she's not allowed back on the property, so she won't be allowed up here anymore.
You still in my face.
I'm not going anywhere.
Neither am I. You're so cute though. You're just so adorable. Step out of my face, please. Thank you.
Not going anywhere.
That's not the manager right there. So.
He doesn't have to give your manager's phone.
Mommy, why are you such an
You're
idiot?
the one who won't listen
No,
to
he
us.
said he's going to get the manager name.
Look, she's got her phone out too. Little kid does.
Even though she's so refusing, she doesn't have a kid here.
Oh, there's been a correction. Turtle Boy does not have it. Jessica Machado just updated her tweet.
Yay!
Her name is
That was not the manager that came. She just came.
She is the one who is in charge.
She was not here though. You're lying and so are they.
I'm not lying. It's all on body
That is
camera.
not her name. And you can look on the camera and see that was not her name.
All right.
That was not
So
her name.
here's the deal. I provided you with the person who is in charge.
Let's go.
Nope. You're staying here.
No, I'm not. Oh, grab
You're
my
staying
damn
here.
arm. Oh, my damn arm. Let me go. Ow. Let me
Give
go.
me your hands.
Yep. How to be an adult.
Yep, right in front of your kid.
Yep. How to be an adult.
Record this,
I just hope when her mom tells her no, she dumped her juice on the kitchen floor and walked away.
Let me go.
Resisting battery on a police officer.
Get off.
Child endangerment, possibly?
Get the did you just lean on me to get up?
Stay down right now.
Get off of me. And I said I can't breathe. Get off.
So you're ready to get up. You're saying.
And I just said let me up.
Then sit up.
Right in front of your kid. Great.
Parenting 101.
Mom of the year.
Traumatize your child.
I can't wait for you motherfuckers to get fired from your job. Get the away from me until I calm down.
Code 1 right now.
Come here. Hey, come grab my
She
phone.
still thinks she's in charge.
Hey, can you come grab my phone so I can call a friend? Come here so Eric can come and get you. Here, come and get my phone so I can give you the damn number. Come and get my phone. I will give it to her. Please don't touch me. Can you please come and get my phone? What's your name? Shatavia. She'll know when you call. Get out of my fucking way. Hurry up and call Listy. Quentin, please come and get me and my kids. If you don't get away from my
I can do what I want right now. You're under arrest.
And I'm trying to
Do you understand me? You're under arrest.
Like I said,
I've been nice with you this whole time.
yeah, and you got rude when he came out. I'm at Starbucks in O'Fallon. And he threw me on the ground.
Mine are completely torn to pieces, so
Hurry up and get up here right now.
just making sure I'm not dripping blood.
Bossy.
You know, I gave you multiple
No, you
opportunities.
didn't. It took two of you to get me on the ground, and you threw me on the fucking ground. Get the hell out of my face with that bull crap.
I'm not in your face. If you want to see in your face, I'll get in your face.
want to resist when they start putting you under arrest.
Awesome, I've got all day.
And so do I, Pookie Butt.
So if we got another officer here, you go in the back of that car.
That's fine,
Poopy
too,
Butt?
but I'm not leaving until my uncle come and get my kids.
Poopy butt. You keep telling us what you're not going to do to me.
Quincy, can you hurry and get her
All you
now?
would have had to do was leave. I don't know why you caused all this trouble.
Because I asked for a refund. What the hell do you mean?
We can't make them give you a refund. I
And
told
you couldn't, you sat there, and then you lied on the top of the name of the girl name, and that wasn't her fucking name.
Body cam.
That's up to them.
Pull my body cam.
Pull it!
You can
I asked for the
request.
name, I asked for the
And I
name,
provided
and you lied to the,
and I provided
lied
you
about
with
her
the
name.
name.
The girl that came to the window was named
Do you want to
Michelle.
listen to me?
Like I said.
Do you want to listen to me?
I said what I
for a third time, do you want to listen to me? Obviously not. Obviously not.
All right, well, hurry up because they talking about as soon as another cop car comes, they taking me, and I said I'm not leaving until somebody comes.
Hurry up, hurry up, hurry
And
up.
then he pressed on my back to get up off the ground, bro. He literally pressed on my back to get his big ass up off of me. You could have used something else to get your ass off of me. You gonna use my fucking back?
Are you kid's father?
I'm her uncle.
Okay, listen. Hey, stay over here. Don't go over there. Stay here.
I want to know.
I'm gonna tell you what's going on. She's being arrested.
For what?
Well, so first of all she had to leave was leave the store. She didn't want to leave. She wanted to identify. Then she resisted arrest.
Never trust a man who wears a stitch t-shirt.
Either way, she's going to jail. She's waiting for somebody to pick her
He's
kid up.
trying to get in your face. He's lying. I never resisted arrest. I came out the door and I walked out and I told let's go. Then the two right there threw me on the ground. Exactly.
We got her on the way to search her. She's still going to jail.
I mean, I don't.
He's lying.
Then decided to dump her drink out and come to walk out, and we stopped her to give her a trespass, and she began resisting.
And they wouldn't give me my refund. I kept talking to corporate on the phone, and they said just stay on the phone. And
The agreement was as long as she got the name of the manager or whoever was in charge, she'd leave. I provided that, and I lied. According to her, I lied. So
she wouldn't leave.
Exactly.
That if any business around here,
and don't give it to nobody.
she dumped it out right in front of me, and it splattered all over the place.
But it didn't get on you though.
It did. It got on my feet. Thank you very much.
No, it didn't.
That's all right. I lied to you already.
Not.
So
Yeah, she's in charge of reality.
So do you know her?
No, I was just walking about saw the baby in the pan.
Darling, who are you talking to? Are you talking to Daddy?
That is my big brother.
Okay, how old is he?
How old is your brother?
Look, sweetie, I'm trying to help you, I promise. I just want to make sure somebody can come here and get you.
Well, I just spoke with, I guess, their grandmother, and also there's an aunt. And yes, they're supposed to be in the way. The aunt told me she was coming from Granite City, so it'll be a minute. But I said that
I thought there was an uncle already there.
There's actually two other children sleeping in the back seat here. So
they all came in this car. When a business calls, any business in this town, and they tell us that they want somebody to leave, they have every right to do that. Now, us, as the police, we cannot make anything that's between the customer and the business happen. So if a customer wants a refund, we can't make them do that.
No, I'm saying.
But
she's saying.
I got you.
She ordered me to give her a refund.
Yeah, but they all called us here and said she's unruly and they wanted to go. I made them tell me 3 or 4 times.
How did it get to this?
I'm trying to get there if you let me finish.
What I'm saying, you explained it, but I'm just saying, I asked her how did it get to this. She just said she agreed for it with a refund. Right. So she's saying all she wanted was a refund. Right. She said she agreed for them to give her this. Right. Why did it get to this? Is what I'm saying for you to be here.
Well, because we were called because she was unruly.
Yeah, she was becoming irate in
Which
the
is why we
cafe,
came.
on the phone, and was following her.
Serial.
I
We're
gave
giving
her
cans of bread.
more than enough times to leave. I checked
Plus
3
there's
times
kids
with the police, said
involved.
if
We
you
don't
want gone,
want
if she want to leave, we're going to arrest her. And she refused to
unduly
leave, and then she threw her
burdened
drink on the other
parents
officer.
That must have been
See that? She's got, that's 2 different charges she's got right now. She threw that drink on the other officer and she refused to leave. I already told her at least 5 times, if you don't leave right now, you're getting arrested. And she said, you're not arresting me. And she stayed. So that's she's on
the phone with corporate, so I don't know.
I got you. Well, I've explained this situation enough times. So.
But I feel like this whole, you talking about the drink.
Dude, I gave her probably 10 chances to leave. Okay. She absolutely, she's like, you're not arresting me.
That's good for me to search for
Yeah,
now?
then we'll put
She's
her,
like,
which car are we putting her in there?
Put her in mine.
Put her in this car here. We're
She's
going
like,
to take
you're not
pictures of your elbows. I'm assuming you got
Yeah,
resistance.
me, and the drink,
What's the drink?
She threw the drink down in front of him. That was the last one.
she poured it out.
So we got trespassing, resisting. We'll take pictures of your injuries and we'll see what. We got some.
Both of us got her down. But look, I gave her how many times? And I went
Sure
to
you don't. You sure you want to take a break? Brett,
I'm
you want
good.
to take it?
I'm good.
Okay.
Well, if one of you guys can keep them more calm, I don't even know her name yet. So here's the other thing.
Get that up there.
I probably gave, I'm telling you, asking, I probably gave her 10 times. I was like, just leave. And then I made them confirm 3 times that she's getting arrested.
What a freaking waste of police time. Jesus Christ.
So here's our other problem. She's got.
Act like an adult or don't go out.
And that's at the point that's where you're going to be scared.
Imagine he's probably going to be able to.
There's 3 kids.
Yeah, Uncle's taking the kids. Yeah. In
Well,
the car.
Okay.
We'll transport her up there.
And don't breed anymore. That's the way you're going to raise your kids.
Yeah. Get that coffee on the floor.
Yeah.
All right. She's good?
You know what? She's going to freak out when she gets in your car. So we'll take her for her. All right. And then we'll just take her. Yeah, we can do that. We're not going to do that. But we'll take her up to the PD. Okay. That way she stays calm for you.
Do we want obstructing ID?
If she doesn't give it right away, she still hasn't given it.
Yeah, we still don't have her name.
Okay, we'll grab that.
If she hasn't given a name here, I guess. Yeah.
You start heading up to PD so I can see your injuries. You good?
Yeah, I'm fine.
All right, you go up to PD so I can see your injuries. We'll transport her for you.
The woman was charged with aggravated battery on a peace officer, criminal trespassing, disorderly conduct, obstructing identification, and resisting arrest. Share your thoughts below, and remember to like and subscribe for more videos.
Okay, folks. Well, we are still at lunch break in the Karen Reed case. Earlier today, we had some excitement as the judge started the case and went immediately to sidebar. After an extended sidebar, each of the jury members were apparently polled or interviewed by the judge and the lawyers involved in the case. Nobody really knows what they were asking about, but one of the jurors was apparently had his seat switched for some reason after they came back from this intermission. Otherwise, we know nothing about what they were actually talking about, and the case was not affected. The morning witnesses went pretty quickly. In fact, they went so quickly that even with the delay, they still had this hour lunch break. We still have a few minutes left in lunch break.
Well, that's because Alessi took 5 minutes instead of 5 days.
Because he was scared of the big bad wolf.
Because he had nothing. Yep.
Yes, and Hank is correct. It was Dr. Wolf who
was
quite the intimidating figure. I mean, he got on the stand, his water bottle, he slammed it down and crushed it. And you're sitting here going, yeah, you're not messing around with this guy.
Tried. Unless he tried, though.
Yeah,
just ask the question, Mr. Alessi. Just ask the question.
Yeah, Alessi got him out of there so fast it was not funny. So, because they're never back on time, we're going to start one more drunk girl. It's a short one. And this one is,
you know what that's going to make happen, right?
Yeah, they're immediately going to come back.
I'll be right back.
But this one is entitled Wife Records Husband's Arrest. But she ends up stealing the show. So this one could possibly be a candidate for divorce. And we know who loves divorced women. That's right, folks. It's our own Parson. Parson may get a house. He may finally have a house of his own to live in. And not just someone's shed.
Well, that last one, I don't know about marriage, but I'd love to see her and Chili debate anything.
Oh, dear God. And Chili is indeed over inside chat of this premiere or live or whatever Michael Eline is doing, pledging his love for Lane Myers.
Yes, and Chili's trying to steal the audience over to his cause.
Yes, apparently. Yeah, now he's disappeared. Chili will be live, he says, around 2.5 hours. So, yeah. Looking forward to that, where he's filing his new lawsuit. If you want to read the lawsuit, we downloaded a copy from his site. I actually put it in our own PDF, so there's no tracking or anything in it. And
I might save that for tonight when I'm trying to go to sleep.
Yeah, it's over on our Discord server right now. If you scroll up in the Chili DeCastro Fan Club 2 area. If anyone needs links to anything, look in the description of this video. We've got links to our donations, and we've got links to all the places you can find this chat. And with that, let's go to I'm recording everything. Everything.
Everything.
In this episode of Cop Cam Max, a police officer pulls over a driver clocked at going more than 35 miles per hour over the speed limit, a Class A misdemeanor. While the officer deals with the driver, his wife decides it's the perfect time to record a how-to video on what not to do during a traffic stop.
Pulling in a driveway, I think you're gonna bail. Stay in the car! Stay in the car! Stay in the car. Stay in the car.
Stay in the car for what? What did I do?
Because I'm stopping you.
Stop.
Put your hands behind back. Put your hands behind back.
Hold
Put your hands behind back.
Hold on real quick.
Put your hands behind your dude.
Hold on.
No. Put your hands behind back.
Do this to me.
Put your hands behind back.
Bro, what are you doing?
Cover, step it up.
Thank you.
Put your hands behind back.
What are you
Dude, you're resisting.
What are you spinning my head?
That's fine. Record all you want. Back up. Back up. Back up.
Okay, we are at our house. What is the problem?
Put your hands behind
Yeah,
back.
I got it.
Yeah, we're at our
We're on base.
Get back.
We're on base.
What are you
What
doing?
is it?
Judges.
Arresting him.
I will.
The floor is lava. The floor is lava.
Explain everything
No.
in a second.
You have to tell why you are
Back up.
arresting him.
Back up.
Don't not push me.
Right.
Why
You
are
might be
arresting
home,
me?
but you didn't say Ali Ali
No, I'm not
Akupuri.
being arrested because you guys have no reason to arrest him.
We didn't kick the
Pope,
can.
Pope, check private Discord. There's an issue with your numbers.
There's what?
An issue with your numbers. Check private Discord.
No.
No.
You're gonna get tased, dude.
Okay.
Put your hands behind your back.
You just pushed her.
Put your hands behind your back.
Push the female though.
Put
You
your
just
hands
pushed the
back
female.
up. Back.
Relax.
Back up.
No, you just
Baby,
pushed the
baby,
female.
baby.
You got his.
That is not
Okay,
cool
just
though.
relax.
Back
Everybody.
up.
That's not cool, bro.
You're gonna get tased.
I'll just push the female.
Back.
Back up,
bro.
Taser.
What's
Oh, wow.
Whoa.
This is our house. This is
What does that have to do with it?
Are you
Get
serious?
off the
No.
bed.
Back up.
Get off the bed.
Are you serious right now?
No.
For what?
Get off the bed.
For what though?
Get off the bed.
For
We
what
live
though?
here.
You have nothing.
Pull up your
to argue.
pants, dude.
Like, are you serious right now though?
Bro, we live here.
Stand up.
Are you serious right
Yes,
now?
stand
We
up.
live
For what though?
Okay, so what are you talking about? But I am recording it.
Are you serious right now? For what? You act like I raised my hand at you, bro. Are you serious right now?
These men, both of these men, hold on, McCarty, McCarty, get off of me.
Oh my, why are you touching her like that? Why are you touching her like that? Why are you touching her like that? I need an ambulance. I need an ambulance right now. Stand up.
I need
I need an ambulance right now.
Ambulance.
Mr. Pope Phil,
Yes.
why are you touching her like that?
I want to emasculate him. Having another man making him watch another man touch his wife.
Oh, Pope Phil.
Pope Phil, that's some
Wow.
kink right there.
That's deep.
That's some kink right there.
Wow.
But I need an ambulance.
Ambulance.
Needed
Ambulance.
I need an ambulance.
An ambulance.
An ambulance.
Ambulance.
Ambulance, like I said. I need an ambulance right now.
An ambulance is coming, man.
An ambulance.
I just said it. So why are you grabbing me and pushing me like that? Why are you grabbing me and pushing me? I've been said I need an ambulance. No,
Ambulance.
it ain't no sit up. You shot me. I don't need to sit up when you did that
shot
to
me.
me.
You shot me.
Come on, bro. Like, make it make sense.
It was really
So they took
tased.
off. They tried to do a traffic stop, and these people came home thinking everything
I'm
was
on
okay
base.
from home.
I'm on base.
Are you serious right now? Are you serious grabbing her like that? Yes.
But as Pink pointed out, they didn't tell all Jackson to.
Grabbing her like that for what reason?
Aaliyah!
Slamming a female like that.
Aaliyah!
Are you seriously slamming a female like that?
Stop. You gonna keep picking me? You gonna keep picking me? Huh?
Aaliyah!
Stop.
Get the fuck up.
Stop.
What are y'all doing?
Keep walking. You're under arrest.
What? For being at my house?
And while we have this wonderful specimen on camera, it's time to remind you that we're back at 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 o'clock where it counts, 6 o'clock Mountain Time, and 5 o'clock over on the West Coast.
Yeah,
Tonight,
something about Zoe being the best dog ever.
Tonight we will be debating the
There's no
most
debate.
dangerous animal in the world. Is it the paparotti, or is it the innocent corgi? Innocent in quotes. Be here tonight with us at 8 o'clock Eastern, as Hank says, it may be the raccoon army that's the most dangerous.
As Gia looks at her arm.
The Kung Fu Trash Pandas.
Kung Fu Trash Pandas.
Scar
That's
on my
tonight.
arm. For scar forever.
That's right.
We'll have that debate.
Forever.
Hard for life.
I am.
March
but
for
look at-
life. March for
Look at
death.
Phil's ankles. He got bit the other day by the neighbor's corgi.
Yeah.
And
Good.
the neighbor's corgi, if you lose your ankles, you can't stand up, and then the corgi can really attack you.
Come back here. I'll bite your legs off.
See?
Yellow belly bastard.
It's only a flesh wound.
The danger of the corgi.
Oh? For what? Why was I resisting arrest?
Police officer. 52, second in custody. Slow down, slow down.
Why the fuck? I was just at my fucking house.
Really?
Yeah, I was.
Well, now you're gonna go to jail.
Okay, cool. You fucking stupid up fucking fluoride bitch.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah. Yeah, go fuck off. Exactly why you're probably fucking single, bitch.
That's why you're single.
If I
'Cause
would've
you
been
wear
a child, I
glasses.
would've beat the fuck out of you.
Because he's not ready to mingle.
Did I just smash my face into the fucking concrete? That's a
You're not complying. You're not
No,
complying.
wait, that was not it.
You got light
I
switch?
swear to God, that was not it. You
Finally,
guys can
she said it.
expect a
Not it.
lawsuit,
Not
I
it.
swear to God. They
Undo
smacked my fucking cheek into the fucking cement.
But that's for the wrong
You were told
game.
multiple times to start resisting.
But you guys can expect a lawsuit. Cool, take me to
Cool.
jail. You can expect a lawsuit. Yeah, you guys,
Expect a
what, we're
lawsuit.
at our house and you just pulled up to arrest us? Like, I don't understand the problem. Are you
We were
trying
on
to-
base.
Okay, I
Can't
don't
do that.
understand
Are you
problem.
the
We were
problem
supposed
or
to
the
start-
solution,
Okay, me too.
Gia?
They
Are
smashed
you the
my face
problem?
into the
I'm always the
concrete.
problem.
And they, we live.
Hank, are you the solution or the problem?
Depends on the problem.
Side chat. Is Pope Phil the problem or is Pope Phil the solution? Put a 1 in chat for
I'm a
problem.
solution to all your ills.
Put a smiley face in chat if he's the solution.
The solution
So 1
to
for
all
problem,
your ills.
smiley face for solution. So far, Gia has voted 1 several times.
I'm
Remember,
sure.
The only thing for solution is a smiley face, not the word solution. Not the word solution. And we've got 3 votes for problem and 1 vote for solution.
I'm trying to wave, but they don't have one with one finger.
Oh, Lord.
Oh.
We got some 42, a 678, and a 69. And Sue Bear wants to know if
69. Waste.
Sue Bear wants to know if Phil can be neutered. Neutered. That's
Yes.
what I'm saying.
I've already been neutered, so no, I can't do that again.
Maybe
Did
just
your
chop
wife
the whole
watch?
thing off. Yeah.
Yeah, she did, and then she brought me home and gave me ice, and
Yeah, I watched my
Yeah.
husband's neutering. It was very interesting.
Ah,
I said, Doctor, you see that? That's the Vest Efrons. I want you to cut that.
Or I'll do it myself. Here, give me
No,
that
let me
scalpel.
snip it. Let me snip it.
Snip it.
Let
Give
me
me that
snip it.
scalpel.
Snip it right in half. Let me snip it.
No more. No more.
that motherfucker. Let me snip it.
You know, my dad
Get a
did have.
chainsaw.
My dad had a vasectomy after I was born, and I've always said because they got it right the second time.
Oh. Oh. That's a wonderful way of thinking about it.
Yes, I'm perfect in every way. That's right.
Perfectly mental.
I don't understand what the problem is. I don't either. Okay, so what is it? They followed us in here and now they're arresting everybody. Like, we literally live here. So what is the problem?
All right, step up. Get in the car. Get in the car.
Okay, can I please talk to you?
Yeah, you, as soon as you sit down, you can talk to us.
Okay, cool.
All right, have a seat.
Hey, I tried everything to prevent from getting pregnant.
You saying that now, but I've been
And
there.
it was our only
Listen, I'm
option.
telling you from
That
the
was
jump.
done.
Let me sit up.
Yeah,
I don't
listen.
understand why.
I told you many times, put your hands behind your back. I got your mask.
I've been put my hand
You
been
didn't.
behind my back.
You didn't.
No.
What's your name,
Stop.
man?
Stop.
3
For real, man.
miscarriages
You did not,
later.
bro.
Yes, I did.
You did
Yep.
that for no reason,
Done.
man.
I told you many times, put your hands
Okay.
back.
You literally did that for no reason, man.
No, you were resisting.
Wasn't no resistance nowhere.
Yes,
bro.
it was.
Now, Gia, you were resisting.
Can you call my daughter real quick? Aaliyah!
I wouldn't bother, man. If she
I know.
comes in interfere, she's going to.
She's not going. She's
All right, we're
she's-
leaving until rescue stop.
Okay, can you leave me until the rescue come, please?
Okay,
Like,
you'll lay him to the side.
too much right now, bro.
Lay down.
Come on, man.
Lay down. I'm gonna search you. Go ahead.
No,
Hold
bro.
on yourself.
All right, come on. All right,
Stop.
Pull up my.
Stop
I'll pull it out
reaching.
my
Stop.
pants.
I don't care right
Like,
now.
My ass is out.
I don't
bro.
care.
Like, what are you talking about?
I gotta make sure you don't have anything,
I
man.
don't have nothing on me.
All right,
Pull
this-
my pants
All right,
up.
hold up.
Can you
Stop.
pull my,
Okay,
Can you pull my pants up?
stop reaching.
My whole ass is out.
I don't
Can
care.
you
Stop.
pull my
this is
pants
not-
up,
this is
please?
Why? I'm
This is
trying to
not-
search you. Stop moving around.
Why are you doing this to me?
Because I'm
Like,
trying to
this is
search
not
you. You keep
cool.
moving. Gotta make sure you don't have anything when
I don't
paramedics
have-
show up.
he just-
I'm not gonna trust your word.
If you
trust
don't,
your word,
if you don't want your pants
just
down,
ask. He said no, he didn't.
buy the right
There you
size.
go. That's all I gotta do.
Okay, for those who are not viewing, in addition to the traffic violations, the man was charged with 3 misdemeanors, speeding more than 35 miles an hour over the limit, and 2 counts of resisting.
Okay, but I'm saying my whole ass is out. Like, come on, man.
This is your style. That's how you write your pants. They don't even go up.
Maria, do you want to be seen by the ambulance rescue?
Yes.
If not, down at the jail, they can clean you up. It's up to you. You want to be seen by rescue?
Is that at the jail?
At the jail, we have nursing staff. Where they
So
can,
the ambulance is here
yes, would you like to
and I
speak to
can
them?
see them?
Yes.
I mean, I can feel like dripping falling off my face.
Yeah, your face is cut on the cheek.
Yeah, okay. For absolutely no good reason.
Well, you're under arrest.
No, I mean, okay, that's fine. So
I'm
that's
not
that
under
means you
arrest.
smashed
You're
people's
under
face in the
arrest,
concrete?
Hank.
You resist arrest.
I did not resist arrest. I was asking to why.
That's your word against ours, then, okay?
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, do you want them to see you?
Yes,
No.
I do.
Okay, I'll have them come see you, okay?
Like, what is going? I just want to be informed of what is going
You're
on.
under arrest, but you said you want to go to the hospital, right?
Okay, yeah.
So you're gonna go
So,
to the hospital. After the hospital, you're gonna go to jail.
okay, well, for what though?
I've already told you.
I don't understand for what though. I
Resisting
did
arrest.
for what? For I was a passenger and everything.
Okay. Resisting arrest. Obstruction.
Obstruction of what?
Well, we'll talk about it later. And then
Obstruction is a physical act. You can't arrest me for
No.
obstruction.
I mean, if I remember, it was because people were slamming me into the concrete. Okay, I don't need to go to the hospital. If you guys are really taking it like, listen to me.
No.
Okay, if I'm just going straight to jail, that's fine. I need to make sure you guys arrested me at my house.
Yes, we did right there.
So what?
Yes. Okay, so
Who's the male you were with?
my husband.
Okay. All right, you ready to go to jail now?
Okay, cool.
I'm gonna buckle your seatbelt, all right?
Yeah, f you, bitch. That's why your wife left you, bitch.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, good lord.
You know, all they're gonna do is write me a ticket and let me out, right? Okay, cool. You're still a fucking bitch, right?
Kicking a peace officer.
You're still a bitch. You know that, right?
A peace officer is a felony.
Okay.
Audio redacted by police.
Have a great time. You're a bitch.
The woman was charged with transporting
You're still
alcohol
a
as a
bitch.
passenger, 2 counts of resisting, and a felony count of aggravated battery on a police officer.
Nice. Nice.
I refuse to talk to you guys.
Okay.
And she's not going to talk to them.
The charges against both the man and the woman are still pending. As for their chances, there's no record of the home-based defense ever succeeding in court.
Is this your phone?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. I'm gonna bring it with you to the jail.
Great. Thanks. Stop talking to me.
Thanks for watching.
Ouch.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to CopCam Max. And if you enjoyed this video, please watch another episode of CopCam Max.
Okay, folks, they are still not back with the Karen Reed case yet. What do you think,
Yeah,
guys?
Capitol Grill's probably running slow. They have lunch there 3 or 4 times a week, the entire defense team.
Yeah, that's
Capitol
what we
Grill.
heard yesterday.
Expensive restaurant.
Well, and you know she's paying for it from her supporters who have raised nearly
course.
$1 million. Nearly
Yep.
$1 million.
Everything's a la carte. Very expensive.
So have
Nothing-
you been there?
Yes, once with my brother in Chicago.
Capitol Grill. Now
Yep.
I'm hungry.
It's a very nice restaurant, but it's a it's a go out to dinner once in a great while kind of dinner. It's not, it's opulence.
It's not Arby's.
It's not.
Is the food quality and atmosphere worth the price?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. It's like Mastro's. It's high, top drawer, steakhouse, fish, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I've been to restaurants and disappointed because they have the prices of high-end, high-quality atmosphere without either.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Ms. Hanley, when we left off, you were discussing the comparative analysis you did between item 7-18.18, Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, and item 3-1, the taillight housing or the plastic within the taillight housing of the defendant's car, correct?
Correct.
And there were a number of different instruments that you used through the course of your examination and analysis, correct?
That's correct.
And what were those instruments that you used again in that portion of the analysis?
Sure. So I used a polarized light microscope, a comparison microscope, an FTIR, and a microspec.
$27 for a damn cheeseburger.
Yes.
I'm looking it up now.
And do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
And I've been to restaurants where $27 is not that bad of a price for their cheeseburger.
It is the FTIR comparison data for the clear plastic from item 3-1 and the clear plastic from item 7-18.18.
And if I could direct your attention to the second page within that, what do you recognize that?
So this is also FTIR comparison data from for the red plastic from item 3-1 and item 7-18.18.
And lastly, the third page within that set, what do you recognize that?
So this is the comparison data from the microspec from the red plastic from the item 3-1 and the red plastic from 7-18.18.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next three exhibits individually.
No objection, Your Honor. All right, thank you.
You want them marked individually, or you going to set?
Individually, please. Thank you.
Exhibits 202, 203, and 204.
Thank you.
And again, Ms. Hanley, when it came to your analysis of the clear plastic material from the debris from John O'Keefe's clothing and the clear plastic material from the defendant's taillight, what were your conclusions from that analysis?
Sure. Upon comparison, the clear plastic from item 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties with the clear plastic from item 3-1. Accordingly, the clear plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the clear plastic from item 3-1 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I publish, and I'm sorry, I forgot already the
Yes.
exhibit numbers, but
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the clear plastic. And Ms. Hanley, can you describe for the jury what we're looking at in this, what's up on the screen right now?
Sure. So this is the FTIR comparison data of the clear plastic from item 3-1 and the clear plastic from item 7-18.18.
And Ms. Hanley, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, if you could direct the jury's attention to which is which as far as the top and bottom here.
Sorry. The top,
Sorry, I apologize, Your Honor. That's okay.
the top spectrum is item 3-1, and the bottom spectrum is item 7-18.18.
And Ms. Hanley, when you're comparing these two as far as the data that you receive, what is it specifically that you're looking at in your comparison as far as the data is concerned?
So when I'm comparing the spectra, I'm looking at the peaks in each sample to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
Thank you. And if I could turn your attention to the red plastic material from the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing and the red plastic from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle, what did you conclude in your analysis there?
So upon comparison, the red plastic from 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, and instrumental properties with the red plastic from item 3-1. So accordingly, the red plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic from item 3-1 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the red plastic data. And Ms. Hanley, directing your attention to the screen again with the laser pointer, if you could delineate for the jury as far as which set of data is associated with which item.
So the top spectrum is item 3-1, and the bottom spectrum is item 7-18.18.
And again, if you could just direct the jury's attention with that laser pointer to the areas as far as the data peaks and valleys that you're looking at in comparison of this data.
So when I'm comparing them, I'm comparing the peaks to each other in each of the spectra to determine if they are consistent or not consistent.
And in this case, you found them to be consistent, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, lastly, if I could have the microspec data. And Ms. Hanley, if you could describe for the jury, please, what are we looking at in this particular data set?
So this is the comparison data from the microspec of the red plastic from item 3-1 and the red plastic from 7-18.18.
And as far as the data in any microspec, but particularly this one up on the screen, using that laser pointer, could you illustrate to the jury sort of what these individual lines or what this data means?
So these are the samples that I ran, and they samples that I ran from item 3-1 and 7-18.18, and the spectra are overlaid in order to determine, to look at it and to determine whether they have a consistent or not consistent pattern.
And from overlaying the data from the pieces of plastic from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing and the pieces of plastic from the defendant's taillight, what do you observe as far as from overlaying those two sort of data points?
So I determined that they had consistent microspec data.
Again, if you could just remind the jury as far as the microspec data, what type of data is that?
So the microspec, it analyzes samples that have color. So it provides information of a sample's dyes or pigments.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you, Ms. Hanley. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hanley.
Good afternoon.
Nice to see you again. We met about a year ago. First things first, you were just talking about some plastic pieces in 7-18.8, correct?
It was 7-18.18.
0.18, I left the one out. 7-18.18. We're dealing with a lot of numbers. I'm going to see if we can cut through that here in a second.
Sure.
First of all, you indicated that you were doing a comparative analysis in different, sort of different categorical ways, using microscopy, using the microspec, using the FTIR. I think you also use the FTIR in that as well?
Yes.
And you indicated that your analysis concluded with those pieces could have come from the same source, from the source in 3-1, the taillight. But you're not conclusively saying they did, correct?
It could have come from, they could have a common origin, or it could have come from another source with the same characteristics.
Right. So in other words, another way to say that, Ms. Hanley, is it may have come from the taillight, may not have.
It's a possibility.
Okay. I also want to ask you real quick about the taillight manufacturer. You were shown an exhibit, I think it's exhibit 200, and I think we have that available. With the court's permission, we don't have to cut the lights. I think the lighting is just fine. This is exhibit, or a photograph of exhibit 200 that you saw just a second ago. Quick question about that. In your inspection of that taillight, it's true, is it not, that is manufactured entirely of plastic or plasticine pieces. There is no glass in that taillight, correct?
I have to check my notes. I don't think I noted any glass.
Okay. So in other words, you didn't note any glass inherent in the manufacture of that taillight. It's basically plastic.
Yeah, I think most of the parts were plastic. I'm not 100% sure if the entire thing was plastic. There may have been other material, but portions were plastic.
But you certainly didn't see any glass inherent in the manufacture process.
I'd have to double check my notes, but I don't think I did.
Okay.
Do you want her to check her notes?
Why don't you? Are your notes in front of you?
Yes.
With the court's permission?
Yes, sure.
Why don't you make your fucking point and let her answer what you really want the answer to?
Because then I can't drag it out, Hank.
Because then he can't make it sound like she's being deceptive.
Yep.
Okay, so I did not make any notation that I noted portions that were glass.
Great. Final point before we get into the actual analysis. On any of the glass, I want to shift gears to just the glass material that you analyzed and that you looked at and you inspected. You saw no blood, no skin, no biological material, no tissue, human tissue or otherwise, on any of those pieces that you inspected, did you?
Upon examination of those items, making observations of those types of material, that's not my area of expertise. I don't think I noted anything that was maybe consistent with that.
So in other words, even though you're not in the bio material expert section of the lab,
he doesn't know what to
if there was
say.
skin or biological material or obvious blood on glass pieces. You were looking at them in many cases through a stereo microscope, correct?
Yes, I would have made note of observations of anything that I would have noted on the surface.
Great, and you did not, because you didn't see anything that was suggestive of that, correct?
I think I just made note, I have to check each item, but I think I did note that there was some dirt debris on some of the items.
But not biological material.
I did not note anything that would be maybe consistent with that.
Great, thank you. I want to talk about the comparisons that you did. And you'll forgive me, I'm a visual learner. So I'd like to talk about it in 4 categories.
Okay.
Linear categories. Category 1, item 3-2. Category 2, item 3-3. Category 3, item 7-12. Category 4, item 7-14. 3, 2, 3, 3, 7, 12, 7, 14. Can we talk about them in those particulars?
Sure.
Okay. 3-2 was the cup, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I'm going to use the word cup rather than glass for obvious reasons. You could get confused by that. So when I say the cup, do you know what I'm talking about?
Item 3-2.
Great.
Do you know what you're talking about?
Are the 5 items that were found on the bumper, claimed to have been found on the bumper by MSP or the crime. Okay?
Yes.
5 items, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Correct.
Item 7-12 are 9 items, glass items, that were recovered at 34 Fairview by Trooper Buchanan in an evidence envelope, correct?
So sustained as to who they were recovered from?
Sure. Did you receive the items along with an evidence envelope?
I need to double check if it was an envelope, but I received it packaged.
Okay. And the packaging normally, under normal circumstances, the packaging comes with labels that gives you reference about where things came from. For instance, when Mr. Lally asked you, were you aware or did you become aware that items were claimed to have been found on the bumper? You didn't actually find those items, but that was the description you were given, correct?
That was the description of the item in our limb system.
Okay. And going back to 7-12, that's our 3rd category, was that described as 9 pieces of glass that were found at 34 Fairview by a sergeant by the name of Buchanan? Or do you recall that?
I am not sure who recovered them.
Or what it said on the evidence envelope? That's what I'm asking.
I would have to check my photos to see if it says that.
We'll get to that in just a second, but fair enough. 7-12, 9 items, A, B, C, D, E, And if my memory serves, I, K, and L.
I'd have to refer to my notes to.
Can you please?
Yes. So the 9 pieces of glass from 712 were labeled A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L.
Great. And then finally, what was in 714, that's an easy one, 1 piece of glass.
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
If I could, Ms. Hanley, I'm going to hand you photographs. That should be 2 photographs of the exact same thing. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I've never seen. I did not take this photo.
Understood.
So I'm not. I haven't seen them, so I don't know.
So I'm asking you to look. I know you haven't seen that photo. Does it look like the cup?
It looks consistent with the cup.
Okay. Just gonna set this one aside for a second. Take a look at the second photo. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photo?
So I did not take this photo. It appears to be a photo of a container that another analyst took a photo of item 7-12.
And item 7-12, once again, included plastic pieces and 9 glass pieces, correct?
Correct.
Do you see the evidence label on the very top of that evidence envelope?
I'm not sure which label you're talking about.
One under the red tape.
Yes.
Does that appear to be a label marker that's done to maintain chain of custody?
So I think that label. Sorry.
Sure, can we bring these over to side?
Sure.
Sidebar. Remember, folks, tomorrow is scheduled to be a half day in this trial. And then Friday, we're expected to be off. Yay. For those looking for things to watch after this wraps up, I've got a hold from
I'm going to be watching the inside of my eyelids for a little while after the show ends.
Mr. Well, I won't be. I've got to watch the Lane Myers interview and then Chili DeCastro's live.
Aw. Well, they can wait for me.
Yeah. Remember tonight, 8 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock where it counts, 6 o'clock in Mountain Time, and 5 o'clock on the West Coast. We will be back with you for Corgi versus Roddy, which is the most dangerous animal in the world tonight. Hank has his own ideas on that one.
Yep.
And that is his rabid.
They're not rabid.
Army. They're not rabid?
No.
They're just trained to kill them.
Uh-huh. Yes.
Okay.
Because they were kung fu fighting. They were fast as lightning. Yes, they were kung fu fighting.
They sound a little bit frightening to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we also had coverage this morning while we were waiting for the delay. There was a delay to the start of the day. For those who haven't heard me say this, as the jury had to be individually interviewed by the judge in the case. We're still not sure what she was asking about, but each one was interviewed by the judge in the presence of the lawyers after the courtroom was sealed. Cleared and sealed, that is. The only thing that we know is that one juror supposedly was moved. His chair was switched with another juror.
But no known correlation to the two events.
Yes, no known correlation to the two events. That is John O'Keefe's family in front of us. Family and friends. His mom is in center there. That's Peggy O'Keefe. Just a reminder that Turtle Boy will not be with us again for another week. He did not make the cut for next week's lottery for seats in the press pool, which is immediately behind the O'Keefe family. Though Grant Smith Ellis has a seat for next week if he decides to use it.
So which member of the defense didn't go up for the sidebar this time?
I don't know. Looks like all of them. That guy on the side is the media guy. Also
Not the guy on the side. Oh, never mind. It's the. I thought somebody was sitting in one of the chairs at the defense table, but it's the person next to Mrs. O'Keefe's hands when they move. They look like, because of the bar,
right,
they look like they're on the chair.
Well,
Joe, sometimes we're at sidebar in an effort to try and speed things up. So even though we take your time that way, this should make things move a little easier.
Well, yesterday there was a sidebar where Alan Jackson and Karen Reed just sat there together during it.
Previously,
You had to comfort her.
what's been marked for identification as triple G. I was asking you about what has now been marked as triple H.
They were planning on their next trip to Whole
What I'm most
Foods.
interested in is, do you see a name?
Triple H, baby. Triple H.
In the middle of that evidence bag.
Yes, I do.
Is that Buchanan?
It looks like it says that, yeah.
Okay, and just so we're clear, that bag is associated with 7-12 of your analysis. The item 7-12, correct?
Yes, again, I didn't take this photo, but I have,
I
yeah.
realize that. It says 7-12
Yeah.
right on the photo.
Yes, yeah.
Okay, that's all I needed. Taking a look at what's been marked as triple I for identification. Do you see a name associated with that evidence bag?
Yes.
What name is that?
It's actually a little hard to read. It looks like it says, it could say Trooper Proctor.
Okay, and that is associated with 7-14, our fourth category, correct?
It is labeled as, excuse me, 7-14.
Thank you. And finally, does that, which has been marked as, for identification at least, as triple J, does that appear to be the contents of that bag, which is a single piece of glass in 7-14?
This appears to be the photo that the analyst prior to me took of item 7-14.
And that would be analyst.
Welcome back, Gia.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. So the 4 categories, just so we're clear and we can stop using so many numbers because they can get confusing. 3-2 is the cup, right?
Yes.
3-3 is the bumper glass, correct?
That is correct.
7-12 is the Butnick glass, correct? You just looked at it.
Yes.
Okay. 7-14 is the Proctor glass, the single piece, correct?
Correct.
So when I make reference to those items by those names, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Yes.
Hesitant.
No, I just, I'm just used to referring to them to the item numbers, but I will try to stay with you.
My brain will melt.
You're purposely trying to confuse her to make her look like a fool in front of the jury, you fucking prick.
I have another document that I would like to approach with, if I could, with the court's permission.
Okay.
Thank you.
I wonder if Bev has planned her vacation yet.
Oh, good Lord.
Have you ever seen that before, or a variation of it?
Oh, I got travel pamphlets all over our office.
It would have to be somewhere really
Yes.
relaxing.
Okay. So last year, correct? Or something close to it last year?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks consistent.
Okay.
Like a villa in Italy
Okay.
with a staff.
Are there any others, Mr. Jackson, when we bring all the...
Sidebar.
Sidebar.
Or a Caribbean beat that you have all to yourself.
Yeah. There's a pool boy. Hi, Bunner. Yes. Squeaky ball time. Get it.
I'm just glad I have headphones on so my dogs didn't hear that.
Squeaky ball.
The most dangerous animal on earth,
Yeah.
Zoe.
Yep. Squeaky ball. Get it. Get it.
Yeah, if I wasn't listening with my headphones and that went off, my dogs would all be looking for where their squeaky balls are and make sure they weren't stolen. They all 3 have their own squeaky toys, and they hide them when we're not playing with them. But they're not hiding them from me; they're hiding them from the other puppies.
Yeah, she got 3 new ones last week. So the other ones died, and they must squeak. See? They must die.
There is a duck, a squeaky duck that the most resilient squeaker. It's the hardest one for my pups to kill the squeak.
Persons is requesting a Zoe cam.
Oh. Jesus. Sorry.
Oh, good.
Yeah, she'll do this for a little while, and then she'll climb into her snoozing cave.
My pups right now kind of make me wish I had some of that police chalk to do the outlines of the bodies. They're just all out cold and look lifeless.
I have Helen trying to climb up on me, and the rest are asleep.
Well, after the last music break that I played
So I
with
think
the
I
dogs
gave
to
somebody the
music,
copy that I was using. I need a copy.
then they went outside
Yeah.
and ran themselves silly for a little bit and came in and passed out.
All right, so let's mark this first for identification.
Happy to.
Did she want to mock it?
Mock it?
You think your evidence? Ha! I've seen better evidence off the bottom of my shoe.
Oh, look at Alessi's bald spots in the lower left corner of the screen.
Ms. Hanley, if I could ask you very briefly, I want to go through this chalk with you for a moment. Do you recognize something on the left, looking at the first category? Do you see 3-2?
Yes.
How is that described?
It's described as a cup.
Okay, and you see that there's a photographic representation of the cup just above it, correct?
It looks consistent with.
Okay. Moving to the second category. What category is that?
It's item 3-3.
And 3-3, first of all, there's a photograph above it. Do you see that?
Yes.
It appears to be of a bumper, correct?
Yes.
You didn't take that picture.
I did not.
Okay, let's look down beneath it. You indicated that there were 5 items in 3-3, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Correct.
Do you see A, B, C, D, and E represented in that category on this chalk?
I do see A, B, C, D, E categorized, yes.
Great.
Easy as
Under
1,
A,
2, 3.
you previously testified that the bumper glass sub A in 3-3 did not match the cup, correct?
Simple as door.
That's correct.
Did not match anything in 7-12?
Sorry, just give me one moment. That's correct.
And did not match anything in 7-14?
That's correct.
And you see those represented by sort of the international symbol for negative, correct? A circle with a line through it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Under subcategory B, glass B, or item 3-3B, did not match the cup, did not match 7-12, did not match 7-14.
That's correct.
Is that accurately represented on the chart?
Yes.
Finally, with regard to E as an echo in that same item, 3-3, you see that there is a green indication that glass recovered by Proctor does match, or did match in your analysis, or was consistent with the item in 7-14, correct?
It was consistent microscopically and instrumentally.
Does that accurately reflect that finding on this chalk?
Yes.
Okay, now turning to category 3. There were 9 pieces of glass that you looked at, correct?
Correct.
A through F, I, K, and L. Is that right?
If I could just reference my report to make sure.
Of course.
Yes, those are the correct letters.
And A, B, C, D, F, and K all matched the cup, correct?
Again, I would just need to confirm with my report.
Take your time.
Yes, so A, B, C, D, F, and K
All matched the cup.
had a physical match to 3-2, the cup.
Is that accurately represented on this chart with green?
Yes.
And E is in Echo, I is in India, and I think that's L is in Lima, did not match the cup, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, is that accurately represented on this chart?
Yes.
And finally, the last category, 7-14, that is the single piece of glass that was recovered by Trooper Proctor. That did not match the cup, and it did not match anything in 7-12, correct? And if you need to check your notes, feel free.
Yes, that's correct.
Is that accurately represented on the chart?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission with the amendment that the court indicated at sidebar of triple K.
Okay, I'm going to allow it in.
205.
205? Your Honor, the court indicated that it would like to see us before anything's published to the jurors.
Okay, come on over for a second. Actually, have those have those been done?
It has been done, and I was going to explain the sidebar.
All right, then come on.
Sidebar.
Sidebar. God, the slowest sludge.
Yeah.
Sidebar.
I mean, I bet he could have gotten to the bottom of what he's trying to get out of her with 2, maybe 3 questions.
Yeah.
But he's gone on for a half hour so far.
Apparently, at one point, Michael Eline told Lane Myers that he could get him Chili's contact information. Myers sarcastically said, "Of course I want his information," and then the line cut off. So, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got Chili to react to tonight. We've got Chili's failure in the Blue Bacon case to have the case dismissed again last week. We have new documents from Chili's Ironton in Nevada case. And he still hasn't replied to Lawrence County defendants, even though he's replied again to the Ironton defendants. And that'll be there tomorrow morning on our morning newscast.
Request permission to publish.
Yes.
Ms. Hanley, you see the chalk that's been, or actually what's been marked as Exhibit 205 in evidence on the screen?
Yes.
Is that consistent with what you and I were just talking about at the witness stand?
Yes.
If you'll direct your attention to the screen on the right, just because it's a little easier and I think the laser pointer shows up a little better. You see the 4 categories represented in this exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. So 3-2, I'm going to go over it very quickly one more time, just visually. 3-2 on the left is the cup, correct?
Yes.
3-3 represents the 5 pieces of glass of what we call the bumper glass, A, B, C, D, and E, correct?
Yes.
7-12 is the 9 pieces of glass recovered by Trooper Buchanan at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And finally, 7-14 is the single piece of glass recovered by Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes.
Taking these one by one, just so everybody see. Taking these one by one, looking at starting with the bumper glass, category 2. Piece A did not match the cup, anything in 7-12 or anything in 7-14, correct?
That's correct.
Piece B did not match the cup, did not match anything in 7-12, did not match anything in 7-14, correct?
That's correct.
And moving over to category 3, there were some matches in these 9 items.
Yeah, what an incredible graphic. Look at all the
F, and K,
red.
correct?
Yes.
But what those match, Ms. Hanley, with a cup, nothing on the bumper, correct?
Correct.
And what didn't match
Nothing
the
but
cup
the best
were
for
E,
Karen.
I, and L. Is that right?
Gotta
That's
use that
correct.
color printer.
Moving back to category 2, however, there was one thing. Item E.
Victoria B, they have raised almost $1 million.
Series of categories. Isn't that right?
Not a physical match, but instrumentally there was consistency.
All right. And this was an item, the only piece of bumper glass, the only piece of bumper
Proctor,
glass.
Proctor, Proctor, Proctor.
Anything else in your analysis matched what? It was consistent with what?
Proctor's bad.
Item 3-3, piece E, was consistent in physical and instrumental properties with the sample that I took from item 7-14.
Which is the single piece of glass.
What's that, Cammy? Is Tim in the well?
Yes.
But not a single piece of glass, nothing that you analyzed coming from that bumper matched the cup. Did it? Nothing.
Physical match comparison, there was no physical match comparison to the cup.
Are we done with this, Mr. Jackson?
We can take this down, Your Honor. Your Honor, that's all I have. Thank you.
Wow. Not much. Well, why didn't you ask him about this, Alan?
Now, Ms. Hanley, as far as you were asked some questions on cross-examination about biological pieces or tissue or things being on the glass, and you referenced that that was done in another unit, correct?
Yes, if that type of examination was needed, that would be done in a different unit.
I'm going to allow that, but next question.
Which unit would that be conducted in?
Objection.
So the objection sustained. You need more, Mr. Lally, before you move on.
Now, as far as the chalk that you were just presented, as far as the 4 photographs that were depicted in there, have you ever seen any of those 4 photographs before?
No.
Do you know specifically who or where any of the items 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, or 7-4 were physically recovered from?
I just have the description that's put in the LIMS system when it's submitted to the lab.
And do you know that 3-2, the drinking glass, was recovered by the Canton Police Department on January 29th, 2022?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you know that item 3-3, the bumper glass, was recovered by Ms. Maureen Hartnett from your lab on February 1st, 2022?
Sustained.
Do you know that each of the 4 items were recovered by different people on different days?
Why
at
can the
different
defense
locations?
ask those questions and get away with it, but they can't? The prosecution can't.
Sidebar. Sidebar again.
But it seems
Because-
really weird that the defense asks those same questions. There's no.
Well, remember, the defense has it up on the slide that Michael Proctor got this evidence, and Michael Proctor got that evidence. So it's on a slide, so I guess it's allowed. There's a defense, I don't know. And folks, remember, we have a new newscast up as of this morning featuring Delete Laws begging for money to sue his judge. Denver Metro Audit's got a home visit from his probation officer, which he promptly streamed. The Angry Vet hunts for racists in Dundalk, Maryland. Regan Benson sues Inglewood, Colorado. And Harvey Freebird, is he the new Martin Luther King Jr.? All here on our Really Cool News YouTube channel.
Ms. Hanley, from your conclusions that you testified about before, you found that the item 3-2, the drinking glass, was consistent with 6 different pieces from item 7-12 that were found in the roadway outside of 34 Fairview Road, correct?
That's correct.
And you also found that piece E from item 3-3, the bumper glass, was consistent with the single piece from item 7-14 that was found in the roadway outside of 34 Fairview Road. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you also found that items from 7-18.18, the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, were consistent with the item 3-1, the taillight housing, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sustained as to form.
Now, as far as the chalk that you were presented with on cross-examination, was there anything in there about item 7-18.18 or item
Okay, is
3-1,
chalk just
either
the way they
taillight
pronounce
housing or
chart?
the debris from Mr. O'Keefe's clothing?
I think so.
No,
Yes.
it was not.
Nothing further.
Anything?
Very briefly. So in
Very
sum,
briefly, yeah, right.
not a single piece of glass on that bumper could be connected to that cup, correct?
There was no physical match to the pieces that I compared for physical match from the bumper. There was no physical match to the glass cup 3-2.
Thank you. So another way of saying that is not a single piece of glass that you analyzed on that bumper matched.
Why would the glass be on the bumper? He got pushed away.
But
And those small pieces could have been from a lot. I mean, a lot of that glass is missing.
Same source.
Yeah.
They didn't find
it
all the
got
pieces.
plowed. It got plowed.
Possession of or bagged by Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Well,
It
that's
was
appropriate
consistent with item
since
7-14.
since she got plowed while
All right,
drinking
Mr.
out of that
Miller, we're all
cup.
set. I'm going to see counsel for a minute. Feel free to stand
Bye.
up and stretch.
Bye, Ba.
Bab is going to say, listen, people, I have a flight booked for June 18th. I plan on being on that plane. Let's wrap this up.
Listen, asshole. She's not gonna say those pieces can't be from that glass. So give it up. At least that's what I'd tell him.
Sorry, I am finishing a bagel with butter and strawberry jam.
I had a cheese and mushroom quesadilla for lunch. It was lovely.
One of my dogs was outside. The other two were inside. She opens the door, pokes her head in, and convinces the other two dogs to come outside.
Of course.
As soon as they come outside, she comes in and takes her choice of where she wants to take her nap.
There you go.
Of course.
There you go.
Which Chief was laying in the spot she wanted to nap in. So
Women are always smarter. She lured him with her femaleness and then took what she wanted.
Feminine wows.
she's picky on where she naps. Chief is not. He's got his favorite spots, but he'll nap anywhere.
Oh, good Lord.
Yes, can I help you?
Tonight, remember tonight, we are having the great debate. Corgis or Rotties?
One night only.
Who's more
One night only.
dangerous?
Thank God.
We don't like it when we're at sidebar, but I can tell you that after speaking to the lawyers now, we're ahead of schedule. And they've worked very hard to get us to this point where we're ahead of schedule so that tomorrow, instead of being a half a day, you have tomorrow off. So you have tomorrow and Friday, a good long day. It's very, very important. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't say a word about it.
And they're off Monday too, aren't they?
Don't let anybody say anything.
She
to
didn't
you
say
about
that,
this case.
so
Don't
they're
do
probably
any
back on
independent
Monday.
research or investigation.
I highly doubt it, but
If
well,
you happen
we'll
to
see.
hear, or read
We'll see
Just
what's
Google it.
scheduled.
Just Google it, Jim.
Let us know.
They won't have it this
Next
early.
week, except for Thursday or full days.
No, I mean
every
court.
day.
She's talking about it right now. She just said it. She just said it.
Great long weekend. We'll see you here Tuesday.
Every
morning.
day except
Yep.
for
Tuesday.
Okay, there.
Tuesday.
Yep, there you go.
I'll see you here on Tuesday.
Yep.
Jackson's getting on a plane.
Well, he might stay with his love.
She's getting on a plane too.
Goodbye.
Yes, and they're not going to California.
Well, folks, we're done for today. We'll be back with you at 8 o'clock. They are ahead of schedule, so I don't know what else to say. Except,
Karen Reed cannot leave the state.
yeah. We will see you on Tuesday then for the Karen Reed stuff. But we are on every night except for Sunday night with our 8 o'clock shows. So hopefully you'll have a good few days off, and we hope to see you again next
So
week.
no one needs to see me about anything? We get cleared it.
We're in the process of printing a new one. The one that actually went into evidence is not the one that we showed.
Okay.
Instructions. We'll get that printed to you. I think before we leave, I think it's printing it now.
Right. I'd like it before we leave. So before you leave. So, all right. All right. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, Lord. All right. With that, we are out of here, folks. See you
Run for the hills. Hide.
Afternoon, everybody. Don't forget to tip your waitress, pay your bar bill, and screw the valet.